knuckles warm, get the cash from the poor. 60 seconds and I'm gone. Bad when I'm gone, bad man, probably gone. Going fast on the ball, roll a quarter-mile marathon. Jimmy in the Jimmy, high wide, sipping Kimmy, got a brand new mark. Roll cage in the Mimi. Lately all together, see something gonna stick. Lazy on the river, deep on the window whip. Baby on the AT, new real big slick. Baby, you ain't never seen nothing like this.
Go.
Nothing like this. Nothing like this. Nothing like this. Whoever ever think it gets better? Big chain, call the record. I can feel it, I can feel the pressure. Break loose with the ratchet, go to backstab it on tour. I'll patch it, then my fuel injected savage. Lately all together, see something gonna stick. Lazy on the river deep, someone on my hip. Baby on the AT, no rim, all switch. Baby, you ain't never seen nothing like this. Nothing like this. Nothing like this. Nothing like this. Like this. Nothing like this. Nothing like this. Nothing like this. Nothing like this. Maybe you ain't never seen nothing like this. Nothing like this. Nothing like this. Baggage full of cabbage and I think they lost my tempo. 36 cookies on the candy paint bento. Dabba on, keep my brass knuckles warm. Put a crash on the one, get the cash from the pawn. Nothing like this. Nothing like this. Nothing like this. Nothing like this. Baby, you ain't ever seen nothing like this.
You catch up.
In the corner, 3, getting the 4th, gross, out of Joe to Thieves. Has both weapons to work with now, and he sees him off the top rope, off through the door, getting cramped, yes, what an ace.
I mean, this is disgusting stuff from Neptune, 1 versus 2.
Bruh, Envoy is just doing whatever the hell he wants right now, Alan. Envoy secures the 1v1 and secures the zone for LA.
Chop through. I'm bomb. One shot. On bed. Nice. Chop through. Nice. It could be pinch. My bad. Yo, no, it's Bestie. You have their side. I have their side. Okay. Yo, load him. You can't chop. Nice. That's what I'm talking about. What the f*** are you doing? Hey, I hope you clowns. You will never be in a finals ever again, you bum.
Scrap with some strong words for the competition. Yeah. You will never be in a final against me again was kind of the sum I got out of that one. Nate was a Game 7. This time, Thieves walk away with the dub.
Yeah, they get redemption, man. They get their Game 7 victory on Skyline once again, and just a phenomenal finals. This game so far, the finals have been incredible.
Now, before we start the show, we have to, of course, acknowledge the fact Allie is missing today. She is with family. Much love to Allie and the fam. Hopefully everyone recovers quickly. But can we talk about the big picture here? Because I worked on another esport last night, and I come back to Call of Duty, and I'm looking at this game. We have 2 guns. We have stun grenades, no smoke grenades, 2 trophies allowed. Did Patrick Price increase the skill ceiling of Call of Duty, or did he lower it to where all of the teams should always be able to compete at the same level?
Listen, I'm not going to blame Aches for everything. I think the pro players in general do need to allow more. I wish there were meta changes. Obviously, we know some things can be, unbalanced at times, but we need to have some shifts. Let's bring snipers back. We're officially making a case for it. Snipers need to be back in the game. Fans, pressure these pro players, and let's have some more fun in this league.
Yeah, this all comes from a conversation with Shroud. Thank you for the watch party last night. Shroud, by the way, we're trying to fix COD 1 Pro GA at a time. Today, though, we got to talk about what happened last weekend. That was our minor tournament, $20,000 and 30 points up for grabs. The Thieves take down Vancouver, the dark horse, who made a run all the way at the start there against Boston Breach.
Yeah, I mean, incredible run from them. There's some awesome stories throughout this tournament. You can see, like, in the round 2 Ultra with the big 3-0 over Optic, we thought they were going to be able to do something, then Surge immediately putting a stop to that. So begs the question, what's good with Ultra? And then more so, what is going on with Optic? Lingering problems even in a tournament atmosphere. So we're going to learn a lot this week, Chris.
I think one of the big surprises was the fact that LA Thieves was able to 3-0 Carolina Royal Ravens, but then take taken the distance by Vancouver Surge. So let's start with LA Thieves. What is kind of the description of this squad right now? How would you describe this team to someone who hasn't watched them in COD yet?
Well, the first thing I would say to somebody who hasn't watched them is they're the best team in the game, so we'll start with that. They have passionate players who have done it at the highest level imaginable, and then accompanied by a guy in Ghosty who's been on the rise the last 2 years, has been having insane placings and performances. He is still getting better. This team is so aggressive. They play strategically sound, and then they also have all the talent in the world. I mean, you're pairing the best AR in Scrap with arguably the best SMG in Hydra. You're gonna find good things. So far, LA Thieves, they have definitely delivered.
It is a big win for LA Thieves, who fell on a Skyline Search and Destroy back at Major 1. That was at the hands of Atlanta FaZe. Last week, though, they take out Vancouver, and with the win, they tie Atlanta for the #1 spot in series record. That is 14-5, and they're just 5 points back on our overall standings.
Yeah, we'll say, matchup-wise, we haven't seen them play FaZe since that final, though, right? So it does beg the question, can they beat them in a 7-game series where they have to play a ton of those S&Ds? But in terms of Respawn and how they've been, LA Thieves are the best Respawn team in the world.
They didn't need a hardpoint win, but they get the dub anyway. Here's what Scrap had to say in the winner's circle.
Oh, come on. Game 7 is one thing. Skyline Game 7 is another thing. Come on now. We're back. We're back. We've conquered it. And I think as a fan, people think we're just only a really good HP team and a Respawn team. But I'm really happy that we got to show our S&D practice and just show that we're actually really good at every game mode.
Scrap and LA Thieves vibing at the end of Sunday, but now we go back to our Major 2 qualifiers. It's just 10 points per win. With a win today, they jump Atlanta FaZe for the #1 spot for the first time this season.
Yeah, we might have a good battle here for that #1 spot over the course of these tournaments. Both those guys look unbelievable, super teams, and you can see they're both widening that gap between top 2 and 3rd.
The big riser, though, from weeks 1 and 2 in the qualifiers was Vancouver Surge. After adding Neptune into the lineup, the team has looked like a whole different squad. They found success in their first 4 qualifier matchups. Today, though, you play against LA Thieves again. If you missed Surge performance in the minor, what do I need to know about the squad representing Vancouver?
Oh, man, these guys are so good on all levels. They put in a lot of work. I'm going to commend Rambo Ray and these players individually. The thought process was build a team that was all humble, that would play within a system, and they've done just that. But what they learned early on was we still do need kills. So they go down, they find the best available guy in Neptune, and he makes a crazy impact, Chris. The guy is so aggressive. He's so good in Search and Destroy and in Respawn, and you're seeing the ARs reap the benefits of that.
Now, Neptune, of course, is playing from home. The rest of the crew is up in Vancouver, so he gets a little bit of a server edge. How do you take advantage of that right now in your online qualifier matches? And then how do you keep these numbers up once you're on LAN playing face-to-face against your opposition?
Yeah, it's all a confidence thing. I mean, I've been a big believer in listen, if you're able to perform online, you can usually bring that over to LAN, but you have to play the same way. You have to stay aggressive, right? You get into that gunfight, maybe it goes the way of Simp, you still got to be challenging that next time. So for Neptune, just remain confident and keep the same play style when you get over to LAN, and things should translate well.
We welcome him back into the CDL on LAN, and you can see Neptune in action in Allen, Texas. Why? Because that's the host of Major 2, as we're all heading down south. Take a look at this bad boy. Dallas, known for its freeways, its barbecues, and its downtown that closes at 10 p.m. But don't you worry, you're not going to need any outside excitement. All of the fun is happening inside the credit union. The arena, always a blast with the CDL fan base.
Yeah, it's gonna be awesome. There's always good fun in that stage.
What is
that
this?
Crowd. And we got a ring ceremony happening too. The world champions of North America get in their rings here at Major 2. It's gonna be a good time, man. It really is.
Do you think they'll have more rings than match wins by the time Thursday comes around?
Listen, we gotta stop with this. They're trying to find their way. There's ebbs and flows to every team, and Optic right now, listen, man, they're just in a dip. They will find it.
They're ebbing, that's for sure. Let's take a look at another squad that's ebbing after being #1 on the leaderboard throughout most of our Major 1 qualifiers. Toronto ended up at Major 1 with the #2 seed. Right now, they have fallen all the way to the right side of our standing screen. That's the bottom 6. And you look at the recent matches, Well, it wasn't clean against Cloud9. That was an 0-3. A surprise victory over the Royal Ravens just a few days later. And then, of course, a Game 5 over Boston. But against LA Thieves, this was a one-sided affair as LA gets the best of them in all 3 game modes.
Yeah, man, they're a tough one to crack. Yeah, I tweeted about this one this morning, and kind of like my thought with them was like, what's good with Toronto? We all thought they were going to be like an excellent search and destroy team, which they've delivered on the majority of the season so far, and the respawn would be decent. They're 21-23 in respawn on the season. Beans has not risen to the occasion. I'm waiting for him to take that next step, and in their final match, the minor just didn't deliver for me, man. It's not just him, though. But that's one guy that I do think needs to take that next step. I'm just not sure if he has that dog in him.
If Major 2 kicked off today, this would be your bracket. And you can see Cloud9 currently in the top 8, somewhere they weren't back at Major number 1. Let's take a look at the squad representing New York, because Sib has found his form. The SMGs, they were 3 across the board, and Cloud9 was putting all kinds of pressure against everyone in the bracket. They fell short against LA Thieves, but today you're taking on LAG, a squad that's still sitting at just 20 points on the season. You have to think they're the heavy favorites.
Yeah, they got to be the heavy favorites coming into this one. And for Cloud9, I mean, their turnaround's been awesome throughout this stage. Obviously, you run into a red-hot LA Thieves team in that bracket that you end up losing to. But for Cloud9, I think the ARs have improved. Kremp has been unbelievable last few matches, has really stepped it up, and Mac's been solid throughout the entire season. You know, every team's not going to gel instantly. This is a team that people were saying need to blow it up. They took their time in between the stages, and they figured out mainly their search and destroy. Massive improvement. I mean, these guys defensively, great at retaking, great at getting opening duels now. And then for them in the hardpoint, they're comfortable on almost all the hardpoint maps, Chris. There's not an auto veto that they have in sight. So for them really putting in that work and widening their map pool, they're in a good spot.
You're 3-1. You're playing LAG for a 4-1 score, and then, of course, you got Carolina and Atlanta FaZe in front of you. Can Cloud9 take down either of those 2 teams in the future?
I don't see why not. I look at the team, and I see the right players, and from what I've seen, I mean, they had 3 match 3 where they were 9-0 map count, where they were just thrashing teams. So, that's their ceiling. They just have to get there on a consistent basis. I still have belief in this Cloud9 roster.
If you can beat FaZe and Hardpoint, you stand a chance in the rest of this series, and Cloud9 winning 5 of their last 6 map number 1s. Nameless, they are going to be a squad on the rise to watch. Any teams you're a little fearful with as we take a look at the standings today. Vegas Falcons and LAG mates are back in action.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm fearful of Toronto. I don't know where they stand, what's going on with that team, right? Because I feel like it's not what they thought. They thought Beans was going to take the next step, and Kleenex he's not as consistent as he once was, right? He had a huge dip in performance from stage 1 to 2. So for them, they're really between a rock and a hard place, man. Are they going to break through?
As we head to break, we get ready for the first match on a 3-match Friday. It's a rematch of our grand finals from minor number 2. LA Thieves got the best of Vancouver the first time around. Is it Surge's day for revenge? Stay tuned to find out.
You will never be in a finals ever again, you
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
out names, talking to each other.
Listen. This time, we take everything.
Say right there to Mr.
Yes!
Now you give them an opportunity to catch
Yes!
on the side. 3v1, all of them the nasty. Can he find anything for free? Shots over the top.
Let's go, boys!
And the
Yes!
built to win championships. Finally,
Yeah, here we go!
winner 2.
Let's go, gentlemen!
In the words of the great Matthew Haig, yes! They finally get a Game 7 victory. LA Thieves living up to the hype, and it only took them a major and a half, Nameless.
Hey, sure, but hey, they lived up to the hype in that finals. That was one of the best finals we ever had. And then they deliver by winning that same map in a Game 7. Awesome reaction by Nate Shot. I know he feels great.
Expectations were at an all-time high for this squad because they brought in the best pieces from around the league last year to now wear LA Thieves jerseys in 2025. Scrap, Hydra, two of the best superstar individuals to watch, have now blanked the Royal Ravens. They 3-1 the Falcons in a surprise map loss there before 3-0ing Toronto. Against Vancouver, though, they were taken to a Game 7, losing all of the hard points in that series.
Yeah, and you saw their schedule down low. If they win today, there's a great chance they go undefeated throughout the rest of this split, which would be awesome for confidence sake headed into Major 2. You know, this team's streaking right now, man. They won their last 9 controls. It's been the difference in almost every series. They can play every single map there. The Hardpoint's unreal, and they've been working on their search and destroy map pool. You know, Red Card and Hossie were the only 2 maps that they used to love to play. They've won their last 2 vaults, and they're out 3-3 on Skyline. So it's going to be tough to take these guys anywhere because they feel so comfortable.
LA Thieves finding their form, but it was a tough matchup against Vancouver's squad that were very much the dark horse and on our blow it up watch. They added in 1 player, and that has changed the face of this franchise. Let's take a look at this squad and what their coach at GM Rambo Ray has been doing behind the scenes.
Yeah, you know, you can see what he said here. Like, we're riding a high since Neptune joined the team. Like, he's been unbelievable, and his fast pace has freed up the rest of the squad. That's why the ARs are playing so well. And now they're going to use this time to expand their map pool, and I think that that is the right approach. Like, these guys, they were playing a lot of protocol. It was working out. They're sort of catching a lot of teams by surprise. And now when you look at them, it's like, if they were to get a couple more search maps in their bag, they would be a problem. And that's what they're going to be focused on in these last couple of matches.
And there's very few times when we rant on this show. We heard Maven on a rant defending Kenny. I once went on a rant defending Rambo Ray after he got dropped by Optic Texas. Do you think Optic could use someone who likes to build a system for their team?
Listen, they got Damon Barlow. Listen, he's unbelievable. I think that he's a great coach. And I think he's doing a good job over there. I think it's probably tough. But for Rambo Ray, he needs a team that's all going to listen to him and play within his system, that are humble guys, that are on the come up. So this is the right team for him. And I remember when I was like younger and I first joined a team with Ray, he was able to mold me, teach me a lot about Call of Duty. So he needs the younger guys that'll listen to him and be humble.
Shout out to my man Neptune. He's got a webcam on today. He's had one in the past, but we had to get his lighting tweaked. Today, it's on point. The blonde hair highlights.
Does that change?
Dialed in.
Does that change his performance?
Oh, he's going to do even better. He's got to drop a 1.25, not just a 1.22. It's going to be incredible looking at the numbers. This is our first match on a 3-match day. It's a best of 5. What are we going to see?
Yeah, I mean, talking about this one, talking about testing the map pool, Skyline S&D is a map that obviously Surge are going to need. We saw in the Game 7. The subs, you're just not able to get as free and make huge impact plays, being a nuisance behind enemy lines. So you're going to have to work on playing more team-oriented and banging out low A. So I think that's the one to look out for here.
Skyline Search and Destroy is in the mix once again. It was a 6-3 in favor of the Thieves to seal that minor final. We'll get that early in the best of 5. It's time to make our Scuff Pick'ems official. Is Rosalie locked in? She's going LA Thieves. She's ahead of me by 4 picks because I chose Optic. I today am going with the number 1 seed, LA Thieves.
What up? Listen, I started trolling.
8.
I honestly started trolling. Listen, I had an upper deck package today where I pulled a bunch of cards, and I got a Platinum Envoy. Let me get my solo, please. You gotta show this holographic card. Hello?
It's the nicest solo. We can't with the graphic up, eh? Come on, don't make him hit too many buttons at once.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
But listen, I'm going LA Thieves because this card's fire.
All right, shout out to Envoy. Thank you for letting me know every time I incorrectly choose your son. Today, I chose him to win. Maven, will I regret my decision?
I don't think so. I don't think this Thieves team looks nasty. Listen, I know it's not as simple as like Hydra getting back to being Hydra, but you and I had a big conversation about that, especially with the search, and then you heard him in the interview before the minor after the win, and they asked him, like, where you at? He's like, I'm getting there. I'm like 85%. Like, you can see the timings are getting on point, his gameplay is getting on point, and for me, it just felt like they were already good. Like, as soon as Hydra's Hydra, Good luck.
If you would have told me they were going to win the final with losing 2 Hardpoints.
Okay, that's what's surprising.
I mean, that's probably, I mean, it's great. But yeah, Hydra was unreal in the minor final. Of course, everybody had their moments, but he led the way. On the other side, I know there's been a lot of Neptune talk, but Abuza was actually incredible. You know,
that series,
you go back and look at the final stats, like Neptune in 04 kind of struggled. It was the AR, but Abuza had so many big plays. And a big reason why they were slaying Hardpoint with LADs was due to the ARs.
And we're seeing this vault again, I'm sure, because, well, it's a close one. It's one where I know a spawn had you pissed.
Back P2 HUD spawns. I mean, they're just like, if you go back and look at the P4 one with Josie, yeah, there's a couple of moments that, like, if he stays alive for half a second, they probably have it, right? But I think there were a couple throughout that map, really around P2, that were, they were disgusting.
Well, good start for Vancouver Surge. Is thinking nade hits as soon as Abuza goes to toss his, ends up taking out a teammate, but we'll get back to work. Keep an eye on the spawns and who's able to work it the best. Nice early time, an early stretch here from Vancouver Surge. Neptune, I mean, as good as he has been, pretty pedestrian, at least in that matchup. I mean, he put up like, what, like a 0.9, somewhere in that ballpark. And, you know, you still go 7 games. You're able to win some searches. Oh, sorry, you're able to win some hard points. You can win without him being God, which has to feel good. Correct. But I'm sure he's looking to have a better series.
No doubt about it. I just think if you go back and watch that, like, yeah, I mean, the last couple of, right, the matchups versus FaZe, you just see that this Surge team, their teamwork is next level for making this change and what they were doing early in the year. They are just very much a cohesive unit.
No, it seems at times like they're a little bit ahead in Hardpoint, and usually that curve shifts over the course of the year. Some people figure some stuff out, how to influence spawns, their teamwork gets ahead of me. We've been casting this a long time. Usually you see that a couple times a year, especially it's really important like before champs, who is a little bit ahead, but we'll see if people start to catch up. But still in this matchup, due to the control and Surge play, the Thieves are able to take that final, but trying to rebound. I'm sure they're like, just the egos. You know, they got some egos on them. Listen, we lost 2 hard points. We're coming in trying to throttle you.
No, I mean, that's just it. Yeah, and they had their opportunities, no doubt about it, especially on this vault. But a couple of big plays from Surge, some spawns happened. They probably feel like they should have won this. So, yeah, this isn't it. I mean, the Hacienda was ugly, so that's why you're not going to see it in this. They opt to go for the Skyline, and that could be big for LA Thieves. To, again, just talking about map pool, talking about the major. Because now after the minor, you go back to that goal. The preparation for Major 2 is going to be the talking point.
Well, LA Thieves with a fantastic hold there at second will push the lead out to about 30. But yeah, I mean, everything just trying to be improved. Map pools, modes, Major is very, very close, a couple of weeks away. Everyone trying to refine their gameplay and teamwork before we get to that and see who will be crowned champion. But we'll focus down on the P3 and see if Thieves can chain this together. You've got 8 and Ghosty playing all the way deep. A battle going down around the Hardpoint. What are you trying to do if you're Surge right now?
Well, I think they're trying to find Ghosty, right? That's really the key. Well, Ghosty just takes his time, plays very patient. Maybe in the comms, they knew they were trying to find Abuza. They were waiting for it. You can just see he's just trying to block back Dart, making sure that Surge is spawning on that right side of your mini-map, exactly where they are. So this is a great transition from that P2, but now maybe the chance. Yeah, you see those spawns going to come out, a couple of players died. Now you're holding Scrap and Ghosty, the ARs, just trying to do what they can, but Surge push on through.
I mean, sometimes the spawns, like, I mean, even if it's not like your typical old school Call of Duty spawn we'd expect, even if they seem a little bit fluky, sometimes the teams just get them down faster. I mean, that's what Envoy and that Thieves team back in Vanguard, like, oh God, things did not make sense to me until it made sense to them. And then I'm like, okay, well, it's clicked for them. They figured it out. We'll see who's able to really start to do it here with some of the wonky ones we've seen on Vault over these past few weeks. But it'll be a battle around the point. It spawns for a moment if you're Vancouver Surge. The collapse, though, coming forward. Neptune's going to have to be the hero. Nearly able to hit the movement, but not quite able to do it. So Thieves, despite the fact they lost spawns for 4, pretty late in third, they're able to regain.
Yeah, they're able to get a couple of kills near the end of P3, get a couple of spawn outs, and then Hydra was able to sneak on through. He was able to find a couple of kills, but Nasty's still here, so very messy, but now maybe with 4 dead, backdoor spawns for LA Thieves, still 25 seconds up. They're going to try and take it all.
And yeah, I mean, you're going to be looking through your first set of rotations. You only have 36 points if you're Surge. We went to time recently when we casted this, which you don't expect all that often, but it is possible to happen, like a red card or something. So we'll keep an eye on that, because you've already got a minute and a half off of it. If Vancouver Surge start to mount a comeback, we'll keep an eye on the play clock. But for now, 60-point advantage for Thieves. Second set of rotations about to pop. We'll get back to mid-map as Nasty's popping heads and able to find a second there. They've got everything they want right now. They've got P2 spawns. They've got the opening here at 1. A really good chance to mount this comeback now in the next minute and a half.
Yeah, and I think another big reason why Surge has found a lot of success in Hardpoint, when you go back and watch their games, what this team does that a lot of teams don't do is, all right, let's just talk about that P3 rotation, maybe trying to control art. They will just take time away. They do a very good job on these hills where you're not supposed to find 30 to 40 seconds. Even a P1 right like this has been such a great early hold. They're already around 30 points. They do that better than anyone.
Just taking what they're given.
Exactly.
Right? Don't overcomplicate the game. If you're going to give us some free points, no, not free, but you know what I mean? Take them. 7 straight though for Neptune as he is popping off. Not the best series for him in that final of the minor, but trying to get things going in a positive moment here. 7 straight for Neptune. Surge mounting the comeback. Let's hear the comms now from Vancouver Surge.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm going to do good. Right now. Yo, lights. Weak, Hodger. On the auto treated. Nice. Yo, you're what's on you and what's light? Yeah, back. Lad, you twice, back. Yeah, go back. That's it. He's there, inbound. Nice. Back there. Watch out. Watch out. I'm back. I'm dead. Nice. On time now. Where is one? You're not right. Yeah, he's going to go. Yeah, fine. I'm gonna Cast set. Nice. I'm fighting. Time. When it's time. Nice shit. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, I'll watch me. One top cat on me. Top cat. Nice. I'll be. Nice. I'm pushing front. I'm pushing front now. No? You give it up. Yeah. I'll block front spawn now. I'm gonna go top out, okay, guys? Yeah. I'm gonna make sure no one is here. One is be control. He's front out now. And boy. I'm waiting for me. For you guys. Oh, bien P2 track. He's going in light.
One shot again, lights. He's gonna
watch out. A little bullet lights then. I spawn back gold.
He's
on top now. Go mid. I'm gonna
go side gold.
One ball. Yo,
back.
No. Don't. When be control, he's low. I think 3 times. Scrap.
Hold the corner.
Yeah, he's on the left. Yo, mid. That's fine. Mid door, hold door. Okay. No, let's start jumping on one. He's pushing goal. He's like completely now outside. Weak as fuck. Mid. I'm mid. Nice. Mid again. Nice. That's good. Nice. Soak this shit. I'm gonna go on the left.
He's too far.
Play slow if you can.
Yeah,
I'm on top. Yeah, take it up. I'm dead. Top right, low B and defense. Back me far dead. Like no event. One in.
Yeah, I've been rewatching Dragon Ball. Like I'm watching Dragon Ball Z Kai, and like I'm just thinking, I need Neptune when he's going off this hair to spike, bro. It's all blonde. He'd be going Super Saiyan. What do you think?
I'm in.
Yeah, dude. He had a crazy streak, some nutty plays, nearly an insane triple there at 3rd. But the slang really started to mount up for Vancouver Surge. They brought it back. They were in striking distance while really taking a lead. Now, though, it's Thieves' turn to answer back. I mean, Ghosty and Envoy were in hell for a while there. They're both sitting around double negative. The slang margin kept creeping over towards Surge, but this is a great stretch from them now.
And sometimes that's why you are glad you have 2 superstars on your team, right? Yeah. I mean, you're going to get some of these maps at moments from Ghosty and Envoy, but this is what Scrap and Hydra do. They will pick up the pieces. And again, Surge do such a good job during that listen at the P1, at the P2. They even took the lead. But what did LA Thieves play for? They play for this money hill. And, well, a couple of times in a row now, it has been much cleaner. And what you see the lead is turned into, they're going to be up around 190 points.
Yeah, I feel good about, like, kind of point about Hydra. Is he's 30-13, Joe. Closer and closer to evolving back into being God. He is just insane. What a series this could be for him. So far, it's a map, and they got to close it out. Up 80, handling everything. 6 straight, now 7, doing it all. The guy is an absolute monster now, eclipsing that 200-point mark, 50 away from the dub. Can't quite get it done here, but taking all the time they can. Kind of, you were talking about the P1 advantage from Surge in the last rotation. This time it's all Thieves here early, but now the collapse in from Surge. We'll see if they can break. Nice kill there from Abuza, able to shut down that streak. They swarm in, they get it, but now the P2 spawn going to pop for Thieves.
Yeah, I mean, that back hot spawn, you'd see Abuza just kind of waiting for it, but he's going to get taken down. You have a Hellstorm on the side of Envoy. But yeah, I mean, what, he's 33-14. Yeah, he is there's no doubt about it. He is locked in.
No, dude, he's unbelievable. Be one of the best to ever do it by the time it's all said and done, but he is still a young player with a lot to do left in his career. but a pleasure to watch and commentate. We'll see if they can close it out in the upcoming Hardpoint. They've got the P2 setup. They're in the point. It'll be Hydra kind of soaking up the time, relying on his teammates, but there's that spawn. It's going to come in back cut. Now I don't think Hydra's going to be ready for this whatsoever. Nope, he's not.
I thought Envoy was blocking on stairs. It's actually it's not even the back hut one. He just spawns right behind Envoy. Nasty does. Gets a free 2 kills. And there we go. There is the break. So a chance here, but a Hellstorm on at this side of LAD is going to be called in. Not going to connect, but doesn't give Hydra some room. The dive is on in, but Nasty able to win it, and then off spawn is Neptune.
Well, they got a chance now to at least extend this so they can get the remaining 20 or so seconds. And this is going to be one of those insane sequences. It usually kind of comes down to a 3 to 4, typically when it's a tight game.
This is big time.
Yeah, because how much harder will it be for that perfection play out of Surge if you're only like 10 points away from a victory? But they keep going 1 for 1, battling on the point. The 1 for 1 stops as Nasty's able to get 2. Surge will get the rest, but the fact that the battle extends, you should be ahead on rotation if you are Thieves. You're able to win the fight on one side, you're able to win the fight now on both sides of the P3. Just not from right up the middle, as they'll pluck the player out of the point. We'll see if number 3 on the minimap can make a play. Not going to be able to as Ghosty picks it up, and now we'll see if they can shut it down here.
Yeah, big couple of kills right there by Ghosty. Not having the best statistical game, but on that rotation, playing it safe, able to pick up a Booza. Then that second player working on through for Surge. He knows this is kind of their safety net, controlling this side of the map. That's going to be 3 dead, up to 235. Hydra is in your face, doing whatever the hell the man wants to do. Scrap gonna pick up the pieces. Thieves looking to close out map 1.
Hydra looking for 40. Scrap at 41. Your superstars, you went out, you bought them, you got them, and now they're paying off the minor win. They'll kick things right off with a map 1 win. A rematch from that final. And right back to work for Thieves. This is one they lost in that final this time. Yeah, a couple wonky spawns come in, but they're able to deal with it. And well, you're fortunate you had some insane stretches from Hydra.
Well, I think the key is, right, your P4s were just better. That's what you played for, and they paid off. Right? There were a couple of times, I think, throughout the minor where it was just messy in that area.
Yeah, it just feels like, I mean, you're 2 and 4, like your money, and like, it's just 2's wonkier, right?
Yeah,
like 4 seems to be like a little more reliable spawn-wise, where you can actually get the time. Yes, it can be scrappier, but 2, it's like you feel like you have the perfect setup there. You're like, oh no, we do not. And I'm sure teams can get better at reading some of these, but when you see a lot of unreadable spawns coming in and people just not turning at all, you know, something maybe a little bit off, but it's an 80-point win for Thieves. Yeah, nearly 240 bombs out of LA Thieves. We were talking about Hydra a lot because just statistically from a KD standpoint, he was incredible. When you talk about damage and overall kills, it's going to be Scrap. They're really a rough slate. 41 from him, nearly 5,300 damage. You just look at the damage from your 2 like superstars, and the other 2 like they were popping off. And listen, nothing to take away from Envoy and Ghosty. They're terrific players, but this is what you paid for.
No, I mean yeah, you're going to have some of these. You know, Envoy's going to get some bad timings. Ghosty, you know, focused on spawns. You're just going to have some bad statistical maps when you go deeper into tournaments. It's going to happen. It's going to happen.
You don't need all 4 players to pop off. You never have. It's rarely been a thing for a team.
But I mean, yeah, you're just able to do what you do best. Scrap and Hydra, and that is slight, make plays on the map. And I mean, listen, for Surge throughout this, started off pretty slow. You brought it back, but again, it was just the control of P4s. It was right after this where, yeah, you took the lead there for a brief second if you are Surge. But what you did, a map out of Neptune, and then, you know, maybe the difference maker in the minor final was Abuza, but he does not have a great map 1 in 04. He's been self-critical of himself. He wants to play better.
No, I mean, you had a slight slaying like advantage if you were Surge when it got close to like 110 scoreline, whatever it was. But like from that point forward, it is all Thieves. I don't think it ends up being like that crazy of a margin. Well, it kind of does, actually. It kind of does. Well, because you were pretty significantly negative if you were Envoy and Ghost, so you picked up a bit, and then you end up like, yeah, plus 20 or whatever the hell it was for Hydra. So, yeah, it's really the second half of the game. They start to take over. Some frustrations maybe for the Surge crew who were able to take that in the final. But listen, you're still feeling good if you're them. You're 3-0 right now in this qualifier. Even if you lost this, you're still the best you have looked this year. But you're still looking at battle.
Yeah, I mean, you see right there, P2, it's a tie game, and then it's just red, just goes straight to 250.
Yeah.
They do just such a good job at that P4. But yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. For them, I'm just based off what Ray said. Obviously, you want to start in the winners bracket. You're going to have to probably win a match or 2, but they should be able to do that. Yeah, they should be able to do that. And again, for them, it's just sort of improving on our map pool.
Yeah, that's going to be the single biggest thing. I like that Ray said that because it's been awesome to see this resurgence from the Surge. Like it's been really cool, but for a while there, it was, you know, it's the protocols you were talking about. Like they have to widen that map pool because usually where you get exposed is when it gets to like a best of 7 final, or when you're playing against the top teams that have a really wide map pool. We'll see if they can do it, because that's probably, is that like this? Okay, let's say like you just have a base flat line for teams, like you've got kind of your basic fundamentals down. It's like the hardest step, just widening the map pool over the course of the year. Like the most difficult thing. Well, to get like a gap from like the other teams.
Yeah, I mean, probably, right? Because just like we always talk about matchups, and it's just like, where do you find your openings in one matchup versus the other? Just not always having a go-to, being an easy read. But yeah, I think so. No matter what, it's difficult because when you're playing, it just feels like your team has a better general understanding of one map versus the other, versus another.
I was gonna say this. I remember like my ex's dad like watched it for the first time, and he was like asking me questions about it. And he'd like watched a little bit of Counter-Strike before, but was not a big esports person. He was like having me explain some stuff. He's like, "Why are some teams like so bad at some stuff and other stuff? They like practice every day, don't they?" I'm like, "Yeah, but like we have 3 different game modes, we have 5 to 8 different maps, whatever it is, based on a given year. It's just not realistic to be good at every single map and mode. That's never really been a thing. We're not like other. I mean, like a league, you're playing one. Well, you know, it's one thing. Like it's just not. It's not the same." In a perfect world, yeah, you should be able to script it every day and be good at them all, but that's just never...
It's human nature, I think, right?
Yeah.
Where your main focus is in practice, we suck at Surge. Your focus is much higher in the Surge practice than maybe elsewhere.
Just like, you know, certain parts of a map can click for a player. You see them go off. Same with certain maps and modes. Like, things just click for people for whatever reason. And, yeah, you try to widen, that's what you'll work on. But the S&D, you can see, it has improved massively for this Thieves team. Hydra's resurgence and Search and Destroy has been a big part of that. He was not statistically the player you expected at the beginning of the year than Search. He started to really take over there, and they found some improvements behind it. But yeah, from 8-12 to 6-2, percentage-wise, that is a massive, massive turnaround.
Yeah, I mean, they came home from the major. They lost 3 Surges in the final and said, we're getting better here. And they have. They absolutely have.
Yeah, I still think, as much as I've been impressed with what the FaZe guys have done over the years, and they've been doing it for a very long time, I don't think we'll ever see that consistency like, replicated and stuff. But like, I think just right now, this Thieves team probably has the highest ceiling. I don't know. I could be wrong, but it does. It does. Like, if they really, really start
I think the difference maker in that for me is probably Envoy, because when he is clicking, good luck beating this team.
True. Well, I mean, God, FaZe's peak too. I mean, well, okay, we just saw it in the final, like, but that's before their Surge got good, so we'll see. But then FaZe also, they need to improve in some hard points and stuff. But that's why I think we're going to see probably that matchup quite a bit this year. But you see the last 4 maps for Thieves and Search, how they've gone down. We get back to Skyline. Skyline's treated us some doozies as of late. We'll get right back to it. Aggressive here, up towards the A point quickly for Thieves on offense. No trophies, so you're trying to bait out and deal with any kind of nades, but they're going to go for the quick plant anyway. Envoy able to get that down. Now let's see if Vancouver Surge can work the retake. Over to Neptune's POV, he's going to get caught clean and crispy there from Ghosties. You find the picks, but now it's Abuza trying to line him up. See if they can get it done, Joe. There's a second.
Yeah, you have numbers advantage right now. Just got to work that defuse, and this is a good read. Well, unfortunately, he just flies right over him. 2 versus 3. Hydra flies on through. Now just trying to waste some time. 1 versus 1, though. 0-4, not didn't expect the chow. Ghosty is there. You had the numbers if you were Surge, but Hydra just able to make the play.
Yeah, it goes vertical and nearly like nuts the forehead there. Like,
yeah, no.
just jumps right over his head.
Did I get this spot? Does it look good down there?
He had the read, but it's Ghosty that gets 3 in the round. Maybe not the best map one, but listen, we know the intangibles this guy can bring to a team. We'll be critical. I'm sure he's critical of himself when he's not maybe performing from a KD standpoint, but we know he is capable of it. And now, nice 3-kill start in the round 1.
And don't forget that game 7. It was a 3-1 Surge. They won 5 rounds in a row. Yep. So there were a number of rounds just like that on retakes where you had numbers if you were Surge, you just weren't able to complete it. So this is one of those maps maybe they're talking about. They're just trying to get better at it. They know it's going to be a difference maker.
At least, I mean, Thieves had the first blood. So like, you almost pulled off a 3v4. You can look at it that way too. But yes, when you get down to the 3v2, you do have numbers. Definitely a game or a round of swings for sure. Scrap, some damage in, but some damage taken, so he backs out of it. Neptune just lurking. Envoy doing the same. Eventually they're going to have to greet, and that'll be the time to go. Patience pays off for Neptune. That'll turn into 2 and a clean sweep off the board for Surge. Nice round.
Yeah, sick round, honestly. They start off A. They leave Neptune bedroom. And pretty much the players, they just go all the way through backstairs. They take the B bomb set away. The map kind of flips on its head. And maybe the key is just for Neptune to survive, right? He's watching the underground. He's able to, well, just use the zip to get to his teammates, able to reposition. And this is what you can see from this Surge team. Like, they just have, great teamwork, great comms, and when they want to execute and search and destroy, they do it at a very high level.
I'll tell you what, we haven't had a webcam for him, and we obviously don't hear the comms all the time, but he was very vocal between rounds right there. I mean, he was like the lone voice, it seemed. We'll see what the play call is going to be, but yeah, he was real active. They don't want to give the free plant this time. That's the call. They get aggressive, but well, it's not the same setup from Thieves either, and they're able to catch one. Hydra with the first blood right up through Cat, and they are just sending it up the gut now. Hydra in a great spot. B site control. Not often the most diversity in sites here, but we're seeing a little bit now.
Yeah, you know, team's going to try to switch it up with the strats, and yeah, this B site. Not too often, but again, Neptune 1 versus 2 going to get taken down. Trades on point from LA Thieves.
See, that's different than Vault, because Vault, you would have gone B, but then lost the round.
That's a good point.
We'll see it planted sometimes, Joe, but you never win that round.
Never win there.
I don't know if I've cast a round win like with a bomb plant there.
There's like the simple one before.
Well, you know, that's actually the one. I was literally going to say that. That's the one I can picture in my head is the one before. Like, I don't know if that can be your normal. But Ghosty just hopping out right onto the arch. Able to get the pick, and it's 3 straight for Abuza. But, I mean, the pistol just nearly enough. The headshot from Ghosty, likely the difference there. Nice start from him in this map, too, and they'll take the 2-1 edge. He's 5-1. You had a really good look offensively last of your Surge. Just to be a little more like the default from Thieves in the first round. They'll get out, get the A plant. But 2 people have been aggressive. That's going to be Hydra and Ghosty. Getting active quickly up mid-map. Abuza tucked away deep. Bedroom swarm about to come in, it seems like, from Thieves, but they're going to wrap back towards kitchen control around A. All 4 on the side, everyone playing out around it. This is a 2-man flanked in from Surge, trying to get the other side.
This is a wild round. This is cool to watch on the minimap. It's a lot of give and take, but when it comes down to the numbers, LA Thieves able to win the gunfights on this retake, so all down to Abuza. Can he find the player on the defuse? Nope, Envoy gonna get on his belly, has the ARs looking over him. And yeah, I like the setup there from Surge, right? You get the bomb down, you back up to Abuza because you're not seeing anything on the lower side of the map. So maybe they're thinking it's a Cat hit. Then the players get up to Cat. LA Thieves drop down to the bomb, so they both kind of double flank through Cat, but Thieves are ready for it.
Yeah, the double flank just gets there like a little too late. Too decisive from Thieves. Get control of kitchen quickly, and well, it's another first blood that leads to a round win for Ghosty. He's already got 2 or 3. He's out to 6-1 now. Good stuff from Ghosty and the Thieves crew. They take the 3-1 edge. We'll see if Surge can now start to rebound, because with the control record, what's been for Thieves, this is a must-win map for Surge. Thieves seem unbeatable in control right now. You have got to take this. On that final, you were what? You were up 3-1. Opposite here, but now got to get going. This is a big round. Planted for Thieves. First blood, second blood from Nasty. Ghosty gets smoked. Envoy's in the car. That'll get blown up. Hey, welcome out of the car. You're now in a 1 versus 4. Surge had to step it up in a big way in this round. They're able to do it. And their 2 round wins, by the way, have been like perfect. Like, it was the offense, not his defense, where it's been clean. You don't lose a player and you smoke them.
Well, and the big thing there is Nasty, it's too what both players tried to push through the bomb site. So he's the one man on this side of the map from Surge, and the fact he ends up with a double there is massive. Because on the other side of the map, it's Ghosty, right? He throws that stun, gets 0 information. Misses all of it, but yeah, this is the key. So they both try to push on through. So this is what both teams are doing. They're not seeing anything kitchen side. They're almost just trying to, like, outmaneuver each other on the map with that A bomb down. Yeah. But they got caught that time.
Yeah, and that's just where you hope Scrap can trade it. He gets him within a bullet, hits him down to 13 HP, but it's a big individual play from Nasty in a big moment where you need it around. Now see if they can tie it up at 3-3. See what the dancing looks like on the minimap in this one. 0-4. There's his first blood. He's been like the most hit or miss Surge player. I swear to God, he's either got 12 or he has 2. I swear to God, there's no difference. Or there's no between.
I think there's honestly, like, him and Envoy play very similar like roles in that. They like to play these lurk sort of flank roles where, and that is just a very risk-reward role. Because you're either going to find all your timings or they're going to be awful.
Yes, especially with some of these maps too. Like not as much freedom, and those are the players that'll be certainly very hit or miss. Hydra's timing absurd there. Nice play from him. All down to Abuza now, 1 versus 2. He's going to find absolutely nothing Thieves get the round win, back up 2.
That's another one where they had numbers, right? 3-on-2 for the side of Surge, and the difference there is just Hydra in the vent. Able to turn that like 1v2 into their advantage, and then Josie's just kind of lurking. But yeah, you have a 3 versus 2. You have numbers here, and with how clean it is, Neptune doesn't want to dive into the vent, and I'm not really sure what he's doing. He's just got these, again, just maybe comms or kind of decision-making, not where it wants to be on Skyline.
Yeah, I don't know. They think he just backed away or what the deal was there, but yeah.
Well, maybe he's trying to wait, then he turns around, and it looked like he was waiting for his teammate maybe to pinch vent.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Hydra snapping back, taking out 04, gets him to 2 and 5. Not able to get a second though behind that. Yeah, no, I thought he had that. Envoy though, clean up the scraps. Well, it's actually Ghosty's nade, so both those probably going to hit and get the kill. Plant now going down. Down a man, Abuza and Neptune trying to bring this back. What's Neptune's timing going to be like? Well, he gets the spot onto Envoy. The tags are in. There's the finish. I thought nearly taking his teammate out. I actually don't know how he doesn't really hit him there. Brings it back. Neptune going huge. Their turn to bring it back. Now to a 1 versus 1 in a huge round. Ghosty. Abuza. Ghosty to get to double digits. He's challenging him right off the bomb, buddy. And he doesn't care. Needs to, well, make sure he's not on it, obviously.
All that time, it just worked out so well.
Yeah.
It works out so well. He stays active. He's not shouldering. He continues to chase. The confidence is flowing right now with this man in Search and Destroy.
Up to 10 and 2. He's had really early round advantage behind some first bloods. Now getting it done in the 1v1 clutch. A guy that lives for those moments and having a big one there. Now a round away from taking the 2-0 edge, and then you're in trouble if you are Surge. But yeah, I think like as much as they were happy they got the, I don't know, game 7 monkey off their back or whatever, like I'm sure after the series they're like, bro, we lost 2 Hardpoints. We should have 4 of them.
Yeah, I think you heard in the trash talk.
Yes, yeah, you'll never see me in a final again. I'm sure they meant that. So they're here to try and assert that dominance this time. Advantage though to Surge. You've thrown away a couple of these 3v2s. This is one, well, you got to close out or you lose the map. Should be able to isolate Scrap, or do you? You get caught. Maybe you think you're going to double chow. It's not happening. The trade's not there yet. You let Scrap get 2? Dear, okay. What the hell are we doing? Down to a 1 versus 1. Scrap versus 04.
Oh, he's got a stun as well.
Just hops it. Not able to get it done, though. Thinks he keeps him weak behind the stun. Maybe he's not going to chow, but 04 has to send it. Calls him on bomb. Wins the round. But I thought that was going to be, what, the 3rd or 4th 3v2 you threw away?
Well, I think it was a 4 versus 2. Yeah, even worse. But it jumped down to a couple of seconds. And I think you just see the level of confidence both teams are playing with. On the side of Scrap, he's just taking gunfights. He's just holding his ground.
And that sequence, though, like that was a good view of like that 1v2. That just can't happen.
No.
That just cannot happen. You either both are shouldering him and giving him nothing, or you're both challenging him. Yeah, you're both flying. There has to be, yes, that just can't go like that. Like, that was ugly. I looked over, like, Ant's sitting on the desk, and he's put his hands up in the air. Like, what are we doing? You win the round, though. So,
win the round.
They're still alive. RC taken out basically instantly. Envoy looking for his 5th plant. He'll get it down and get away clean. 04 wants 2 and 5. Now to 5 and 5 behind his 3. They're going to send it out. First is in. Second should follow. There's a 3rd to go with it. Hydra. He's going to be last one up. Somebody on it already. Hydra, chance to make the play, though. That's going to be the call to hop off it, but a nice quick chow there from 04. He's not ready for it. Back-to-back rounds for Surge.
And this was the retake multiple times in the final round A, where I mean, we even saw at this map, they had numbers and they kind of threw it away. This time able to clean it on up.
And this is 04. I mean, they
yeah, don't let anybody sort of take a 1 versus 2, get a multi-kill. The trades are there, and yeah, what a turnaround from 04.
No, yeah, he's like streaky, but he's not like a Nero type of streaky. I don't know what to call him. Dude.
It's the 04.
It's the 04, yeah. I got no idea. He will just turn it on, and he's doing it in Search. Will it be enough to bring them back? They need this map badly. Ghosty leading on one side of Booza and Neptune, double 8s on the other. This round of offense for Surge to get you to the round 11. And you have to win 4 straight rounds, right? Be a collapse here from Thieves, and it might be happening. Neptune with the first blood.
It's a little odd, just bomb, or sorry, that RC car is like A side, sees nothing. In the 2 players top cat, just probably run at the area where they're set up, and well, Hydra gets caught.
See if Scrap can bring it back. Could be tough here with an AR in hand.
His timing.
He just spotted him, maybe. Info for his teammate, but he's going to get cut down on the cross. Envoy gets one before he falls. Gives Ghosty a chance now. 30 seconds remaining. Envoy's 2. Give you a glimmer of hope. Eyes on 1.
Nice shot.
Not going to hit, though. Trying to get an angle, maybe on a toe. Shoe's not quite big enough. He takes the route. They read the route. They shut it down. 3 straight now for Vancouver Surge. They get it to around 11. I mean, Skyline just leads to bangers.
I mean, Scrap just turns the corner there. He's probably kill the bomb carrier. Makes it a 3 versus 3. Maybe that's a different round. Instead, that player gets away, and then the round kind of collapses after Hydra gets first blood. But great job right there by Nasty, just playing his life, wasting Ghosty's time.
Here we go. Another round 11 on Skyline. Man, I don't know if the numbers matter much. We've had some swing rounds here from 3v2, 4v2s thrown away, but it's 0-4's 5 straight. Nasty's 2 in the last round that ended up being huge. Offense for Thieves. Kind of back to your round 1 default. Plant in today. Now can Surge retake. Well, before it's 5 in a row, leading to a streak. See if it turns into anything. What do you got for us? Well, he's able to wrap it in perfectly. Hydra to get picked early in the round. Scrap at least gets 1 for you. Scrap gets 2 for you. Scrap is taken over. 0-4 in trouble, but still up. Nice stun out, able to hit. He is between both players. Maybe trying to isolate him. For now, going to hold. Scrap working for the ace, I think. I'm not sure if he got the last one. He was wide swinging at the tail end of it. At least 3 in the round for Scrap, but the comeback dream is dead for Surge. You did 3 straight. You needed 4. It's Ghosty that gets the last one. Why not? I mean, he was taking over most of the map, and that round 11 goes to Scrap.
I mean, there's no doubt about it. Again, in a scenario where he just holds the bomb, right? Holds the kitchenette. He says, I will take all of the gunfights. I do not care.
If he has a little pillar or anything he can work with the shield, like one side, he's like, I'm channeling everything. Give me the ability to re-peek, and I'm gunning you to sleep. That's how he has been since he came into the league, never scared to take a fight. It's a 2-0 edge now for Thieves. Scrap, Ghosty leading the way. I mean, Scrap was, struggling a bit really at that point. He had the damage hit, but like, it's a massive round 11 for him. But Dan Ghosty's why you get there. On the other side, it's really 0-4 that starts to turn it on kind of during that 3-round stretch. Him and Nasty get you there. Abuza, Neptune kept you in it, but it's a Thieves win, and now, yeah, control has been just money for Thieves. And you said to me when I came into that, I said that was a hell of a final, blah, 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 blah. And you were like, I don't know, man. Like, there were a couple of spawns in the Hardpoints. I'm thinking probably Thieves 3-0 today. I was like, okay.
That was my prediction.
Yeah.
Go back, watch that final. Yeah, Hardpoint. That's a couple of cleaner scenarios for Thieves, and maybe it's uglier, but, you know, who knows? Maybe that's just a Surge play style.
You thought they were better than a Game 7 win.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I did.
well, looking that way right now, even though it goes the whole way to around 11. But that'll do it, at least for the map 2. We're going to kick it to the desk while they break that down. Then we have control coming up.
A 6-3 the last time they played on this map. That was a Game 7. Now in a Game 2, LA Thieves jump out to an early lead, but they're taken to a round 11. Yep. Where did Vancouver fumble, if at all, in that Game 2?
Oh, man, a huge round they threw away in one of their offensive rounds, right? You get a first blood, and Hydra's down low in the bottom vent. We're just kind of channeling him one by one. First of all, I don't know why we're in the vent to begin with, right? Like, we have numbers in this round. We can maybe make a push together over towards A, or even top hallway. Vent just is an isolated area you just don't want to be. But regardless of that, I thought Vancouver played a way better search and destroy this time around, Chris. I think, some of their defensive rounds are great, where they sent a couple through top mid, had Nasty watch the push through, which then set them up for an instant retake all just through front, where they won both those defenses. So you see the round right here, where it sets them up later in the game to just kind of retake from the front. A great job by them. The issue that they were having was, in that final round, like, you call on the streak, you find a kill, but then everybody's just not together on that retake. Allows Ghosty to rewrap all the way around Hot Tub. Even if Scrap doesn't find like all 3 of those kills, Ghosty was going to make a huge impact play on the cross regardless. So Surge is getting back into the lab, like, gotta just keep improving from these losses.
They were up 5-2. Surge nearly winning 4 rounds in a row. They take out Hydra with the cruise missile. 0-4 perfectly gliding that one in.
those.
I thought Vancouver had an opportunity. Where did they fumble the bag? Here's that final round with Scrap.
So we have seen them retake this, and they just kind of banged 3 down low and traded out inside while the players were deep, and Ghosty couldn't make an impact. Well, in this time, they kind of chow one by one. Once again, Scrap gets the first kill on the guy sliding, kind of staggers them, and then, 04 was in the streak, so he's late on the push as well. So it's just a tough round for them where you did kill Hydra, but in the end, Scrap's too much to deal with.
Number 2 versus number 6 on our power rankings right now, leading up to Major 2 and LA Thieves. Now on match point going into a vault control. Before we get to that control though, Ant, let's revisit our first respawn. It was the Hardpoint where Vancouver jumped out to the early lead at around 115 points. LA Thieves took control.
Yeah, this is why Thieves are the best respawn team in the world. Like, a lot of teams can learn from this, so let's jump in and draw conclusions and talk about what they do here. So this is a P3 where they get a decent amount of time, but it's not just time they want to get here. They also want to control like the side of the map that they're on so they can chain it, right? So let's jump into the minimap and let's talk about what they do. A lot of teams would position a player like in here to watch over the street. You'd have players kind of pressuring through mid, right? Well, right here they acknowledge that Hydra got the spawn out, so we're going to have Scrap go inside, watch bottom vault. We're going to have A just sit in the hill, and then this is Envoy. He's going to secure this kill, and he's going to watch the push through here. So what does that mean? Nobody can get through to their side of the map. Nobody's actually making plays besides Hydra. They know he's going to be able to make a massive play here. So you see right here, Envoy finds this kill at Lion, and then Hydra's making a huge kill on the pinch here. And we're just holding. We got Scrap inside bottom vault. We got number 8 in time, that's Ghosty. And then what happens here is you see Hydra finds those 2 kills. He pushes this out immediately. He knows they're all spawning here. He's going to either catch one here. If he doesn't, he's going to come back to time to clean up and then re-wrap it, right? So you want to keep them in this spawn cycle, and that way you can get a majority of time here. And why this is so important is because right now it was 115 to 111 when this hill started. It ends up being 210 to 119 if you're on the side of LA Thieves. Just controlling the map, playing aggressive but not too aggressive. You're not sitting back in your building. You're having map presence. It's huge by Thieves, man. It's what sets them apart.
They went on to absolutely crush in the second half of this game. Vancouver not close in the second half of the Hardpoint, but that could be flipped on its head as we get into control. LA Thieves had the best of Vancouver both times around Nameless. What are expectations moving forward?
I mean, you're going up against the best control team in the world, man. I mean, how many times have we seen Envoy just putting somebody in the absolute blender in their base, right? They're a tough one to crack.
I do want to ask, though, we saw 80 kills being dropped between Scrap and Hydra, map number 1. Mm-hmm. Can you shut down either of those 2 players? Can you single them out in-game?
No, you can't single out players. It's a common misconception that fans have. It's like, oh, if we just shut down their AR, we win this. No, everybody's doing everything on these teams. I just showed you a clip. Like, what are you going to do there? You're going to all go bottom vault and try to take Scrap out of the game? Doesn't work like that. You just have to play sound Call of Duty and just make it hard for him to get into advantageous positions. Like, if you were to target Scrap in that round 11, what are we going to do there? We all bang out together, down low at the exact same time. It's too hard to do.
It's now time for Merc and Maven to finish this 3-0.
It's an interesting concept. I think there's I don't know if it's a player like a Shotzi or a Zuma or like someone that tries to take. Yes, yes. Those type of people, yes. I think you can try and keep in front of you and like shut down. But yeah, like an AR, like you gotta shoot him. You gotta win that gunfight.
No, you gotta take the gunfight.
Typically. Now, Chris said like power rankings like 2 versus 6. I mean, he's just talking about your overall CDL standings. But like power rankings right now, like if you did like a live power ranking, this is like a 1 versus 3, right? Like for you right now?
I mean, 1 or 2.
1 or 2 versus 3. Like,
versus 3 or 4, whatever you want to do.
I go probably 1 versus 3 right now, just like today.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Sounds good to me.
No, it's just interesting where they are compared to like where they are in the CDL standings.
Yeah. I'm just trying to think. I'm like going through all the teams. Who's Surge? Surge right now? I'm probably top 4.
Yeah? Oh, they're probably top 4. I mean, they're definitely top 4. They're 3rd or 4th. Somewhere there.
Sure.
Yeah. That's fair. Well, Thieves Control is first. First in every single category. That's what we were talking about, how big that map 2 was. Thieves. Just demonic in the map 3, and I know you love yourselves good control team. Listen, I know fans go back and forth on it as a particular mode, but when it comes to like good Call of Duty, like your top teams usually solid in control.
Yeah, I mean, if you talk about like sort of major winners, championship winners, the control rate is normally very, very high when it jumps to that particular game mode. But I will say this is again another one from the minor final. There were like 2 rounds that Surge really threw away. There was like a 4 versus 2 on offense that they threw away. There was another run. I forget exactly how it happened, but there were chances. There are opportunities in this. Maybe not to win the map, but could have gone to like a round 5. This was again a 3-0 in that one. So Surge are like, let's just play it again.
Well, they're going to get their opportunity to play it again as we're having a lot of stuff rematch from that best of 7. control record this season, 17-4, is just terrific out of Thieves and trying to get it out to 18 now. Vancouver Surge, a gigantic uphill battle in the remainder of this series. They're going to have to rip off 3 straight, but it starts now with the control if they can get it done. Hydra, dominant in the first respawn, looking to get right back to work. He's taking a long route. He's working the flank, and that's what I'm talking about. This is something, I mean, you can work on to like deal with that type of route. You know he's going to take it. You pick it up. The timing is like a little bit off, but you're able to shut him down. Just make sure he doesn't pop 2 or 3 there to.
Well, that's a really cool break-off, right? Because you have 2 players go B street. He's taking that wide route. If Hydra actually gets a kill or 2, that might be just an early B cap. It might be just instantaneous, or at least a second tick. So Thieves, they open up to the B point, able to find 1 tick there. And we saw during the minor in the last couple of weeks, the Major 2 qualifiers. I mean, the objective in general is being tougher and tougher on this map.
No, it certainly has. Really, I mean, yeah, B's always been tough. A is the retakes have gotten so much better for teams over these last several months. Abuza, he's able to get 3. It was a triple from Neptune to kind of shut down that first push. Now a triple from Abuza, who's trying to get back to the work he did in that grand final with an incredible series out of him. He's 6-1. Unfortunately, you've got 04 and Nasty still looking for their first. Papa Abuza, though, shutting it down. Now 04 on the board with his 2, and you've held the line here at A. One guy out in front leading the way is Ghosty. He's going to kind of flirt towards B. Not going to get a whole lot done.
Yeah, it's some bad timing there. Neptune, though, just picks up on it, helps his teammate Abuza off spawn, then wins the next gunfight. Now Nasty is in there with the flank. A lot of Jackals out for Vancouver Surge, just locking down these choke points.
So far, so good. 20 seconds to go. You're up 5 lives. Can you just not have any mistakes? As I talk about mistakes,
Mistakes were made,
I think for Abuza, nade hits, he'll take the suicide and he'll be out of it. That could be the opening now for Thieves. Or is it? Abuza back off spawn, able to get 1. 5 seconds to go. Last-ditch effort here. 5 straight for Neptune. A very strong opening round from Vancouver Surge.
Yeah, at least with that early break, you got the first tick, so it comes to 3 total. That's like an objective point if you were on the side of LA Thieves. But yeah, just not giving them a chance, retaking A.
Lately, yeah, 3 rounds might be the difference. 1 round might be the difference. We'll see if it goes down to the round 5. But what a starter from Abuza. Him and Neptune really just pop off potential throughout the course of that opener. Now they'll shift gears. We'll look towards the offense for Surge and see what they're able to do. You mentioned there were a couple plays, couple rounds away from making things a little bit more interesting in the final. And hell, you're able to take this control, it shifts the series because that's got to be a whole lot of confidence. You're able to take one against the best control team in the game, and you know you can win hardpoints off of them. You did it in that final. Maybe you get all the way to a map 5, but Neptune will carry his 5 streak in. 0-4 open things up with an nade, and let's see if Surge can pounce. He's going to take a similar route out poolside like Hydra, and you see the timing. They pick it up. It's just, yeah, you got that internal clock. You got the game clock. They turn right as he goes to hit the edge, and well, their other teammate do the same thing on the other side. So.
Yeah, I mean, it's just pretty much like, hey, as soon as we win this first gunfight, start to turn. You know, maybe someone off spawn gives you the heads up, hey, I spawned here. That means there's someone flanking, so just able to communicate, and well, you double chow that player down. So it was looking so good early in this round for Surges. Now they're going to have to battle for map control.
The battle will continue, but you got people out to the 50-yard line for both sides of it. Booz will be holding left side catwalk, waiting for his teammates to rally up. Both now off a spawn. See if he can help find an opening. Just tough to get angles from here. Sometimes nasty, though. Elidu1, Abuza wants to hop into the fray, swap over to the sub, and able to slide past one, at least get one, but it's been 1 for 1 really over a lot of these pushes, so no one able to get any kind of real control over the site. Waiting for maybe a big multi-kill to be the difference, but with what, sub 20 seconds to go and still a flurry here around the point. Pressure on Surge now to get, I mean, those 3 ticks are looking great for Thieves right now.
Yeah, this is what we see, but we've also seen a lot of last-second pushes where you get 3 or 4 dead, and it turns into that A-cap. Finally, that opening comes on through, but can Scrap find one? He's going to delay this a little bit longer, allow his teammates to get in position for that retake. There's a second one dead. The last 2 players coming off the spawn. That's 0-4 and Neptune. Neptune gets sent back to spawn. Same at 0-4, same with Nasty. It's looking like Thieves going to tie it up.
Might have one last chance to touch it, or do you? Not going to be able to get there. Actually, the fights are happening pretty deep outside of the site. So what? Tick and a half, which we will round down to 1. 1 tick through for Surge. So far, Thieves a bit better on the defensive end. we'll see if that'll be the conversation here. Who's better on defense, or if somebody can really take over in an offense.
A lot of the times it's just like one kill, right? Because you take one player off that objective, buys a few more moments for your teammates to get there. And a couple of times it was just scrap, just sort of holding it down, able to find one gunfight when you had multiple players over towards Cat. You just held this position.
It's just sort of the nature of this map and like how small it is and how the central point is. I think it just ends up being, you don't have a ton of 3 or 4 downs because it's just like this staggered reinforced constantly from both teams. And it's just like gunfight, 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 gunfight. It's just one over and over and over again. Like someone will pop a double, but it's not that often that you have like a clean 3-4 dead.
No, it's
just not.
Well,
off the opening break sometimes, yes, that's a little bit different. I mean, once you get into like the blender of the map and you get into that sort of reinforced cycle, it's tough. It is.
Yeah, and a lot of times it's just sort of like survivability on this point, right? Just like there's all these pillars who can just slide out and maybe turn the numbers to your side.
It can be tough to pop a crazy multi-kill too, just because of that, right? You just don't have the angle.
Well, this is what you're talking about. It comes down to a 1 versus 1, and there is the retake.
And it's literally just everyone sprinting back over and over again. And just one play can be the difference, or you'll just have that 1-for-1 that just continues throughout the course of it. Still a minute to work with. You got 1 tick done. Nasty ends up working out for him, and now you have a threat in the back line of Thieves. They're gonna have to worry about Nasty, or maybe they'll just leave him, spawn out pull, and see what they're gonna take routes and opt to do, but
I think the key is a couple of times you've had either Envoy or Hydra trying to take like a longer route. They just have not been able to find much success yet in the respawn. Not getting the best game on Envoy and Joe. See if they can turn this around, turn it into something. Some pressure on the point, but there's that multi-kill from Neptune to give Surge numbers. He's up to 18. Abuz has really come alive here as well. Defense so strong for both squads.
I think with a map like this, like, yeah, they've got 2 offenses so far. You're padding your stats in the defense, and you might be getting bottled up a bit in the offense. Just sort of what it is.
Yeah, not wrong.
Okay, well, there's 3 straight though. That's the moment they've not been able to have, and they have it in that last-ditch effort. And you're still okay in the lives. You're down 2, but listen, you're ahead big time in the ticks now. And you win your opening gunfight as you surge on out. Can they turn this into any more progress? Ghosty trying to get down from topside art, not able to do it. Scrap putting a tough one, but traded out quickly. It's Hydra once again with a route. We'll see if this works out.
I'd say, is he going to turn? He is. Yeah, that's 04. 04 is like, I'd do something like this. We're looking for Hydra, the type of player that he is, and maybe that sort of conversation we were having.
Nice shots.
You know, with Ant, it's just sort of like, all right, who's that last player? It's Hydra. He loves to take these routes. Somebody turn around.
Those are the guys you can't necessarily shut down, because a lot of times those players are disgusting, you know, but you can minimize them. Or at least make them win insane fights, right? Like, make them earn it. And that's what I do like about our maps, even though they're a little like one-dimensional. You don't get like just free flanks. You have to win a fight to get to spots usually. You can't just dive into water on Hydro, swim underground, and then you're behind a whole team, you know? Like, you got to win a fight usually to get somewhere. I mean, complain how you'd like about certain things in Surge, but at least for respawn.
There is a pool on this map. We could add water.
Yeah, you're mostly having to play pretty straight up. Oh, that's been my biggest issue with maps in the past. Like, I hate when someone can get a flank for free. Like, I mean, you can get a flank sometimes. You just take a long route, but there's been times you just don't even really have to take.
There's just so many lanes.
Yes. It's 7 lanes disguised as like a 3-lane map, and you run right up the map and just get behind people because you can't watch 3 things if you're one person. So here, I mean, it's pressure to those types of players and pressure to teams to deal with them, but Surge hold it. But again, they're up 2-1, but advantage still to Thieves, just based on the ticks department. But we don't talk about that at all if somehow Surge are able to win this round, because then they win the map.
Should somebody find an opening?
I say there's someone right next to them, and Ghosty eventually gets it. The opening might be going over to Envoy, though. It's just door slamming.
My man's like, which door was that?
He's got his headphones on backwards, literally, too, so I don't even know what's going on there for him.
Yeah, but he's used to that, so he should react to it.
Still the most insane thing I've ever heard in my life.
Isn't there a second player who does it? Who's the second one?
Yeah, I always forget the second one. Envoy was the first one told me he did it.
Is it Ghosty?
It might be.
Yeah.
It might be. I remember saying, like, Envoy, why do you wear your headset backwards? Like, I don't know. It was a kid. I used to it. Like, okay. Makes no sense to me whatsoever. But lives-wise, you're all right. The problem going to be time now for Surge. You've got 40 or so seconds, but you need some progress. I mean, 04 gets to a spot, but the rest of your team drops, so you're now useless until everyone comes back off spawn. Your position known. Beautiful stun, backing him up, just kind of keeping him out of the play, and then Envoy able to pick it up from mid-map. Nice comms there from Thieves. Don't let 04 get away while you got everybody else off respawn. But this is your last chance.
I mean, they've just flipped the map. They just sort of leave the players inside of A, hunt down the other two, and now they're going to use their numbers and, well, retake it beautifully. So, yeah, you only have 2 ticks. It's looking like LA Thieves going to have defense in round 5, but sometimes in Vault, it's one moment. Can they somehow extend this? Booz is hoping his teammates can find a kill or two. Gonna try to cause a distraction, but that won't work.
Whew. So, yeah, you've got 2 total ticks. Now you're hoping for some round 5 magic if you are Surge, but you've just been shut out. And yeah, we've had some crazy ones, but I feel like not that many ones on Vault. Like, obviously, we've had some Hacienda ones. Invasion was almost a guarantee last year. But Vault, not that many. We'll see.
Surge, crazy the way the year started, because there was so many offensive round wins.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, it's weird, too, because, like, that's usually the opposite, like, each year, right? Yeah. It's just all defense, and then teams get better at offense. Like, this year, yeah, no, it's 100% been teams got better at defense. We'll see if that changes.
The heck were these guys doing early in the year?
Yeah, right. I'm sure it's just comms, pick up lanes, pick up flanks, timings. It's
what actually works, yeah.
Yeah. Need one more shutout round on defense from Thieves, and they'll close out this series 3-0. Neptune trying to be the playmaker, but it's Scrap on 5 straight. Ghosty on 4, and cleanup duty from LA Thieves to deal with the first push. And now you're back to step 1, and I mean, you've just been fighting over middle control really the entire time. Granted, you haven't had much success of your Surge, but you've had quite a bit more.
Well, Hydra's gonna find that timing. Gonna take the pull route, able to get behind. Now just controlling Catwalk, has the help of his SMG doing Envoy. So 04 and Nasty, they're just kind of isolated out there, trying to work the objective, maybe pause the clock. Now all 4 players gonna be off spawn. Due to Envoy's position, they're all gonna be spawning poolside.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a player like Envoy and Hydra, like, what is more fun than defense on a control? Like, you've got control. You have all the freedom. You don't need to worry about an objective so much. You just go out and find kills. It's got to be a blast.
You were right. I mean, just Ghosty and Envoy on defense. Stat line looking much better. This man is on 10 in a row.
Yeah, what'd I say? Yeah, 2 offenses struggling. Now, yeah, you get to your 3rd defense, and suddenly stat line looking a little bit better. But yeah, 10 in a row helps. Behind the back-to-back defense. This streak gonna end there. Tries to swing on 2 players. Hydra, cleanup duty. We'll see if he can get both. He's able to do not that. I thought he had the second one. Not gonna happen. Maybe a palm tree coming into play. Ghosty, well behind his 10 spree. He's gonna get a streak. Makes things even harder for Surge. We'll call that into the fray immediately. I'll dip them right off of A, because we've got windows. 13.6 on the clock. Abuza on the point. Try to stack this and get whatever progress they can. Can they get one? It's just 1 for 1. They've just yet to have that one.
Another problem is you have 8 lives, so you got to get both points. Not going to happen. 15-6. LA Thieves just looking so strong in control now. 8-0. When you talk about Major 2 qualifiers and a minor undefeated in that game mode, their search to destroy, their control getting better and better.
I think that's just a statement from them in the sense like, hey, listen, great final. You guys have improved a lot. You got more work to do.
Yeah, we won our Hardpoint, so.
Yeah, and like Surge, I mean, I've been the biggest fan of this run from them. It's been awesome to watch, but they're not there yet. Even though that was a great grand final, they still, they know. I think they know that too. There's still work to do. Map pool to expand. Could they get hot on any given Sunday and beat anybody? Yeah, sure. But I think Thieves just consistently are going to be the better team, at least for now.
Well, and again, I think, you had your chance in Skyline to sort of extend this series, get us to a Skyline Hardpoint. Because I tell you what, they get to like game 5, like a red card search. They're a red card search. That's where they beat them. They smoked Thieves in the final. Like, it's very good. So they have their maps where they are sort of, unstoppable, but they have to pick it up elsewhere.
Well, it also just feels like it can't be like a guaranteed control win either. There needs to be, I know this goes 5, but like, I don't. What do you call it? Like it goes 5, but it wasn't really close. Like it wasn't, right? Like I know
the rounds.
Yes, it goes. Yes, it goes 5 rounds, but like
defense, baby.
It wasn't really all that close. It wasn't. Like it's not as competitive as a 3-2 line. Like Thieves dominated that. If you just talk about the ticks and what they were able to do on defense. So, yeah, I mean, if you don't give them that run, kind of in the search and destroy, where they win 3 straight rounds. I mean, this honestly it's a dominant series from Thieves. It is. They get it done. They take it 3-0. They'll be undefeated. I mean, these are your 2 top teams. You talk about the qualifier. You were 3-0 for Surge. You now take your first loss. I mean, I think it's not that big of a deal for them.
No.
It's not. Like you started 3-0. You made it to a final. There have been so many improvements with Neptune. Like, okay, let's see what we did wrong. Let's try to improve it. We're not there yet, but we're getting close.
Yeah, I think there's probably a couple individuals that want to continue to improve still.
Yeah.
But they're going to work on it.
Yeah, but a statement series from Thieves after the final win. They're able to dominate at 3-0. Chris, Ant, let's hear your thoughts.
Well done, Thieves, speeding through that series with a 3-0 despite a close 5 rounds. Dan Ghosty called game.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you talk about Vancouver's plan and what Rambo tweeted about. It's like expand our map pool. Well, your Skyline looks a hell of a lot better.
Yes.
Went to round 11, and Vault's their worst control. They just went to round 5. They just look like they're improving their map pool, which is exactly what they need to do. 3-1 now. Like, they're not in fear of going into the losers bracket. Like, they're going to be in winners bracket when we come major time. So for Surge, absolutely, when we get to the major, are they going to be able to contend with a team like Thieves? I think so, Chris.
Now, Joe was saying that defense kind of had an edge on Vault. You saw Vancouver start with defense in the opening round. Does that make you think that they have the edge throughout the whole game?
I mean, kind of, yeah. I mean, you think they'll be able to set pace when you look at this team, but the problem was like 0-4 and Nasty just had a bad map, man. Like, you get gaps sometimes when you play Thieves. Their ability to spawn trap, I mean, we saw in the final round what happened, Chris, like Ghosty's on a 10 streak. You got Hydra in your base, like wreaking havoc. So, you know, just got caught in that loop and they weren't able to recover. And Thieves, I mean, this is now 10 controls in a row. It's going to be hard to beat them. So this is good reps and good VOD for them to go watch after the match, and I definitely think Surge will improve.
How far back is Surge in control, and who else can hang with LA Thieves once we get to this major? Because in 11 days, you and I are hopping on flights down to Texas.
Yeah, I mean, I think you look at Atlanta, they could definitely contend with them, especially in the control game mode. And you're looking across at the rest of the league, like I'd say C9 if they get their heads on straight and actually perform on LAN. I think they're a team that would give us a good performance versus Thieves in a rematch. The problem with C9 is, who we're going to see later today, is their vault is in a bad spot, right? So it forces them to play like a Hasi or something like that, and that's a tough game up against the LA Thieves.
Nasty, it is your turn to hop on Twitter and apologize to Easy Mac. In the meantime, we'll take a look at your scuff play of the game. Oh, yeah, Nasty hard quit out of that lobby. Let's take a look at your scuff play of the game. It belongs to the Frenchman. Hydra getting the job done in game number 1, setting the tone with some hardpoint dominance alongside Scrap. They put up 80 kills combined. This one, some of the flashiest, though.
Yeah, I mean, this was like what people envisioned, especially Nate Shot when he built this roster. Like Kobe and Shaq, bro, going crazy, just dunk after dunk. And, you know, you watch this one, and we highlighted in the Drawn Conclusions, Hydra, they're playing around him. This was the moment, you see it right here. They're all just holding, letting Hydra make the impact play. Like, let's put him in a position to succeed, because once he succeeds and makes those impact plays, then we're all going to reap the benefit of it. So it was poetry in motion, and it was a 100-point swing for them. Unbelievable, and exactly what you envisioned when you saw this roster.
We caught 3 triple kills live. That was just on our observer feed, but this man is no stranger to multi-kills. Hydra, what was different?
Hi guys, how you guys doing?
In the rematch?
Good.
Because you guys went to a game 7 just last Sunday, and now we're done in 3.
I mean, we didn't chalk the Hardpoint this time, the vault.
Winning the
Last time we give them the spawn P4, so we give them a map like this, so this time didn't happen.
So, Paco, there was a lot of chatter after the match where you guys put your in-game mics in and you let them hear it, all right? You said, I think Scrap said they will never play you guys in a finals once again. Why that passion, and why did you guys feel so strongly about that?
I mean, we just want to win. I think it's more for the troll. I don't think it's like too serious.
Okay.
It's nothing too crazy. I mean, I have nothing against Surge, or like I don't think Ernie has anything against them. Surge or like Vancouver, sorry. Yeah, it's just nothing too serious.
Yeah.
And we're just trying to have fun, just trying to win the game. That's it.
Nice. So what are you guys working on going into the major? I mean, obviously you guys haven't played FaZe since that final. What do you think you need to figure out before you go up against them again?
Nothing too crazy. I think we can make better plays in the Cindy in situations sometimes. Just trying to be on the same page. I think our point's pretty good.
Yeah.
Maybe like some rotation. Nothing too crazy. I think our control's pretty good. And yeah, I think probably SND situations.
After Major number 1, we knew you were a top 2 team. Right now, you're looking like the best team in the game. So Hydra, I want to ask you, with the team with the most to lose, how do you feel as a pro about bringing back snipers, smokes, or evolving the gameplay of what we see right now in Call of Duty Black Ops 6? Or do you hope that we see these same maps and modes and settings throughout the whole year?
I mean, I'm not against any of this. I think what would be good is having no aim assist on the sniper. Could make it like a little bit harder, and I think the skill of using a sniper would, like, I don't know, just would be better. I think the sniper's pretty easy to use with the aim assist, so. But yeah, even smokes. I think we've been playing with smokes the past 2 years, and I was doing really good with it, so I'm down for the smoke.
He's down. All right, man. Well, you can't get much better. At 85% was the last time we checked in. Where do you think you're right now on a 100 scale?
Today I was probably 75, and I was.
All right, this guy's annoying.
I was
production.
like asleep.
Get him out
Get
of
him
here.
off. Hydra, we'll let you go collect your other 25%. We'll see you in your next matchup.
Thank you, guys. You guys have a good one. Thank you.
That's LA Thieves. That's the first win of 3 on the day, and we still have 2 matches to go. When we come back, will the Falcons get a map?
I don't know, but I gotta say, Hydra's 75% is like my 250%. All right, that guy's a demon.
The Phenom is done. Falcons versus the Squirrels when we return.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
My barber insisted that I try out the look, and ever since, I've been feeling pretty good. We've been playing pretty good, so I feel like I kind of got to keep it. It might be a full goatee. You never really know.
Keep your barber, my guy. LA looks good on you.
All right.
I look at it. It's guaranteed. Well, actually, that's well. Talk about things that are easy to do. If you're having the knife holding, that's unstoppable.
Long, that's I'm holding back. I'm pushing now. I have the door push. Wait. Stay alive. Long. I have the door. You just 2 front door. Look at one. Let's get front door. Let's get front door. Watch your front door. Watch your front. Nice job. Let's get late. Long. Stay alive, bitch. Oh my god. Let's go. Baby. We're sweeping them. I promise you. God. Oh my god. Holy fuck.
4v1, I think it was, the clutch, something like that. And we were just, you know, playing the round out. And I hear, oh, cat, you know, he's pushing up. I'm thinking, oh, he's dead. Okay, so let's play it nice. And then I just hear a roar behind me, an absolute roar. And then he's like, watch it. And then the kill cam wasn't running. So I was doing the roll the tape. I want to see this. And luckily it came up, and yeah, he's blown him away and left a bit of a little doo-doo in his pants, I think.
The 2025 Vegas Falcons team pack is available now. Each pack includes home and away operators, as well as this spray to let them know who was here. It was a Falcon. Next time you boot up, suit up at the in-game shop.
We've got the lads from Toronto Ultra ready to take on the Vegas Falcons. The Saudi squad still looking for their first match win, and Nameless, I got bad news because I was just looking through the numbers. Vegas Falcons, 12th place in all but one category in Hardpoint. The one team that's lower than them is going to be Toronto Ultra. That's on rotation. Something to keep an eye on in this series. But let's talk about our squads here, because Toronto Ultra, just a year ago, considered to be there on Championship Sunday almost every tournament. This year, they lose Scrap. They bring in Beans. They bring in the S&D star and Joe Deceives. 6-1 start to the year.
Yeah.
They've slowed down since.
Yeah, they've slowed down tremendously. I mean, in the stage one, the Surge was world class. It was unbelievable. It's fallen off since then, like 4-6 in the last 10. And you look at this team, and you would think they'd be better at respawn. 21-23 in respawn on the season. It's just not going to cut it. And then it begs the question, like, who are the main slayers on this team? It's supposed to be CleanX and Beans when you look at it, right? Both of them have had a huge drop-off coming into this stage, like 0.9s. The Hardpoint, it's just not there, man. And for them, they just seem like they're a middle-of-the-pack team right now that's trying to figure themselves out. And in these tournament atmospheres, like, they've got rolled, like reverse swept in the first minor. You look at this last minor that we just watched, and they go up against Surge, was 3-0 bop. So for them, they folded in the big moments. Beans hasn't taken the next step, and CleanX has been underperforming it throughout this stage. I know I'm being really harsh. It's just I expect this team to be better.
Yeah, you were impressed when you saw the roster put together.
Yeah.
I had big question marks, and mine were around Beans, because there's a guy I saw in Challengers finding mid-success, comes up into the CDL. He's on Boston, not a great landing place, doesn't find his form. On Toronto, you're expected to fill the shoes of Scrap.
And take the next step.
But who else can do that on the AR role? Because you look at Vegas Falcons, they don't have a shutdown AR. How many teams do?
Yeah, I mean, it's tough, right? And when you look down Challengers, it's hard to find like really good available players that can replace these guys. And for Vegas, these guys, man, it's been shambles all season long, trying to find the right roster, trying to win a Hardpoint. They're on like a historic streak. For them, it's just about staying in the lab and continuously improving. I mean, I think about their last match versus Optic, they 3-0'd them on Vault Control. It was a great performance there, right? So you got to find the small W's to keep you coming back to work, right? Like, these guys are trying to grind. They're so behind. And, you know, talking with Clay and this organization, like, the experience just isn't there. I mean, you look at every other team, so many years of competitive Call of Duty. These guys, what, like 6 years combined of competitive Call of Duty experience combined, I said.
Right.
So it's going to be time. Like, they're going to have rough performances. And the fact that they can win a 3-0 control against our world champions is, I think, honorable in itself, man, honestly.
You've taken a few maps. Can you take a match? That's the question for the Falcons. They haven't been able to do it throughout all of Stage 1, and leading up to Major 2, they're still winless. As we take a look at our maps and modes, though, do they have a chance of breaking their Hardpoint skid? They are on, what, 0-21 spree? You got Protocol and Skyline in the mix here.
I mean, yeah, you definitely have a chance versus Toronto. Like, Toronto has not been a great Hardpoint team. The Skyline, Toronto's 5-1 on, so that one's going to be tough. Protocol, like, probably have a decent opportunity. The Hacienda Control, Toronto, I believe, is 0-3, so great chance to win a Control.
Mad props to the Falcons. Seems like the team is smiling. At least they're in a good mood. They're going up against a team always considered one of our powerhouse squads, a top 4 contender, currently looking more like a top 6. Where do you have Toronto Ultra in your power rankings?
No, I mean, I have them in 8th. And if it wasn't for their online performance throughout a lot of Stage 1, I would honestly be worried about this team risk of, like, not making champs. That's honestly where I feel like this
not making champs.
Yeah, like, they did really good in the online portion of Stage 1, but, like, their respawn is not good, Chris. And the search has fallen off tremendously, too. They got to figure it out.
Do they drop a game to the Falcons today?
No. 3-0. Toronto.
3-0 Toronto Ultra locked in across the board. The fans are going with Toronto as well. Miles and Chance. Falcons can get it done against Tobias, can't they, Miles?
Anything's possible, Chris. Absolutely. Chance thinks no. Wheeler came in the green room earlier and we were like, there's a chance for a map to drop here, I think, for sure. For sure. Ultra in a bit of a downturn. Falcons, you just never know what you're going to get. We're going to find out those real soon. Chance, can it happen? Of course. Will it happen? You never know. I'm going to die on this fence. I'll die up here, man.
It's going to split you in half because you're going to be stuck there for a while. We know exactly what's going to happen in the series. It's a team that's they're like 0-21 in Hardpoint. They're going to lose maps 1 and map 4. The only hope is in Neslo, and they can absolutely compete in both S&D and Control. But even in those 2 game modes, they're still bottom of the league, so they can steal away some map wins here or there. But like, it's just, you know, not a lot of hope. Like, today is Joe receives day. He's going to receive the free 10 CDL points, and we go about our business. But the day the Falcons win a map 1 Hardpoint, we are going to lose our minds, and then maybe they still lose the series. But we'll see when we get there.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'll lose my mind and we'll have it back by the time sort of halfway through map 2 rolls around and we see the end of map 2. We'll see how things go. But we'll see if Joe can receive. I wonder if Joe believes that they are not going to concede a big one here. Joe, of course, throughout Stage 2. A 1.12 chance. And again, I'm with Puckett and Nameless on this one. I had high hopes for this Toronto Ultra roster. A high ceiling indeed. They have yet to climb to those lofty heights. Let's see if they can keep things rolling here against the Vegas Falcons map 1.
Yeah, for sure. I'm of the opinion that Toronto is just a team that we are absolutely like watching grow. Like, it's, you know, you got to rebuild the chemistry. It's a new dynamic for the Toronto boys, and I think we've seen them take turns. Sometimes Kleenex is the guy popping 2, maybe 3 pieces, lighting up the kill feed, and then Joe Deceives will occasionally take his turn. I think we've seen all the right glimpses for the Ultra squad. It's just a matter of bringing it all together in every game mode. But clearly, the talent and skill is there. Joe Deceives, his first kill was a spicy one.
It was indeed. That seems to be the primary criticism. Skills there. The bills being paid, not so much by it. Kleenex, though, has started things off in a very, very spicy way indeed. That's a 4-2 after that drop. Over towards P2 we roll. And again, for Ultra, a reasonably productive, not the most efficient P1. They've got a full setup here over towards New, and they're going to contend with at least 1 wave of kills from the Falcons boys before we get a real taste of how this point's yet to go.
Well, this absolutely, I mean, this is as efficient as it gets. I mean, you break the P1, you end up flipping the spawns, get yourself towards that new time. They didn't actually block the back, but you don't entirely need to. The second the Falcons players spawn up over on the right side of the map, Ultra turned around, so you can hold it from either direction. Beans is there for 2 in the feed. Joe Deceives on a 4 spree, and I mean, Ultra right now, if you're playing against a team that's 0-21 in Hardpoint, you want it to look perfect. And so far, we have seen almost exactly that. Now, maybe a small wrinkle in the play. Number 2, Exnid trying to take the spiral route, flip those spawns, and he ends up getting a kill. So Ultra have to deal with that threat. But even with this happening on the minimap, Ultra is still collecting time.
Yeah, indeed. The man in the time, of course, Beans, or Fulu in Arabic. As over towards P3 we now go, and surrounded by the Falcons players. So this might be a rotation they win, and they sorely needed one at that. At 70 now and climbing to the 5 of the Falcons. They've got themselves in position now for P3. Inside the only man now to contend with. Beans downstairs. Wixel and Exnid get their fair share of the kills. Over to Fulu now, makes his way through into time, and it's looking like a 2 there for the Ultra boys, and the break is in.
Yeah, and just an easy break at that. Took 10 seconds to make it happen, and this is continuous of Ultra showing off efficient gameplay. Even the timing, Joe Deceives just caught a player throwing a trophy, and that death forced the Falcons player to spawn across the map. So that's a moment for the Falcons of just like, set your controller down and do not play. It will be better than what is actually happening, but we still got to figure out the details, as Ultra seemingly does not. I mean, they have this map down so far to a T.
Absolutely watertight defense here in P3. Joe takes care of Exnid in the backline there. Finds 10 now for Kleenex in a row, and that's what in his life so far, and that is a wild one. Over towards New. Worried about his performance? Not so worried in this map, folks. Once again, though, a clean rotation for the Vegas Falcons, unable to get a huge amount of time thus far in the map. Now they've got the Money Hill chance. It's time to cash in.
It is the easiest or second easiest hill in the game to hold when you get a full setup. So any pro team, this needs to be at least 40 seconds of time.
Has to be. Phoenix find a way in. Here comes the openers. Oh, it's Tobias Julianson with 2. Beans joins him in the feed. Last man in. They got 10 seconds out of it for the Falcons and a sensational break from Ultra.
And every opportunity Ultra has to make some sort of a big play or get control of the map, they have done so perfectly. So no complaints about the gameplay. And maybe a note on the Falcons is obviously the fundamentals for Hardpoint are not there. I think the Hardpoint's gonna get worse for them over time. Like as other teams start to figure things out, like, hey, how do we actually break a P4? Other teams are just gonna be getting better faster. So I think any opportunity Falcons had to win a Hardpoint, honestly, might be a thing of the past.
They're getting slimmer though. It does feel that way again as everyone gets much better at Black Ops 6 as the year progresses. And bear in mind, we're coming up on Major 2, so we're not that far into it. And the Vegas Falcons falling behind here, certainly on Protocol as well. And Insight, oh, you dirty devil, you were thinking about it, weren't you? You were that close to whom the chances were on. Back over to P1, and again, Ultra, a superb first set. I mean, really, doesn't get much better than 177 to 18 right now. Over to Wixel trying to find himself a little bit of Overwatch on towards that P1. Beans not necessarily having to worry too much. Finally brought down. 2 dead, 3 dead. Oh. Falcons on the approach.
At clean 4-man wipe, you got 18 seconds. You got the right side spawns. This is the best moment in our Ultra. Talk about a flock of players roaming together, trying to hunt these guys down, but a semblance of control for Falcons.
Oh, indeed. Exnid gets a ton of intel. Can't get a lot out of it. Oh, can't get anything out of it. An unfortunate slip, quite literally, though. 3 dead again. So intel passed. The rest of the Falcons find their kills, and they still have P1.
Still at P1, but CleanX, the man that got out from Ultra, has been able to slip the net and get behind enemy lines for the rotation. So Falcons finally get a little bit of love, but Ultra already setting up the map to break the hill down. But CleanX does get caught, so good reads for Kings. Wixel and Exnid show up in the feed as well, so nice little run we're having. Falcons attempting to dodge the 100-point club.
Oh, they can't dodge
wow, okay,
Fuhul.
yeah, they're not going to do it. Never mind.
They cannot dodge Fuhul. He is simply too much. Beans at 14-9, enjoying himself quite a lot from top trips. That's now 4 in a row. Falcons, a nice resurgence in the second set, but Ultra right back into a chance. Full control and plenty of air in those lungs on the final run towards 250.
Yeah, and we are just hanging out as well on time. Joe receives all of that hill time, finally does get traded, and maybe another opportunity just to see how Ultra is going to approach this rotation, fight through the old time, try to go around, hit the underground route. Well, just go through P1. Beans, completely open lane. He has made it through. He is by himself, but at least he's here to block these spawns. And Insight and CleanX showing up the feed to get rid of everybody else. Doesn't actually block the spawns, but with the stun check, I think Beans is aware someone's going to be behind him.
Yeah, to whom they're playing it very safe from the deep back. They got to get going, though. As again, the setup has not necessarily been cracked or even necessarily attempted there by the Falcons boys just yet. A great time here from Ultra. Beans still on point. The guessing games are on, and here comes the first counter. A big win there. Oh, Beans finds it. The second fully damaged. One more bullet there, and Joe receives a 2. 20 now for the win. Toronto Ultra trying now to end map 1.
And they're gonna do so. Yeah, that is a clinical effort. That is good comms. You got the spawn flip as well, and Beans knows the timing for the chow. Players at the close door pull out the God gun, give you a nice little 2-piece as well, and that will be your game. 100-point club and then some. 250 to 68.
The trademark roar of Ultra as the victory screen pops up across them. Vegas Falcons left wanting there on Protocol. Not a whole lot of life until we got into the second set, but it's starting to hit quite hard now. These losses, I mean, that was what, 22 in a row now in Hardpoint in our regular season. And this was Beans Fuhul from top third, from the top of the zit, finding a big 3, helping the lads of Ultra find the map 1 win.
Yeah, and I still think, at least specifically for Hardpoint, S&D will be a different story, but I think the Hardpoint is only going to get worse for the Falcons as everybody else progresses as a team. Like, you know, you're putting band-aids on gunshot wounds in a sense for the Hardpoint, like even just to improve, like they're not like creating moments to like even like learn from, if that makes sense. So I don't know, struggle is going to continue. Stats are going to show that off. Nearly double negative for everybody on the side of the Falcons, and well, the Ultra Boys get to feast. I mean, how about that from Insight? Dude did nothing on the map the entire time and he'd get a 100-point club. So I think if you go back and watch Insight's arrow, he's probably just in the right spot the entire time. He might get bored, but he's like, well, this is just where I need to be. He didn't have to shoot his gun, didn't have to get the hill time. He's just there for the occasional spawn.
Again, he's the sort of he's the logistics guy right now for Toronto Ultra, just making sure that everyone's well fed, making sure that, you know, that front line is healthy, the reinforcement lines are all good. So shout out Jamie Craven. It's not just, you know, the gunfights. It's about the bullets and the bandages that win wars as well, folks. Very, very important indeed there for the Ultra lads. GG in map number 1. Again, looking across the highlights, a lot of love here for the Ultra boys. A lot of, I mean, Charles, the biggest sort of turnaround here for me in the Falcons, guys, Exnid doesn't look like the player he was at the start of the season. He's playing a little sort of, I don't want to say afraid, but he's showing a lot more respect. He doesn't have the same kind of reckless abandon in gunfights. And by that, I mean, he sees you, he goes for you, he kills you, and then he looks for your teammates. And that's the guy I'm missing. And right now, I've been watching him retreat out of, you know, bottom third. We're watching him fall off towards the big door side. I mean, he's making the play for his team, but get some good bullets in, man. Get me some damage. Get me some more kills. You can do it. I know you can.
I hear what you're saying, but I know that if I'm a player and I drop 52 kills for a loss, I go, oh, I should maybe like try to be a little bit more efficient. Like the over-challenging and confidence in gunfights isn't going to actually win me games. That being said, losing by 20 feels a little bit better than losing by, you know, 200. So, you know what, Mom? Screw it. I'm with you. Fly, baby, fly. Let's play 8. Everybody is Hook on the map. Hit that go button. Run it down.
You may as well hit the go button. That's what I mean. You may as well send it, and anything can happen. Red card S&D on the way, though. We know how this one goes down. Ultra, a very formidable squad at this mode and on the map. Same thing can be said for the Falcons. This is where things are certainly going to turn around for them. Red card and Hacienda Control coming up as well. It's got to be the 2-3-5. It has to be the 2-3-5 for Falcons. There's no other way of getting it done. Simply, statistically impossible. But yeah, we'll see how things go, Chance. How are we feeling about Red card? Ultra, not necessarily the strongest S&D squad as of recent.
Well, there's at least statistically, they're still top of the league, but that is inflated a little bit by their stage 1 stats because they had such a hot start. But I think in this series, we're expecting it to be a battle because Falcons will bring the heat and search and destroy. But if I'm Ultra, I'm looking at this series as like an opportunity. If we're playing Red card, Ultra have played it quite a few times. You want to be Dr. Frankenstein. You want to create your monster of a strat on the round. And like, because Falcons will put on the pressure, it's a very low risk series. You could try a bunch of new things on the offensive and defensive end. So if I'm the Ultra side, I'm like using this as a limit testing match. Figure out any creative things we can do on the map. Like, you know, Joe Thieves, 200 IQ. He's big brain. He probably wants to try some crazy stuff. Beans also probably wants to try crazy stuff. Send Insight, like let him flank. Like find some strat where Insight starts to move a little bit, add that to your repertoire, boom, deeper strat book that you're gonna have. But as far as S&D goes, King has been a lethal threat. His kills per round, absolutely absurd. So him and Joe, toe-to-toe in that category. So it should be a battle of a series, or a map rather, because of the way the series is gonna go. Ultra, again, be Dr. Frankenstein.
Yeah. Unleash the beast. That again from Minor 2 from King. So that was a single map against Optic Texas. Joe on the right-hand side of your screen, King on the left-hand side, folks. And again, for the Vegas Falcons, it has been a tumultuous journey through their short tenure in the Call of Duty League. Yet to find a hardpoint win, but they've got the S&D and they've got the control under their belt. And again, an opportunity to steal a map away from our purple-clad warriors. Definitely on the cards. Will Joe and the lads let that one happen, though? That is the next question. And Chelsea, after a while, I mean, you know what it's like. You're playing a game of ranked, and, you know, the first game goes okay, and then after a while, you're just getting beaten up. You know, you start to climb the ranks. You're sitting in Crimson right now, and you start to take a couple of bruises. You start to take a couple of hits. The ego goes after a while. And this is, I think, an issue for the Falcons, not just having to learn the game and having to learn the game so rapidly at this level, but also taking losses, loss after loss, where it's body shield kills, whether it's, you know, 6-0s in search and destroy, whether it's 250 to 68, it starts to get to the mental after a while. So it's not just we're on the up and up, or we're trying to, but we're getting beaten down the entire journey. This is not an easy thing to do for anyone.
Not at all. I'm competing at the highest level in anything is like an incredibly difficult thing to do, and in the CDL, I mean, that reigns true as well. So the run they have has not been great, but I think the way the desk sort of talks about it is maybe the most apt way to look at the, you know, almost like different regions of the amount of like experience you have playing Hardpoint in Saudi Arabia is just like negligible. It's a few years combined. Meanwhile, an individual player like Kleenex has as much experience in the game mode by himself than the entire squad of the Falcons for something like Hardpoint or Control. S&D is very different though. This is where like regions are almost built off of. Like back in the day for COD champs, it was like watching Australians play S&D and Ghost. It's like, what are these guys? Like, it's working, but it's so confusing. There's like a novelty to it. And that is why the Falcons have thrived in this game mode. It's literally a lot of S&D kids that are currently on this roster in a sense. So they'll be bringing the heat in S&D in stage 2. Again, 14-9 record overall, great on attack, great on defense. They've certainly been handed a few losses in the game mode, but Ultra always amongst the best.
They have been for a very long time indeed. Let's see how this one goes, folks. A strong line there down the left-hand side of the minimap there for the Ultra Boys now as we teeter out over towards A on our quest towards the bomb site.
And this is also the ultimate, just feel them out, see how they're going to play. Ultra maybe just want to get a sense of what Falcons are going to be bringing to the table, but a slow approach over towards B is going to be the call. Kleenex leading the charge and Joe Deceives in tow. But not a full commitment just yet. You're just looking for the information. Kleenex, I mean, he's cleared out every corner.
Yep, all good, all clear. Not as clear as you thought it was. Little salvo, couple of tags, just enough to keep things a little bit mixy, but he does get the boys in. Now you set up on the doorways, each threshold covered. King takes care of Insight on the other side of the map, but that's not going to matter too much for now. All guns at the ready, Falcons. They've got nades, they've got trophies. Here we go.
Man advantage, you got to get this done.
Hey, that is what you want to start things off. Kleenex from behind the bar. Serves up a couple of shots. Wixtel stays alive. You're out to send in the last man, but it's Joe Deceives. Joe, does he believe in the 1v2? Trying to keep the bomb play alive, stunned up. They're still on the push for him. Joe on the runabout, but Joe deceased as the Falcons get round 1.
Huge. I mean, you love to see it as well. That gunfight against Beans, by the way, not easy. He might have been pre-enabled, but nonetheless, great shred right there from Dahum, and ultimately a great round from King. I think he got really good timing on Insight, like spots him out. Insight wasn't really there for the gunfight, so he gets called out for the free first blood. But even then, 4v3 retake is still not easy on this site. King and the boys got it done.
The most unbelievably dramatic death there from Joe's player model. You can't believe it. What's that smell? What's that smell? Huh? Someone in the Ultra camp done something?
Oh my God, why is he?
Are we talking about excellence now? It's the smell of a brilliant opening round from the Falcons. There's no way somebody pulled a study. Remember that, champs? You guys remember that clip, don't you? Sorry, Jay. It's just one of the funniest things I've ever seen in my entire life. 2 on the round there for King. Can he keep it going now on the attack towards
They're getting pestered up by nades along the way. I think X is lucky to get away with his life because everything is landing on top of him. How about that coordination from Ultra? I don't even know where the players were hitting this from, but in the meantime, Joe Deceives getting active on the flank, Exodid trying to pierce the setup, and hey, delivers another first blood for the Falcons.
Yeah, fantastic, man. Oh, big tags. Joe bleeds, but he does not go down. And King, dude, King is a menace in S&D. The bomb play over towards B as well. So King has brought a lot of the heat from Ultra. He's keeping that B bomb site as cool as possible, quite literally now, as Kleenex has to back on up. And you've got now a war on 2 fronts, and the Falcons have got you pinched in.
I mean, they should be able to hold this, no problem. Yeah, Insight's going to fall as well. King, I mean, he is just like everywhere on the map that you don't expect him to be. King has been floating so far away from his teammates. When he got the man advantage, that means he's the guy that can just go and serve you up the big plays. I mean, King out here just taking him down and, I mean, breaking the rounds down, exiting with the, you know, the day 1 spot, but making it work in another perfectly played round from the Falcons. The first blood he was able to get as well after dodging every single stun and grenade, or at least barely being able to survive, ends up helping you convert the round. So 2 big ones in a row for the Falcons, and now Ultra, the team that are going to be forced to adjust. They took things really slow on their first attacking round to sort of feel out the pressure, but Falcons didn't really give them too much to work with.
Adjust is one thing, like somebody else get a kill. Forget your adjust. Start letting rip with your weapons, lads. To whom takes care of Kleenex. Insight down. Joe, can you find your first? No. You're in trouble now. The dinner bell is rung and Joe is on the menu. Joe still trying to get it going. Exnid dancing and diving. Beans on the back end of the site long gone. And Joe gets one at the very least. A 1v3 now on. And look at those green arrows. Absolutely slaughter Ultra again in round 3.
Yeah, evisceration as well. We have seen some ridiculous gunfight wins from Tahum this year, and he might have just served us up with 2 more. Wixel's here for the final kill, but Tahum is there for the stamp in the round, the lone defender of the B site, and he just completely locks it down, and then Exnid showing off the Omni movement as well. Puts himself in between Beans and Joe Thieves, and he does enough of a dance to set his teammates up for the kill. And that's a very quick round as well. So again, Vegas Falcons, lethal threat in this game mode.
Without question. 5-0 for King, 2-0 now for Wixel. We could be looking at the RCXD for King at the very least. And we'll find out if if a Hellstorm's on the cards. I mean, we've seen a few. I saw one in 8s last night. I've had a couple in rank recently. It's not super effective, and it's not going to happen in this game either. Here we go, folks. Joe. Oh, he's getting going now. That's going to be his second kill. He's got another player below him. That's the bomb carrier. That's Exnid. And he's making all the noise in the world. This is surely a freebie. Yeah, there we go.
Now the problem is, though, how do you read this minimap? Insight's going to be behind you on just an incredibly slow pinch. You got to be patient to sort of read this, but no one is more patient than Insight.
That's the neat part. Chance you don't read it. Number 1. Oh, and 1 and done. Although it puts Exnid now in the 1v2. Ultra with an opportunity to finally stop the run here. Or will Exnid do something unbelievable? And frankly, folks, he's pretty good for it. A crack of the door. Kleenex might have heard it. But he'll stretch the plant and stay out of that line of sight. Here we go.
If Exnid clutches this, they should be good for the map win.
Oh, unquestionably. Slow approach here from the Ultra boys. Check the corner. What a win! 1v1. Wow! Oh, Exnid! What a... He's feeling himself after that. That was a masterful 1v2, though. That was disgusting gunfights. Really, really well played. You can't fault it.
It was the absolute simplest play in the world, and simplicity is a beautiful thing, right? Oh. Nice little corner for the first blood, gets the freebie, just a quick move, slide back, and either he's challenging through the front door, or he's challenging right next to you. Either way, you got the Jackal, so that is the perfect play. And Beans doesn't even really miss. Maybe misses a single bullet on that, but with the aims, not too much you can do. So Beans has a donut. Insight just got his first kill. He's 1 and 4. But the 1v2 Falcons, hey, this is officially your map to win.
Yeah, man, red card. If you've called it then and there, if it was just 1v2, they win the map. I mean, Insight's down over to Beans. You're going to read these positions quite quickly. You heard the noise, and I think Exnid might be waiting for that. It's a sensory experience playing against teams in S&D. And right through the middle of the map, they've been spotted out. Woodson now moving in for the pinch, but it's your boy King finds him at least 1 before going down. Vegas Falcons a man up.
Kleenex is able to escape out the ticket. Oh, yeah, I was going to say Exnid actually had the drop on him. Beans is going to catch, so this might be a nice little clutch up round here from Ultra, but they are very split on the map. Kleenex is trying to do it over the B side by himself. He doesn't get time to go his way, and now he's going to be saying, where's my teammate Beans? Roaming through mid, and they know exactly where he is.
Oh, he's hurt. They've got the advantage in the hit points department as well now. Nice nade, though. A lot of damage into Dahum, but he manages to get away with his life. Another coverage of Wixel now. 20 seconds to go. The Vegas Falcons are on map point, but look at this. No mercy and very, very little respect. The Falcons, 5-0.
And Insight getting caught for first blood again. No hope in these rounds. They had a nice little clutch, and it gets thrown immediately. Ultra right now looking like food that Falcons are feasting on. They are the mice in the lobby.
Forget squirrels. We've demoted them to mice, and even smaller rodent. But the Falcons again, I mean, there could not be a more clear-cut definition of a team who's not fantastic at respawn mode. They don't have as much experience, but S&D, absolutely the wheelhouse. 5-0 map count, or round count, and 5-0 for King. Wixel with bomb in hand now. Is this the last hurrah for Ultra on red card?
I mean, a 6-0 loss here. Would be embarrassing. Can't let that happen. Nades a miss, but a slow round.
I got myself wrong. It's actually 6-2 there for King. The donuts on the Ultra side of the board have changed. That round count, though, is not. Inside now, down low by stage. Wixel, we've seen plenty of fights from this position before. He gets caught out, so there we go. Inside. Finds his second. Couple of red dots now to work with. Beautiful shots, but once again, King at range. Makes it a 3v3. Joe on the flank. Gets himself one. Advantage now, Ultra. Can you find the round?
Well, Falcons now, I was going to say, going to be worried about the flank, but breaking that glass, Xnade should have been able to hear that, so you're slightly less worried about the flank, but you still got to go pick up that bomb. And I say less worried about the flank. Falcons are praying a kill comes their direction. And yeah, Xnade just putting himself in the corner. He finds a freebie, but he is running away from that bomb, and he only has 20 seconds.
Yeah, perfect coverage of the bomb. Man advantage here, don't let it go. Beans is a slight smirk on his face for a good reason. You know, you're worried about the round count, but you found one. And this is the makings of the full sale. This is how it starts. Been here plenty of times here in the CDL, folks. Falcons still need one.
Be interesting to see how far Ultra can push this, but I don't know if they have a choice in the matter necessarily. They've still been getting hunted down in the first blood category. Insight finally gets a small taste of revenge in that round, but even with his first blood, he gets traded out instantly. It was up to his teammates to make the bigger play. They're going to be back on the attack as well. Maybe a hefty A hit. An RC car is going to be rolling through from Xnade, testing his driving skills as well, and that might be enough to slow the Ultra Boys down.
Here we go. Buzz. King with a sweet corner there. Pulls out the RC. Well, the RC's gone. He pulls out the Jackal to find a kill. Joe gets involved. 3v3. You slow things down a little bit, Ultra. They're playing this one very, very close indeed. As the Falcons hold. And it's a standoff here by the A-bomb site.
The Falcons have the map cut as well. Dahum more or less had the mid-wrap on lock. Insight, though, he's found himself in an aggressive angle with the Jackal. We're not used to seeing that, and that is exactly why. Dies instantly.
He does get the plant. At the very least, he gives his life for the cause. Joe brought down on the cross as well, and it's all over to Beans. And Beans, you get one decent kill out of this, and then they're all over you, surely. Xnade dancing, diving. Dahum's now going back over towards the bomb. And oh dear, Wixels make the big long route, but it's not gonna matter, folks. The Vegas Falcons will get the defuse, and they tie up our series 1-1.
If this team ever gets a Hardpoint win, Miles, we're gonna be losing our minds, because like their Neslo ability is kind of there. They have like some decent success on vault control. Maybe the problem in this series, though, is the fact that we're not going to be seeing vault control, so teams are starting to make that adjustment. But if they just control, don't even scrim Hardpoint. Just get good at control in S&D and be the Vegas Falcons Neslos.
That's honestly, just chalk it up. Forget about the hard points. Forget about it. You've already set the record. No one's ever going to take it from you. Run the whole year without winning one, but get damn good at search and control. A chance, you're a genius. You're a genius. One in the series so far. Shout out King again. Big damage. Crosses the 1K mark there. 8-4 overall. 9-4 for Xnade. His 1v2 scenario again over by the B-bomb site. That was wicked fun, but you absolutely kept Ultra at bay there, and you put them to task on red card. Just over 8 minutes it took for the Falcons to level this one up. We got a Hacienda control where, let's face it, brother, it is a wild map. 4 down basically gets you a zone.
Well, and that'll be this sort of theme for Falcons. If they pull off a map win there, we can officially like sound the horn in a sense. So Ultra very much going to need to bounce back. Don't want to let a respawn slip through against this team, and if it ends up in a vault S&D, that is not a coin flip I would ever be wanting to take. So potentially a very fun series we have. Hacienda control, I think, quite literally will be the decider.
Guys, is this the one? Is this the one?
It might be.
It's going to be the one for sure. Chance, do you know why? Guess who just optimized my PC this week?
Clayster.
Neslo. Boom. Oh. Hire the man. He's available on Twitter at NEL. I can't spell his name. Just kidding, Neslo. All right, let's talk about this game a little bit. 6-1 after 68 points in Hardpoint. Before we get to the game 2, though, let's focus in on one individual round. It's our scuff play of the game, and it belongs to Xnade.
Listen, man, the Search and Destroy, like, even last time they played it, they went to a round 11 versus Optic where they ended up losing. Exit was making some plays on this map. He gets to the top steps, finds Joe Deceives. Just going to take his time. And you see Insight's looking for him. Well, I'm going to find you too. He ends up getting the ace in this round in the 1v2 where Bean just kind of slides in front of his face. But great plays, finds two, gets that bomb down, repositions himself to where he can get the close engagement, ends up beating Kleenex in that gunfight. Here we go with another reposition. I know Bean's just going to have an AR in his hand. Easy kill, clean up for the 1v2 to go up 4-0, and then it's all smiles on the side of the Falcons. Honestly, looks like they forgot that hardpoint just fine, Chris.
Yo, look at that smile. I said the vibes were high on the Falcons roster. That was before the match. They looked a little sad after the hardpoint, but this Search and Destroy puts them right back in the series against a hot or cold Toronto Ultra. That was a terrible performance on red card by Toronto Ultra.
Yeah.
How did they bounce back mentally going into a game 3?
Yeah, I mean, Toronto, they need to slow down a little bit. I mean, honestly, though, from what we've seen from Falcons, I mean, even in the Optic match, like, they played this map really well, especially their defensive rounds. Like, they like to do a 2-2 split. Sometimes to switch it up and have King kind of push up aggressively through hedges and make a play, but they're finding the first bloods over there on their defensive rounds. 5-2 was the first blood count on this map. And then from there, they just use their numbers really well. Like, just sit in the back base, like, nothing you could really do unless you have numbers if you're Toronto Ultra. And looked like Toronto Ultra was just trying to ride that momentum from map 1 and kind of bit them in the butt a little bit coming into this.
Shout out to King, the youngster. They were waiting for him to enter the lineup. Now that he's there alongside Xnit, they are showcasing their skills, especially in Search and Destroy. But if you've been watching the Falcons recently, we know they have a kryptonite. That game mode is called Hardpoint. The good news is Hardpoint is not game 3. Control is game 3. And this team has beaten some good squads in this game mode.
Yes, they have. They just most recently beat Optic on a Control. And for Hacienda, this map Toronto hasn't won yet in Control. So it does get very, very interesting. And we're going to jump back to map 1 highlights.
We just wanted to remind everybody how the slang started, right? Because as good as the Search was, this Hardpoint was just a boppity bop zone for the Ultra. You keep your opponent under 70. I feel like it's got to be the top 5 worst beatings we've seen in HP so far this year.
Yeah, I mean, maybe even top 3 worst of the year, right? Because, I mean, they end with more points, but it's like 200 to 18 at one point. Like, you're just not able to break in anywhere. Everybody's running around doing exactly what they want to do if you're on the side of Toronto. This is, to me, just Vegas getting snowballed and never full resetting and recovering. Okay. Like trying to take your time to get that opening entry kill without somebody dying immediately after that. Just never happened for them. And Toronto Ultra are able to just dominate them this map, man. But yeah, for Falcons, still waiting on them to win an HP. I don't think it's going to be Protocol anytime soon.
We always highlight the comms from Toronto Ultra. You can see the difference maker in a respawn when you try and feed in 1 by 1. Let's take a look, though, at another round of Hidden Heroes. It's our favorite game on the halftime show in Nameless today. I have selected 4 players from Minor 2. These are Minor 2 standouts, not necessarily just the 8 players in the lobby right now. Let's start with the player who dropped a 1.23 in the top
Hydra.
left. He won the game.
Yep, Hydra.
Was it Hydra?
The 30 points giving it away. You guys give me that. It's easy.
Way too easy. 20 points. Make sure that you know it's a player from Vancouver Surge.
That's nasty.
Yep. Byron. Plumbridge. 2 for 2. Nameless is on fire. Let's go to the bottom left corner. Roll SMG. Points earned 0. A 1.2 KD for the L.
All right, now this one's tough, bro. You got this one.
Atlanta FaZe.
Yeah, it could be somebody there with a 1.2. I'll go Simp.
Estrio,
Estrio's
Minnesota. That's right. Estrio was absolutely on fire in those early rounds. Bottom right, 1.1. 30 points, winning team. He plays with an SMG, and his name is not Hydra.
I got his card right here. It's Envoy. It's got to be Envoy.
It's Envoy.
Damn, bro, I'm getting good at this. I'm not gonna lie.
You are very good. That was 3 out of 4. The only one we missed was your favorite player on Minnesota roster, Estrio. Well done, Nameless.
And Gio, both. I like both of them.
Is Gio number 1?
Yeah.
Let's make it official. Just tell Estrio.
Yeah, he's my
to
favorite
the
player
camera.
on Mini, I think. Yeah. Wait, I can't go against Nero though. It's from GC, bro.
Now you got 3 to choose
I just like this Mini roster.
Can you choose from these 2 teams, though, going into a game 3? You're going with Green. They take the lead in the best of 5?
I'm going to go Miles. Miles said that they were going to win a couple maps in this series, right? I think Falcons can win this Control.
Chance, how do you spell Neslo?
Neslo. I don't know if you can hear me, but I can spell Puckett. Can you use it in a sentence?
I'm throwing it back to the casters here.
Can you use it in a sentence? He did use it in a sentence. He used it in the sentence of, I had my PC optimized by Neslo this week. And that was it in a sentence. Fantastic.
Thank you, Miles.
Okay, Control, guys. Time to get into it. Hacienda, it's a mix fest. And let's face it, the Falcons, they love a mix. Here we go. Ultra, you've had a few minutes now to recoup. You've splashed some water on your face. If you Kleenex, you went outside and let rip. You know, whatever was that strange smell in the S&D, it might have been the doo-doo gameplay from Toronto Ultra Chance.
Well, I mean, good news is Joe Esteem keeping the vibes high. Him and Beans having a nice little laugh, so you can hit that very quick reset button, enjoy the 3-minute break, and get back into business. Beans also wiping the crust out of his eyes. Couldn't see things in the search. Maybe his vision will be clear on the bright and sunshiny Hacienda.
A lovely, lovely dip now into the Spanish countryside we go. I don't know for certain, but it does look good out there, folks. I'm sure it smells way better than Red Car did for Ultra. But 3-11 so far. They got a lot of time, Chance, a lot of time to think about this game, I feel like, for the Falcons. And this is how controlled to -2. And again, -2, I saw one map against Optic Texas for the Vegas Falcons. Now you go up against Ultra. They're going to be on attack first. Falcons on the 2-2 split. They know the music. It's time to dance.
The attacking rounds on this map are especially where Ultra have had their problems. Beans, the solo man to try to lock down Rock Hall, at least gets one before he falls, but Ultra clearly putting the pressure over towards this B zone. Joe deceives the lone capture for the moment, but his teammates have plat control, and that makes his life that much easier. Kleenex gets caught though. Exit put himself in a cheeky corner, but good work and good teamwork there from the Ultra boys. They clean shop. They're forcing the back spawn as well, and this should be B zone secured, and that is an angle I will be stealing later today.
Wow, yeah, Joe perceives all of the incoming threats and takes care of them alongside his teammates, and now the B zone. Good stuff over to B's. Right over towards A. We're going to clean up the top side of the map. Oh, but no, Exit is Jackal PDW working fantastically over to Joe once again. Only 2 to his name so far, but trying to maintain that top control. He knows the Falcons are out and about now. They are at large and they are across the map.
Yeah, now Kleenex gets to run the right side. He gets a little bit overwhelmed, but Beans actually snuck away one of those kills on Dahum before he had to get out of dodge. This is a 5 life advantage for the moment, and as long as Ultra has a player anywhere near top office, you're feeling good long-term about your chances. Dahum, though, great job of rooting that player out. Thieves, though, going to be the next player in line, but he gets caught as well. So you've completely clean house, only a 2 life difference. Falcons ultimately in a good spot. Ultra gonna have to work for it.
Dahum once again with those very, very clutch 1v1 wins. Ultra now. Oh, they start to hold hands, trying to push forward. A long, difficult line of sight to work with there on that corridor, and they managed to get one end of it safe, so now you get insight out. Oh, and plenty of intel. Jamie Craven, what a life this is so far. Wixel has got a little bit of pressure on him down low now. Joe sent in for the kill, and he gets it. Still a 2 life difference. No one really able to get on towards the A zone because the Falcons hold again.
Yeah, and worthy of mentioning the fact that both Beans and Insight have pulled out a Jackal specifically for this zone, or maybe Insight going back to the aims in the feed, so they're trying to figure things out on the fly, but Joe Deceives has made it to the point, and he wants to Joe Conceives the next 2 ticks. The first one, about to roll through.
Oh, you had me there. I was about to say Conceive as well because he's a daddy, but there you go. A little bit of a different move, as he is now gone as well. So 2 dead there straight up. Falcons pushing forward, a little bit of an advantage, but Kleenex is in that top office position. Beans, whoa, through corridor, finds himself a big one. That is the aims, folks, and he puts it to work. Exnid now on a flank, and he's guessed right, and he's still absolutely in the running for a possible 2 here. Can he get them both? Joe's tagged up, but Joe believes in not dying.
Yeah, well, he's going to go in for the kill, but he gets flanked in the meantime. So King, that is great teamwork there from the Falcons, able to cover his teammate. So you at least get one guy behind enemy lines. Meanwhile, Dahum just waiting for kills to fall into his lap. So heads up on that front. Keep in mind a 9v7. So Ultra have stopped the clock, but both teams need to be careful about the lives.
Oh, here we go. What a gunfight. Exnid 10 and 5. 20 seconds to go on their defensive round. There's only a single segment. Oh no! Now there is a single segment remaining at A as they do get that one closed out. Good news there for the run towards defense. Wixel on the defense. Oh, Kleenex! Tobias Yul Jonsson fighting his way forward. Last lives now for the Falcon. 6 to go for Ultra, and not enough time. You've got to get this cap done.
You're going to have to fly out of the point, but if you're Ultra, you just cover him. That's it. You just be the watch over. Kleenex gets traded. You have to trade him out, though. Next 2 players fall, but 5 seconds remaining. Go towards the point. Joe Deceives get nearby. 1v2 on the zone, and Exnid drops him. And Xnid out here having a monstrous round number 1. I think he's going to finish off the round with maybe 12 kills, nearly half the lives Ultra had. He took away.
That was something. Coming down to what, a 2v1 on the A zone. Oh, an exciting run there. The Falcons certainly put Ultra through their paces here on Hacienda. Again, we're seeing it all, mate. The final looks here. Wonderful Skycam work here to give you the absolute perspective of this 1v2. Joe in trouble. He's going to hit that left route. Dahum with the pressure, though. He got so much damage in, and Xnid at the absolute anchor of the play here. He's not going to let anything go through. Final push towards the end, gets that kill. And that's effective trading from the Falcons when they needed it more than ever.
Yeah, that was lucky 13 from Xnid as well. So that is the finest round you could possibly have in a round of control. And credit to him as well. I was surprised the Ultra Boys weren't able to watch over Fireplace when CleanX was on the time, but just overwhelming in that moment. Doesn't quite get the stick, but does get the kill, and that's a 5 spree. So even in this round, he just opens up with 3. Xnid isn't slowing down at all.
Not at all. Oh my goodness. I mean, Inside just got turned to dust. Joe can barely get himself out of spawn straight into the fight, and Xnid once again, he's holding this aggressively. Beans and Insight find their kills on the other side of the map, but that's going to be gone. Big stun check. Doesn't matter. CleanX is gone. Xnid still gunning. Huge damage in, but Joe says nay. Fights his way forward into King, who finds another. What a hold from the Falcons. They're bleeding Ultra dry here.
Yeah, somehow, though, they only have a single tick on B. So that is a monstrous opening moment, and you still don't actually have a ton, and you're still having to fight for the B zone. Good news is they should be able to secure it. Joe Deceive does not have support or backup, and he might not need it. He's going to do it all. So Falcons, as good as that was, you have a player with 20 kills, and his 3 teammates combined have 22.
Hey, what it's all about, man. We want to get Xnid back to that sort of charge into battle like this. Getting big pieces. Nearly the second on the CleanX there. Good enough for now. 19-15, though. Falcons with a solid life lead. They've got a little bit of 30 seconds to play with. So they've got to get themselves back over towards these zones. And that's where the slow and steady Ultra gameplay is certainly going to pay off there. Don't have to do anything flashy. Just has to be simple. Simple is very beautiful here in the CDO world.
Well, look at the situation now, though. 20 seconds on the clock. You're going to have to more than likely go towards A just because Joe Deceives is pushed out towards well. I mean, this is a round that is an example of efficient kills and getting where you want, because in spite of the fact that Xnid did give you seemingly everything off the break, you end up getting daggered on the round unless Dahum can make it towards the B's home. But Dahum did not even try to go for it. Literally stops on the minimap, turns around to look for a kill and go for the trade, so doesn't even make it towards the zone. And that is an example of the 12th overall team in control of how you don't want to play behind the kills.
Yeah, it's an objectively minded approach. Ultra, where they find their kills, is incredibly important. We saw CleanX at the end there, catch a couple out towards the end. This was a slow-mo highlight of some of Xnid's run, 21-11. We have another look at this live on our replay. And Xnid again, an explosive run through, getting the first few kills there for the Falcons. And this was quite the life chance. I mean, this is great, but you're not wrong. I mean, there's pressure on the backside of the zone there, and it's still like single man on the capture. So again, an impressive display of skill and impressive timing on the attacks there of the players on spawn, but inefficient use of that time in the life over by B.
Yeah, I mean, especially for the fact that, like, admittedly in the first push in the hallway when he got the 3 kills, 2 of his teammates had died, so they're coming off spawn, but they still had the map pressure and just not able to convert. That just means they're going to have to work so much harder for the rounds, and on the tick front, Ultra do have a pretty sizable advantage in this moment. I know from Ultra, it was just a mixy moment towards the end where they ended up taking the L. They're trying to clean things up a little bit. And they didn't have to get 5 kills off the rip for one player. They already had 2 ticks of the B zone secured. So a little bit of a different style here in control.
Yeah, it's 2 players on the zone there. They take a couple of gunfights when they need to. Nice trades here from Insight, maintaining this presence right now. So you've got to keep pulling those members of the Falcons forward. You've got one of them heading in and spawn, and again, this is that chaotic lineup right now. You'd expect that from the Vegas Falcons, keeping Toronto guessing. But right now, a single avenue they have to work with, and they're going to take it. If they can get towards B, a single segment is all that remains, and with 4 players in proximity to it, they'll cap it fast. Good stuff out of King. Pulls down at least 1.
Oh, nice nade from Beans as well. And by the way, the reason you're able to save 4 players nearby for B, they make fun of Insight for playing slow, but his ability to stay alive and get his teammates back into position is what should deliver them this B zone. Wixel doesn't win the gunfight. Jackal gets it done. And because Insight stays alive over towards you, he maintains that space and pressure for the squad. So Insight, again, say what you want about his gameplay, but he does have one of the better arrows on the minimap in the league.
That's a very, very strong narrative, folks, that we are pushing, and with damn good reason. Lovely shots there from Benjamin Beans as he gets himself in on towards the A side of the map. And again, that zone is a hot one indeed, folks. A lot of control needed. And speaking of control, you have guaranteed defense in round 5 for Ultra.
Back with the Jackal as well. So just a fun look, brand new haircut, made brand new Insight, I suppose. But the SMG is down low. They're looking for the pressure over towards Fireplace, and that is a nice snap from Joe. Maybe sets his teammates up. 2 bodies on the point. Kleenex and Beans picking up the kills. Insight found his home to the objective. Everybody else off spawn. And I missed it on the minimap, but somehow when there's 2 players stacking over towards A, there's an Ultra player getting a kill out of rock. So whatever was happening on the minimap there, Ultra happy for it. Now their sizable advantage they already have in this map nearly going to be secured as the defense is for the final round, should we get there.
And this is the nade on the King. Yeah, it lands. I mean, talk about a perfect nade. Not only for the kill there, but Xnid is so heavily damaged approaching the attack there on towards that zone. So B, well handled there by Toronto Ultra on the attack. Joe sets his boys up for a couple of good ones, and they managed to effectively capture the zone. Falcons, you got to do a lot of work here, lads. You're not going to have defense for the final round, but you've absolutely got to win 2 attacking rounds. Here we go.
Yeah, and Xnid still 26 kills. Looks like a phenomenal stat line, but you're going to need another big round to make things happen. Here's the highlight reel sort of situation over towards the hallway, and he makes that place his zone. Insight gets the drop, but all of his teammates fall as well. You got a triple stack rolling through, so this is the teamwork you're wanting to see from Falcons.
Hey man, just stack the point. It's something we've screamed about for quite some time. King, can he get any out of this life? He's very damaged there. Beans just had to come in there and cough on him. Kleenex the same thing there for whom Wixel gets there a little bit too late, and he's unable to win the fight. Again, too many Ultra players to deal with. They're going to drain that second segment of progress at B, and on the approach now through Rock. Looks like Joe deceives. Oh, he's got a corner, and he's going to get a couple more.
And Kleenex on the prowl. That is phenomenal trigger discipline. Little small things like that can go a long way, but cleans up the one big kill, and you're keeping pace. Wixel is able to slip the net, so 2 players going to go get sent to deal with him, and Kleenex gets the tags in, leaves it for his teammate. Insight's going to call out, hey, it's the entire team. Toby, please help me.
Yep, Toby, go. Here comes Joe. Oh, he manages to somehow find a kill there on the back end with a stun. Now with the Kleenex, Toby, please help me. Here he comes. Same day delivery on 1. Can he make it 2? Final 30 on the round as Ultra have done an outstanding job keeping everyone pinned in. Here comes Joe, another to his name. Insight still on the door. Gets 1, 2. Wow. That is that, folks. Beans now to spawn. Ultra absolutely running it here on Hacienda.
Yeah, and that is hesitation in a game mode where when you're coming off spawn, you just don't have a lot of time. All those players out towards Rock, they just get finessed by Ultra, and they really just stop forcing the issue. It took them so long to even slide through that door. Didn't know what to do. Ultra able to play with them. And congratulations, you might have lost the map number 2, but if you win the control, you'll be good for the series because you're going to be playing Hardpoint next. But nice little bounce back. You get a Hacienda win as well for the controlled game mode. So Ultra, they've seen the ball go through the net and an opportunity to practice their teamwork just a little bit more. A mishap in round number 1, but nearly flawless after the fact. As soon as Xnid did not get 13 kills in a single round, Ultra were just fine.
Absolutely fine. And that's what it sounds like, folks. Absolutely fine indeed. Beans having himself a nice map there in the damage department. North of 3K, 23 and 17 in the end. 17 of those non-traded. Plenty of assists there for the Ultra boys as well. Clearly communicating very, very effectively. Good stuff there. As another respawn, our second of the series now comes to a close. And again, it is the Toronto Ultra boys. Our Canadian comrades finding a big dub there. We're going to another Hardpoint, another chance. And again, not a good look for the Falcons. This could be the last run they have in this series. Or is it the first win? History about to be made, folks, here in the CDL.
Either history made or history continued, but either way, the record books are going to be taking notice. A couple nice runs, though, from CleanX. Had some big wins, and, I mean, CleanX continues to provide just elite-level SMG gameplay across the board in all modes. Always a fun player to watch, and again, Ultra, I'd be interested to hear what exactly happened in their minds on the red card, but where they got caught in that game mode. We saw Joe's team doing the thing, making sure he hit the reset button, going to map number 3, and him and the boys delivered. And that is a nice pistol shot there from Beans. Maybe one of the finest in the league.
One of. I mean, there's a couple of contenders there, but Beans very, very happy with that one. I think it was 2 headshots, which really, really hurt King on the fight there. But yeah, Beans towards the end here as well. Massive pressure in the lobby of the Vegas Falcons. This is a terrible place to be. If you haven't a call out, the boys are in there. They've got many ways in, many ways out, and it just puts you under a tremendous amount of hot bother. As we go now into another hard point, Falcons' degree of dejection as they now go into Skyline. And again, mate, we've seen this team run up some mean scores on Skyline. They have been unable to close out, and again, it's always in the second set where the Falcons are unable to reset themselves and maintain any sort of pressure. Will that be the case here? Ultra. First hardpoint and protocol, a very different one. A 250 to 68, an absolute blowout. Who knows what comes next?
And, you know, possibly I will be eating my words in the next 10 to 15 minutes, depending on the length of the map. But I think the same theme for Hardpoint for Falcons that we touched on the protocol has also existed for Skyline. Like at the start of the year, they had a handful of close maps, those 10, 15-point games, and everybody's going, oh my God, Skyline, what a mixy map. Well, as the pro teams have developed it, a lot of teams have gotten a lot better at slowing the game down and actually executing on a bunch of different hills or executing on these moments of rotation. And over the course of time, Falcons, I think, have been receiving bigger and bigger losses on this map. So I think on Skyline, they're averaging a loss by about 80 points. So 12th in the league in that category. So 0-9 on the map, but also the worst point differential when they're taking these losses. And Ultra, I mean, 5-1 record on Skyline. They've only gotten better.
Yeah, absolutely. If the desk can hear me, I'm sure Puckett and Ant can. We do have to ask Joe if we do get him for the interview at the end, or at least one of the teammates, what that smell was, folks, because I do need to know. Major 2, this is how things have gone for Ultra. Couple of L's, couple of dubs. Falcons right now, I mean, they're sitting pretty. They play Optic and Surge, so a very, very different look going into the next few. Again, a top-tier team and a bottom-tier team as they've got to figure things out in the road towards LAN. Once again, Ultra, a squad that everyone expects to do fantastically well, and occasionally don't quite deliver. Plenty of time to still turn that all around.
You really are the Cronkite of the CDL, though. You know,
Thanks,
want the hard-hitting questions. Miles always have.
I do.
Always will.
I do. I need to know. I need to know. Here we go. Fist bumps have been received. And we go to Skyline, and we are going to be running plenty of submachine guns, folks, so far. Not a single lick from the Falcons, 0-9, and a big difference there in the score lines. But hey, the Ultra chance at 5-1. Their holds at first and their breaks at third. This is a fantastic map for them.
Yeah, I can't even really conceptualize where the victory could or will be for the Falcons or what their path is going to be. CleanX had a phenomenal map number 1, and CleanX also is amongst the very best players on Skyline as well. So definitely a force on the map, someone to be feared. And I mean, I think last time I mentioned this for CleanX on this map, you had like an average performance, and it was Joe Thieves that popped off. So Ultra on Skyline, they certainly have options.
Explosive opener on the way towards the Jacuzzi. King's going to get a couple here. On board with Wixel now, doing his very best to stay alive. His insight. Oh dear, 3 down. Last man, Wixel. A pop
Gravity, Beans' biggest enemy.
Just gets him for his second. Ultra with a hill.
That was clinical. Inside, by the way, super nice start. Ends up getting traded out for that kill on King, but where his teammates lost the fight around the zone, Inside ended up picking up 3 kills just to keep the map under control. So good work back and forth, and that is a full send if I have ever seen one, to make sure you get the break on the time. all things considered, super solid P1 performance there for the Falcons. Going to have about a 10-point lead going into new. Unfortunately for them, Ultra, we already saw it, #1 in holds on this map, and it's because guys like Insight really do anchor these back spawns.
I mean, he is on the edge of it right now. There's no way. Insight, he's got a lot of damage into these players. He's bought his boys the time, but he can't do any more with that life. Beans now on the back stairs. Perfect corner to be in. You gonna check it? Yeah, you are. Excellent. Wins a big one. That's the break. Falcons are in.
I mean, yeah, I was the #1 team on holds. That did not last very long. Unfortunately, Joe Thieves got behind them instantly.
Yep.
So, well, they're number 7 in holds, I think, for Falcons, and 12th on breaks. The one time they get the break, it lasts for 5 seconds. So I don't even know if technically that counts as break for the Falcons because it didn't even last for long enough. So how fast the map can be turned on its head. Joe Thieves delivers.
Yeah, Joe Cleaves too. Lead change now. Ultra starting to walk away with this one. Over towards P3 we go. And again, Falcons in position. Falcons with arrows all over that point. Most bases covered. We'll find out how this one goes because Ultra have been superb on the approach. Wow. One down, one more in the other side. Over the clinics now trying to find the trays. 3 dead, last man gone. That is a perfect 4-man wipe, Ultra.
Yeah, Insight legit didn't see him like sort of supine behind the table though, so I'm stealing that one. I'm stealing from Insight the angle he had on Hacienda as well, so I got things to try out tonight. I'm looking forward to it.
It's going to be a delightful time if you're in Crimson right now. Ashworth in all the nerdy spots. 7 and 5 out of Kleenex. We've talked about his inconsistency in game, and so far he's having himself a good one. Not an easy thing to do in the respawns against the Falcons because things can get very, very mixy. Nice work on the hold hit once again. They're keeping this kitchen hot right now. 3 players still alive and kicking, rotating towards new as well. Joe's in and somehow wins that one against Wixel, and arguably going for the second. Over the top he goes. That's Joe.
And I mean, Xnid just had to have heard the comm. Joe Thieves is right next to you. He's one shot. Please trade him. And Xnid lays down and Joe Thieves fries him. So a moment where Falcons could have flipped the map, gotten the spawns, and just not knowing when to hit the go button. Unfortunate little sequence there. We'll see if Ultra can deliver again. #1 hold team. They got the spawns for the moment. The Falcons have a lot of pressure.
Yeah, Joe now trying to hold on. Right now he's not having to worry too much about things. There we go. Dahum gets involved. Nice pinch now. Last man alive on the point is going to be Beans as Joe bereaves. Unable to do anything about his teammates there on the point. Right back into life we go, though. A couple more kills from Insight and Kleenex right off the spawn. Toronto have done a fantastic job of stabilizing. Oh, and now course correcting. 2 for Joe. Hardpoint Ultra.
Not down. Joe bereaves is next level. That's it. All good. GG. Go next.
His boys were out, mate. They were done. 15 seconds to go here on Bathroom, and it's squeaky clean from Ultra. The Beans in the shower. No sodium on that, no starch, no nothing. Ultra, we want to go now for a quick listen in and see how they sound.
Almost like, yo, he's low. Low rugs now, yep. What's the fun time?
Rugs, nice. I have all kitchen.
I'm weak, my bad.
I gave up. I have a cross. Top piano.
Looking blind. The piano.
I have a middle bridge. Might flip to me. Yo, bridge.
And this one,
One's low credit on you.
Two bridge then, two bridge.
Two up.
Give me a sec.
He's lane top bridge, okay?
Kill first.
Lane close left bridge. Nice, good shit. I'm running his time.
One time.
He's out of time. Last guy from kitchen.
Behind us. There's one behind us, boys.
I already went kitchen. I have kitchen coverage.
I'll look under.
Didn't see anything. They're gonna go top on you.
That's top, actually, Two top.
Let's give up under.
Two top.
Yeah, you're good.
Give me time. Weak, it's 2.
I'm gonna jump down. So one more top on you.
I'm weak. He has an AR. Wow.
I right back.
Enough. I think we got P2. I think we're gonna pitch bridge, right?
I'm going top out.
I'm on a piano. Can only go piano. Yo, wait, tiles. Being hit once.
Tiles?
Tiles. That's nice.
Bad shit.
Trees. Could be trees.
Yeah, trees.
Time me. A little bit weak. Bad as it.
Yeah,
couch corner. Actually, be tiles maybe then.
Tiles weak. Other guy's weak.
I'm absolutely bro. Tree. On my back, okay?
Nothing on mid.
We couches.
They could spawn next to us.
I want 2 tiles. One back.
Just stay there, bro.
Big window.
I see it. Big window. Still there.
Wait, time.
Nice shit. One more to the balcony.
Bridge. Absolute. Next then. 2 bridge.
I will catch.
Well done. I have under.
I see a bridge runner.
They stand left, Jimmy.
I'm playing scammer.
13. Get my top bridge.
Yeah.
Go up. Close to me.
Man, this guy.
Close.
They could spawn out.
Near me.
They could spawn next to you.
What's in the closet?
Yeah, this one with you.
Chances classic vintage comms out of the Ultra Boys, but it's vintage gameplay out of Kleenex. Man, those wins are insane.
And I think, well, I mean, the wins are ridiculous. I certainly can't do it, but I think I'm even more impressed by like his spawn knowledge and awareness. There were some wild, in my mind, wild spawns that came through the Falcons on P2, and Kleenex is just there, dialed in, reading it the entire way. So, I mean, emphatic work on the skill front, but the knowledge is there as well. And I think Beans is maybe looking for some cutoff kills to get his boys the pressure, and it ends up working out beautifully. Kleenex delivers 2 in the feed. Joe Deceives wipes off the last Falcons player, and another break is in. Falcons, though, didn't get a 100-point club. So there's that.
They do find that. I mean, final 20
They'll get
seconds.
1 second on P4 at least. That'd be fine.
Yeah, they're holding on to P4 very, very admirably so far, but the problem, Beans. Wixel great shots there at range. Beans brought the wrong gun in the fight now, and Kleenex has managed to slip round through. That is a fantastic turn from King, though, keeping him out the point. Again, a dangerous scoreline right now for the Ultra Boys. They've got themselves right in position here for the win. Joe can't get in and out there on the attack, and a bit of insight trying to get involved, and we are way over 100 points now for the Vegas Falcons, and a good hold so far.
And exited with a big 2 as well, shutting down Grass. His teammates just have to look forward. Unfortunately, you're looking at Kleenex in that moment, so it's still a scary sight no matter what you're dealing with. And Ultra does at least force a little bit of a spawn out, so trying to collect a little bit of this time. They certainly have the pressure. Kills getting traded, but Wixel and Exon and King delivered the Falcons boys on point on P4. Nice little battle they've been having.
Very nice 3-4, and you're not going to get a bit of the point. You might get the butt of the point, and that is going to be the scrap time as Joe Deceives picks up another crazy kill. King over to time, though. Now Kleenex is fighting on the inside. Can he get another point? No. 3 dead again. Ultra pushed out, and so's Dahum. Right now into the fray, and he gets killed by Beans. What a shot.
Yeah, and getting that entry kill means you've just locked down the power positions for this rotation. So Beans in a comfortable spot. Joe Deceives made it to his home up top white, but all of his teammates actually fall. He doesn't have to be worried about Falcons getting too much time here in this moment, but Ultra still going to have to work a little bit harder, try to collect this P1 time and close this game out.
Yeah, it's fine time as well. Joe's only going to get 1 out of that life, traded out instantly. Falcons again with a little bit of P1 presence. This has been a lovely chain, 3-4, back over to 1. They've done a good job, man. This is good ass time, in the words of TJ Haley. 35 to go here on P1. Ultra starting to get things going a little bit. Very, very concerned about the P2 rotation as well.
Well, they're going to get at least one last hit. 3 players coming in from the hallway to get him away from this time. Good reads, good isolation on the player on the hill. And when all the trades roll through, last man standing was Dahum for the squad, and Beans ends up flipping him. So if there's any way to hand the game towards the Falcons, it would be a moment like that.
Holy frijoles. That's not ideal. Final 5 go to Ultra. Vegas Falcons, a gift from the COD gods given to them. Now they've got the setup. Now they've got themselves in position. Can they survive the opening wave of kills? Beans now trying to make amends, and he gets involved. So does Joe up the zip. Okay. Nobody watches it. It's a perfect break. It's 3 now as Joe Deceives. Joe finds 2. There's Kleenex for the time, and that will be the series.
Yeah, no worries. Be happy. You can flip the spawns. You're cool in it. It's just an opportunity for Kleenex to get more kills.
Absolutely, and he will do just that. That is it, folks. 3-1. The final scoreline. As Toronto Ultra dominate the respawns, get absolutely destroyed in the S&D. We keep things together there in control. Vegas Falcons, another tough loss there in the hardpoint. Admittedly, though, not the scoreline we were expecting. So a little bit stronger this time round, as again, it's very, very tough, this climb. No one has dug themselves deeper than the Falcons have into a hardpoint deficit. But when they come out, what a glorious day it will be.
When they, if and when they get that first 2-3-5, it's going to be a spectacle. Or if they win a map 1 heart, do you like the fear that will be in the hearts of the opposition if you lose a map 1 of the Falcons? Like the nerves are going to be instant. That's like champs grand finals level of nerves. It is complete hypothetical.
Well, it in this total hypothetical, we're dreaming here, but yeah, the first team to lose that hard point to the Falcons, the first team to lose that series to the Falcons, a truly historic moment indeed. Because yeah, man, you join the league at the in a seriously high skilled moment for the COD world, for the competitive COD world, especially since the CDL's been around. You come in and you are going up against the best of the best that there have been. This is not an easy thing to do. So kudos to him. 165 again on Skyline. Not an easy thing. We've seen bigger blowouts here against tougher opponents. Good stuff. Good stuff from Ultra though. You really have to go back to that red card though and do some soul searching that, because they beat the brakes off.
Yeah, that is a learning experience to be sure, and a wonderful P4 hold. You saw the first go around, nice little full 60, getting thrown in the mix on Skyline. Anytime you can burn Money Hill, you're going to be happy. But I know who's even happier, Miles. It's the desk. Perfect predictions they had. How did you guys see this one coming?
2 in a row, and we're pretty good when Allie's not here.
Listen, I'm locked in, bro. I told you, I'm not trolling anymore. I'm picking the teams with my brain, not my heart.
3 of the 4 hidden heroes. Now he's got back-to-back correct picks.
What a hard one to pick, too, that last one.
The easy favorite here, as Falcons are still looking for their first match win. They did look good in the Search and Destroy, but after that, we saw a close control that was taken over by Toronto in round 3 and 4, and then, of course, this Hardpoint. At one point, 219 to 100. It was dominance out of Ultra, a little bit of life from the Falcons at the end, but this is Skyline. This is a clean win for Toronto.
Yeah, Vegas have tried to go to this map over and over again, just hasn't worked. It's been real tough for them. You heard Chance setting it up at the very end, like they had a huge opportunity over at that P2, and I feel like it's this hill every time for them, man. They play so tight, and they get picked. You see it in the highlights here. It's like, dude, we got to push out and get that first kill, and then get ready as a team to like trade out from there and retain the spawn. That concept has not been grasped by them, and Toronto Ultra just exposing it a bit on this map. But for the side of Vegas, like excellent, man. Been a standout player, dude. Had a really good series throughout this one. You know, game two in the Surge, he popped off, huge ace, and then he had a great control, especially early on in that very first round. Got to show him some love because he's really been developing as the season has went.
Our Minor 2 bracket featured Toronto getting knocked out by Vancouver. They finished top 4. Today, they gather another 10 points with a win over the Falcons. It's now time to talk about it with the one and only Beans. Beans, how'd the match feel for you tonight?
It was a pretty okay match. I mean, pretty quick for everyone at home and for us. Obviously, the S&D was a little bit. One of them is what it is, but yeah, pretty clean.
We saw you guys 3-0 Optic Texas back in the minor, and then you ran into Vancouver Surge. How was that tournament for you guys prepping leading up to Major 2?
I mean, we just trying to replicate our scrims to our matches. I mean, our hardpoint in scrims is really, really good.
Okay.
Doesn't always translate into matches that well, so we're just trying to do that as much as we can, and then obviously get our control down. Our control's probably been our worst game mode so far this year, which is weird because I'm normally unreal at control. Toronto in the past have been great at control, so I think we will find it. And once we do, we'll be in a really good spot.
Beats, I want to ask you, coming into the last couple tournaments, I mean, going into the major, you guys had a high seed. I mean, going into the minor, get reverse swept, and then in the last minor, obviously, you lose to Surge 3-0. But outside of that, you guys have been so excellent in some of these online stage matches. What's happening in the tournament atmosphere for you guys, and in you in particular, what's going on in these matches where you guys are just folding?
I don't know. It's just situational, I'd probably say. I mean, the game plan we have is always correct, and I think we follow it for the most part, but it just comes down to the really key moments. Like the Carolina at the event was in our hands and we threw it, and then even the LAT games we played, it's really close and we're just throwing the matches. So I think it just comes down to closing maps and closing situations, but we'll get there, I think.
And I wanted to follow up with that. How have you adjusted your mentality and approach towards improving a team in Call of Duty, now sitting alongside some players who have been at the highest peak?
Just learning, to be honest. Just listen to the guys, and obviously these guys have won. They win every year almost, so I got to show up for them. And yeah, obviously they're veterans, and it's good to be around them.
Love it.
Beans, final question: who wins this next one? Cloud9 New York or LAG Mates?
I'm gonna go to C9. I think they found their flow a little bit. The AR duos found their flow, and I think they'll take that one.
Okay.
I like that insight on
my prediction
AR
now.
play. Beans, thanks for joining us live.
Cool. Thanks, guys.
That's Toronto Ultra, 10 more points, and that is 10 that they needed. I was just looking at our preview of what the bracket could be at Major 2. Toronto was an 8th seed entering this matchup. That would put you up against LA Thieves or Atlanta FaZe in your opening round of the winners bracket. So Toronto's like, yo, we got to get up at least number 5.
Yeah, let's try to get a top 4 seed if you're Toronto. Just still within their sights. Got to improve. But like Bean said, like the respawn has to get better.
We're going to break. When we come back, we've got more Call of Duty. The French fans, it's time to get loud. You are running out of time to score points towards champs. Gentlemates need it against Cloud9.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Team built to win championships finally secures it here in Minor 2. Scrap gets kill number 40 as he finally gets felled. 0-4, a big double. Wait a second. Dude's able to find one around the back. Vancouver, miraculously, with just really 2 players alive, break the setup of LA. Sabuza shuts down more Thieves members. Nasty still staying safe by the trophy. 0-4 shuts it down inside the Hardpoint. Last 5 seconds, the Thieves can't get out of pool. And Vancouver, somehow, some way, sneak their way into P4 and steal away the map.
The square up child for the gunfight. First blood though from Crimp. He's playing spoiler. Give him the ace.
God damn, he's going for it. Get it, Crimp. Get it. What an ace.
That's a 4v2. Second tick is locked. In LA, they may just want to run forward here. See if they can try to find a way to stop this. And they may just be able to get this 1v1. Nasty versus Envoy. Both players off the regen. Nasty being danced with. And contest is in. Envoy secures the 1v1.
23 non-traded kills. That guy just did it all there for LA.
Managed to find that 25 seconds left. Ultra have given themselves very little time to fix this problem. Thieves can fix nearly everything with his PDW, baby. In the corner. 3. Gonna get a 4th. Gross. Out of Jonas.
Oh my God, yo. Yeah, that's just not necessary right there out of Mr. Neptune. Now you give them an opportunity to catch the timing on the site. 3v1, all of them to Nasty.
Can he find anything for free? Shots over the top, not gonna happen. Scrap for the win. And the super team built to win championships finally secures it here in Minor 2.
The 2025 LAG Team Pack is available right now. Each pack includes home and away operators, as well as this weapon camo to assert your royal will in the lobby. Next time you boot up, suit up at the in-game shop.
Nah, for real. They be talking tough, but they won't get up in that field. ARPs and 223s get hit up in your grill. Iron on me like I'm Tony, like an orange eye pill. Come and get your shorty, cause she tryna cop a feel. She know look chaotic, he been hot before the deal. And you steady talking out your neck, it's never real. So I say not for real. So I say not for real. Not for real. Yeah.
Nah, for real, we're back, everybody. It's time to jump into this one. We got Gentlemates loading into the server against New York's Cloud9. Let's take a look here at the Cloud9 roster because We were on Blow It Up watch. That was the very first game of our Major 2 qualifiers. After that series, we're like, oh no, don't blow it up. You might have something here.
Yeah, I mean, they were unbelievable, right? They started 3-0ing teams. They figured out their hard point. Sib started to spawn in and look like the super slayer that he was the last couple of years. And, you know, I talked about it before the season. It was just all about the dynamic between the ARs of Attach and Sib. You had to get Attach to play more objective-minded. Now on this stage, the stats are reflected. He's getting in that hill. The subs are pushing out, and Sib is frying, right? It's really simple when it comes down to it, folks. Like, this team has the players who can turn up. We need them to in the big moments, and then the search and destroy has been cleaned up as well. So Cloud9 New York surging right now.
Can we give a shout out to the old guard as well? Accuracy now coaching this Cloud9 roster. Talking with Sid, we asked him what improvements did you make. Well, we just started listening to Lamar a little bit. Lamar's got him on
that'll
track.
work.
Attach jumping in the hard point while the rest of the team slays around him. His numbers are looking great, not compared to what he used to put up, but the team's dubs are coming now.
Yeah, I mean, Attach averaging 90 seconds in the hill right now. That's a big difference from stage 1, man. And you look at Sib, I mean, the direct beneficiary of that, one of the leaders in terms of damage in HP right now, also 1.2. Like, he's frying. Like, he's back to the old ways of Sib.
True or false? Kremp is the best swimmer in the CDL.
Oh, without question, bro. We get to Hacienda. That guy's taking some routes primarily through the water.
You'll see him in the water there for Cloud9 on the other side of this fight. We've got a Bulldog playing for Gentlemates. And while they made a run to the top 4, it wasn't enough to earn 10 points. Let's take a look at a squad that squeaked out a match win in a bracket finally, but they are still near the bottom of our overall leaderboard with 3 world champions on the salary.
You talk about blow it up watch. This is the team that's on it. And honestly, I don't even feel like they know what they want to do. Like, you drop Priesta, then you bring him back in, you drop Skies, which is kind of out of left field. And you're hoping to fix your search and destroy. And it looks like it's going to be the case. You play Miami, you win 2 S&Ds, and you get to the next match, and what happens? Your search looks awful once again. So for them, like, just been trying to do soul searching. The roster has not been working in really any game modes besides Control, but Control's not enough to get you through a series, man. Like, you got to figure out search or Hardpoint.
Taking a look at the starting lineup today, Lunars is that player who came up after Neptune from the same roster. Both Challengers players trying to make their impact, but Lunars, I feel like he's not able to have as much control over a game as an AR compared to Neptune on that SMG. We have seen the man pull it out recently, though, alongside Priesta. They were running 3, if not 4 Jackals at once.
Yeah, I mean, it'll work on maps like... He looks so comfortable when he had the sub in his hand, right? We watched the vault. But for him, it's just hard to make as much of an impact, right? Especially to a team like this, where it's like, you don't even exactly know where the struggles are coming from if you're this roster. It's why they've made multiple changes.
Let's take a look at where we're going to be playing tonight. Nameless. We've got 5 maps loading up with the double dose of protocol coming at games 3 and 5. But first, we're going to Kremp's playground. Hacienda, is he jumping fences? Is he in the water? Where will he be on search and destroy? Hardpoint, that's the toss-up for me, though. Can LAG start this series with a map win?
I mean, they're 5 and 9 in map 1. It's going to be very tough. And then Hacienda in search and Hardpoint are some of C9's better maps. For LAG, though, we'll say they're 2-0 Hacienda Hardpoint, so could start off hot here. But man, looking at that, I mean, Joe even looked back. He's like, dude, this is going to be a tough one. Yeah, I don't know why they're choosing to play back-to-back Hassies.
Mac ready to rock. We're just waiting on Sib to take his seat. Once he's there, we jump into game number 1, but it's time to lock in our official picks. Allie, you get to go first. She is 2 for 2 on the day, and I'm going to do the same thing. We're going blue.
Yeah, I'm going C9. No more trolls for me. I picked LAG enough, bro.
You gave us a little bit of faith in the minor, and then you ripped it away from us. I said they got top 4. I was lying to folks. Merc and Maven, top 8 LAG. Can they finish top 8 going into the bracket?
No, I don't think so. Listen, Joe, I'm curious if you feel the same way, because I think for a long time with LAG, we thought they were close. We talked beginning of the year. Like, they were losing a lot of game 5s, but their hardpoint looked okay. Like, we knew the pedigree of the players. Like, we're like, they're close. Maybe they can figure it out. Then it was like, okay, maybe it's like a 1-person change and you can figure it out. Are you sort of at the point, like, it's just a bigger change than that? Like, maybe they're just not as close as we thought they were?
Well, I mean, it's just you have rosters. You've had like 2 different roster changes now. I just don't know if we've given this enough time.
That's kind of my question to you.
Yeah. I mean, we'll see. I think the biggest thing for them is, like, you found a win at the minor, and that was an extra week. It's kind of what I talked about last week, right? Like, the minor, it's obviously great, but the best thing maybe for teams struggling, it gives you another week to prep for these Major 2 qualifiers, some more practice, so you're not 0-6.
Yeah, no, 100%. Well, they've been struggling on one side. It's been the kind of opposite conversation on the other side. Before we talk about that, though, LAG and what the remaining strength of schedule looks like. You know, you have Cloud9 today, which is a tough matchup. Then you have a layup with Falcons, and then face a tough one than Optic. I don't know. I mean, right now with Optic's form, that's a winnable match. It just is, unless there's been some big improvements in the Optic camp. So maybe you can find a couple of dubs, but your only chance probably to get to like winners would be what, finish out like 3-1.
Yeah, you would have to probably win this.
Yeah, so that's what I was about to say. You probably have to win this.
This is a massive. Yeah, it's a massive. If they want to go 3-4, then maybe a tiebreaker.
And that's just the assumption that I don't view the phases of winnable match really. The other two maybe, but we'll see if they're able to do it. But where it's been, you know, kind of chaos and frustrations on one side, Cloud9's been trending in the right direction. I mean, I know I was real critical of this team at the beginning because I just didn't like the composition. It wasn't looking very good. I mean, I'm changing now. It's been enough of a body of work now. They're looking like a much improved team. You know, they're shouting out to accuracy, focused on the hardpoint, getting attached on the hardpoint more. The search has been improving. Like, there's been a lot of solid stuff from Cloud9. Like, are you a believer yet? They're right in the fray after you like take out the top 3 teams.
I mean, they're in there. Yeah, I mean, compared to where they were.
Yeah,
no doubt about it. Like, I trust this team, but you can see here they're dominating teams. And then you look at that Surge loss, and maybe at the moment we're like, all right, we're not really sure still Cloud9, but now you're like, all right, that's a good loss, right? In a game 5.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, you beat a good Ultra, you beat a Breach, who is probably another one of the teams that's maybe slipping right now. But what has happened? You've had Surge going this way, you've had Cloud9 going this way, so it's been fun to watch.
And I think that Royal Ravens won tomorrow will give us some more information about this Cloud9 team. The one against FaZe definitely will, to see where they're actually at. Excited to get this one going. I mean, it could be the beginning of a run here for Gorillas late and, well, midway through Qualifier 2, where they can turn nothing into something. For Cloud9, yeah, I mean, your only losses have been Vancouver, and you lost to Thieves at the minor. Like, those look great. Those are 2 top 3 teams right now. So you are feeling good, sitting pretty. You're getting to some of your bread and butters when you talk about the Haciendas. We'll take a look at Hardpoint, where you're sitting for the last 10.
Well, and this is kind of the thing, too, with Cloud9. It's like, it's not just that, like, their Hardpoint's gotten better. Like, they're 6-4, honestly. It's their entire game. Their search has gotten much better. They're winning controls. So it's, yeah, it's just that. It's like they've... Whatever changes they made in between a major one and now, they are improved tenfold.
Yeah, and like we don't really get to hear the coaches' interactions with teams or how much work they put in or exactly what that is, but I think we always thought like accuracy being a coach. He just seemed like that just made sense. So good to hear the guys shout him out, and good to see what seemed to be some fantastic improvements for this Cloud9 team. And this is one where you thought Cloud9 had the ability to dominate. We'll see if they're going to be able to do that here.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at sort of the map vetoes, you're like 2 Haciendas for this Cloud9 team. Like maybe they're 2 best maps when you talk about those game modes. So very comfortable map here. But LAG, you've been scrimming. You're going off of scrim data. What has been going well? And well, Preset, a great start here at 3-0. Again, for the LAG side, it's just a question of, was this past week a better week of practice? How much have we improved with this lineup?
Yeah, I mean, that you were talking so much about buying your team a week with the minor, buying some extra time is, well, Mac buys a triple and shuts them down, but like that's especially important to teams that are, making some changes, trying to find some rhythm to their gameplay with somebody new in the lineup. We'll see if it paid off, because a week maybe for like an established team isn't like a long time to improve. I think a week when you've made a change is an eternity compared.
Yeah, oh, no doubt about it. Your practice is, you're a lot more focused. Just simple things, how you like to play situations. But yeah, as a new squad, every single day you're getting better.
Well, that's what we're hoping for them, at least. So we've been waiting for this team to turn it around, like we were for a lot of teams. Cloud9 being one of them. Cloud9 has seemingly done it, though. His attach is snapping, looking to make the play out towards deep fences here, and he's able to slide through and get a second one there. He's cheesing. Sib will pick up the third, and while this turns into a nice break and a ton of time here for Cloud9 New York. You gotta love this out of the P2. Centering on point from Sib. It's clean headshots out of him. He knows he's got Kismet just waiting, like, good luck, go ahead and pop, and they're able to take him down.
Yeah, that's just a great little team shot. Just his, I mean, he's got a little advantage right there in that pop-up, but, you know, Krem's like, hey, Sib, shoot this guy with me, easy. Pick on the Kismet. Now they're going to try to get pushed on forward, get in positions to break this P3 setup here from LAG. But a nice job there at that P2, Cloud9, that Money Hill really cashing in.
Yeah, good break and cash again, exactly. As you said, can they break and cash again? Okay, sure can. One player remaining. Can you come up with anything if you're the lone guy? You're not going to, or are you? Still, Linz is there. Finally,
he would just shoot this guy.
Yeah, no, I was actually wondering, like, I was wondering how he hadn't dropped yet. Finally, he is going to drop, though. That's a clean
trophies
break.
Down there, like, yeah, someone's got it.
But well, with a quick break at P2 and now a quick break at P3, you got a chance to ramp up a really, really significant lead here early on. Sib continues to shoot. His turnaround has been a thing of beauty. His confidence is there, and my guy's frying.
Yeah, I mean, he's on 7-0. Attach is still alive as well. These two ARs haven't died in over 2 minutes. Finally, Attach gonna get traded out. 10 seconds left here, but guess what? First player here gonna be Sib, up to 8 in a row. He knows where the spawns are coming in. On the way is Kremp and Attach. And well, this is what Hacienda is, a more traditional style hardpoint map. You get punished if you don't rotate early. If you get broke early, you get punished, and that's what is happening right now to LAG.
For a second, I blacked out, and I thought we were watching the Falcons map 1 again. Like, this is a blowout. Up 100 is Cloud9. 8 spree for Sib. Get it to 9, looking for double digits. Not going to happen as he'll finally get cut down, and you need this. As bad as you need anything right now if you are LAG.
How about a missile?
Unfortunately, yes. You gave up a streak. You're at the open hard point at Rock, and well, it pops a triple. Unfortunately, 2 are going to be teammates. And Crimp and Mac, the final missile, not able to take out anything. Attach, like the lone guy in a position to do something. Tries to, but not going to lead to anything. You're still going to be down big with this time if you're LAG, but...
Yeah, I guess it could have been worse.
Yeah, 100%.
You take the small wins in life.
When you're a team that's struggling like this, yeah, whatever silver linings you can find, you're going to go ahead and take. Lens with a little multi-kill there as Attach, maybe losing a little aim assist or losing his tracking. Now, back to P1. And for LAG, is it as simple as, I mean, just some of these early setups you got to hold. You got to at least deal with the first push.
Yeah, P2 and P3 just had to be better there. And just not able to hold that first push. It was just too easy for Cloud9. And well, Priest, there is a player right behind you. Mac just holding the door, waiting for that.
Don't mind me.
Yeah, I'm just hey.
Backing that thing up against you. That looks so funny.
Hopefully that's a pencil in your pocket.
Oh, God. Cloud9 continue to try and work this lead up. I thought Attach shots looked good, but not good enough as Priesta shuts him down. We got 20 or so seconds left. Earlier on the rotation should be LAG for now, but you got 2 taking an outer route right now for Cloud9 New York. LAG, they need time, they need it desperately. Let's go to a listen in with the Gorillas.
Let's go.
I'm seeing it. I'm
Get back. Running out Ivy.
Yeah, get up. I got you. I'm here with you. I'm holding your dick. I'm going. I'm on. He's needed in lobby. Take one shot. Nice guy. I blocked well. Responding fire on you then. I'm seeing secret yet. Nothing wrapped well. Heard you. Give me helmet. I'm Will's open. I'm holding Zig. Heard you. I'm holding my front. Three front. Nothing gets you mid. No one deep left. Yeah, Zig in front. Zig one shot. Dead. One shot front. He's one shot. Give me. Last guy. Give me. He's on time. Lembo. I saw him. I okay, heard you. Yo, I'm ripping. Watch out. Wait, heard you. Push the tower. You're gonna Zig. Good. Nice. One more leader. I'm winning. Gotcha. Guarantee that shit. I'm waiting for you. I'm staying up.
Let's go through middle here.
Yo, Rock with us.
Ready? Don't jump. Ready? Yes, can go.
Open. Dead. Another one, Rock.
Still one shot, close window.
He ran away pie. I don't see him play. I spawn secret. There's one's out front. I'm hitting pie. I'm just got front with you. Go. He might be on the front. Right corner. I don't see him stone.
He's been one shot off.
Ivy really. I'm looking over you. Ivy dead. Nice. I'm missing one.
I'm on top of it.
Captain. Ivy, one shot. One bullet. Ivy, that's nice. I'm going cat. I'll kill him back. One shot. I'm grabbing shot. Lay down. Finish. One shot. He's gonna push out. I'm coming up open. Alright, I'm wrapping out. Open one bullet, Lunars. He's there, open window, one bullet. I'm trying, ready, shot. Open, one bullet. It might be now, I'll see him. They're blocking wall, open 1 HP. There's 2 of them. One to the corner. Our side. One shot, they're both front time. Yo, front time on you, Priesta. Front time, look on. He's both side time. Come in. I sent your comment. Listen, Lunars and Kiss. There's 20. Heady dead. Nice. Good shot. Two front time. I'm front push. I'm sitting in the corner. One to the window fire. I have med.
Well, that's the first time in a while I screwed up what my producer said and called for the wrong team in the listen-in, Joe, but I'm glad that it was Cloud9 because that was fantastic. Listen in, they retain a 100-point lead. What'd you like from that?
Well, I mean, yeah, you just heard a lot of the small talk, right? 3, 2, 1, let's chow together, let's slide out. Hey, you know, last player's inside of 10, they're going to be spawning here. Just the small talk from Cloud9 on point, the gameplay on point, everybody's taking turns going on streaks. Max going off now, he's on 4 in a row. You just had Kremp on 6, Sib's putting up a bomb. Yeah, this team on Hacienda is very good.
Yeah, it's like similar in a way, I think, to maybe the improvements we saw from Seattle in the sense like they brought in Neptune, who was just a significant bump in like Vancouver. I did it again. Yeah. For Vancouver in the firepower department, like Sib has just gone from, well, he was not playing well this year, back to God mode at 27 and 12, and you can see the impact it can make. Yes, the other players are stepping it up, but I think he's making it easier for everybody on the map when he's shooting like he is.
Well, that's just it. I mean, you just never know. Get new titles every year. How quickly they're going to learn it, how quickly they're going to get comfortable with it, and yeah, I would say Sib he's back in his zone.
Seeming that way. 28 and 13. What a spectacular map out of him. Just 13 to close it, but we'll see how much LAG can fight. I mean, early in the year, it felt like they had a lot of fight. They'd bring some crazy comebacks in the Hardpoint, but sometimes they'd just come short. Yeah, they'd be down 100, try to bring it back, but just run out of juice at the tail end of it. Let's see if they've got enough here to pull off something truly spectacular, or is it one break from New York that'll close it out? They'll get right into it. 10 points needed. They might get the tick here. I think they do.
Yeah, it's just at 249. It's pretty close, yeah. I think it'll be 249. But now they have to rotate. I mean, they were thinking maybe the same thing. But this has been the problem. Honestly, like, it's a 110-point game, but they may be losing like 110 to 0 on P2 throughout this map. Now you have Shreeks coming inbound from Kremp. He's got another missile for that side. Not going to connect everybody inside of Garage, outside of Linz. But behind that, you buy space. Cloud9 still taking their time.
Well, I think they just know. Let's group up for one big break. We get a break, the game's over. And they're doing it right now. Attach able to get 2. That'll be 3 dead. One more player to deal with. Not going to get there in time. And that'll be the closeout in the hard point from the opening moments. They were dominant. They went up 100 with the quickness. And I think this is what we want to see. You know, when you're playing a team that you should be significantly better in, come in and dominate it, and man, did they do that.
No, exactly. Yeah, just right from the start. I thought Sid was going to finish with singular deaths, honestly. The stat line he was putting up through most of that. Finally, LAG came alive. But yeah, when we look at the graph, I mean, just look at the P2s. I mean, it is just going to be so one-sided when you talk about what Cloud9 was able to do with the early break on the first one, another good hold on the second one, and they just didn't allow LAG any avenue back into the game.
No, they really didn't. I mean, I guess you could say, from what? After like the P3, or after like the first set of rotations, you kind of play them even, but that doesn't matter where you're down 100, unfortunately. So yeah, you picked it up a bit if you were LAG. But just too late. And I feel like that was a conversation for them so much in Hardpoint early in the year.
The other problem is, dude, you gave up so many streaks. You had so many. Finally, when you start to fight back, even if they weren't the most effective Hellstorms, they just disrupt the setup.
100%.
Some time, cause a little bit more chaos, and that's all Cloud9 needed.
But it really was just the beginning of this game. I mean, their 100-point advantage comes from a P2 break into a P3 break, both instantaneous on the first push. And Sib goes streaking up the, like a 9 streak, I think, before he drops, able to earn a cruise and kill 2 of his teammates, but still. And this this is when he backed that thing up. Then still he drops to Mac, but Sib is, yeah, when he is shooting well, I mean, it's just like, it's like him, Dashy. It's like a handful of guys that just their POV looks a little bit different. Shoot a little bit straighter.
A lot of headshots.
Like they just kill faster, bro. They do.
Honestly, they do. But yeah, you start to see like LAG's starting to put up a bit of a fight, but again, just that 100-point lead never really goes away. They take their time to break this last P2.
You just can't go in a hole like that. And I don't know what you need to change if you're LAG. It's tough because like you have the setup. It's just twice you get broken. It's hard to like break it down more than that. You just can't. You at least have to hold a push or 2, make it a little bit scrappy. But you just got kicked out of the point. They took your property, and it's now their home.
Oh yeah, so you got 0 on the first 2. Those first 2 P2s, you got 0 points.
Yeah, and that you're not going to win Hacienda, are you?
No.
You're going to need something to go on the P2s. So definitely some stuff to critique and review for the LAG sides. We'll try to improve that going forward. But we stay on Hacienda, a solid one for Cloud9 New York, as they'll look to further this lead up to 2-0 if they're able to. But I mean, I asked you what you were thinking about both these series today, and you said 3-0 for both is what you felt. So
That's what I was feeling.
You're right about the first of our series. So far, so good with this one. As we look forward to Search and Destroy, I don't know, any other big takeaways in a positive department from that Hardpoint, though? Like for Cloud9?
For Cloud9?
Yeah.
I mean, you just saw the teamwork. I think that really showed out. And when you
the listing was good.
When you can go to get early breaks like that quickly on Hacienda, I think two things. Like LAG maybe just not layering the map, or their setup's not as good as it can be. But I mean, when you did a clean 3 to 4 dead, like that is just. That's money.
No, and like the listening was so, like you said, there was a lot of small talk. But I always like when teammates are gassing each other. When things are going so well, they're like, "You're just I love it." The teammate gas is one of my favorite things during those. But Cloud9, feeling good. Sib has got to be the most locked player on the planet. Like I don't know if he blanks ever when we've got him on camera. But we'll talk about the duo of Crimp and Attach and what they've been able to do in Search and Destroy in Sage 2. As they'll look to make an impact on Hacienda map 2.
Yeah, and that's what I was talking about, right? Like, as good as their Hardpoint has been getting, it's really their Search and Destroy that has made them darn good. 6-2 throughout stage 2. So yeah, a massive improvement there, and well, maybe led by the guys we don't talk about too often in Crimp and Attach.
Crimp, I mean, we do when it comes to Search, though. It just feels like if there's someone that's making a crazy double or triple.
That's a good point on Skyline.
Yeah. Like he'll be the guy sometimes that you're absolutely highlighting because he'll be their kind of change of pace guy that'll hit you in the mouth. We'll keep an eye on his playmaking ability in this. And now if you're LAG, you've really tried to improve the Search and Destroy. You've made a couple changes to try and do that. It looked to be a bit improved when you first brought Priesta back in with Lunars in the squad. Another test here after a frustrating map 1. You try to brush it off and get the win here for Cloud9. Solid stretch over your last 4 when it comes to Search and Destroy.
Yeah, I think 2 of those are versus Minnesota Rocker, right? Who we know is a very good Search and Destroy team. So great look there. Boston as well. Ended up losing in the minor, the map 2. I think that's when they went like a bunch of vaults versus LA Thieves and maybe just trying to play some of their weaker maps, but didn't quite work out.
See if it works out here on Hasi, but strong start for Cloud9. Our final match of day 1 of this weekend, but apparently might have an issue with one of the players' setup, so we're going to be getting them back in the game and hopefully loading back into this one quickly enough. Maybe a moment to breathe and talk about stuff for LAG, a moment to sit in your glory if you're Cloud9 with that dominant map 1 victory. But I wasn't sure, I wasn't sure if this AR duo and Attach and Sib was going to click. I really wasn't just because Sib last year, even I don't know. I didn't know if he was going to be the guy that spawned in and rotated and sat in the Hardpoint, if he was going to be the guy that was going to just literally, be scrapped, just chow every single fight and drop 50. I didn't know.
Well, I think before, maybe last year with like Skies, who was he teamed up with? It was a lot of accuracy, and I think accuracy probably played around him. Yeah. Right? Just he allowed Pred and Sib to just turn into the superstars they are today.
Yeah.
And I think Attach is probably, you have Lamar also, the coaching staff, that helps, but Attach is probably in the same mindset, right? Like, I'll set you up. Like, what do you need me to do? He's at that point in his career.
Oh yeah.
He just wants to get back to the podium.
Yeah, that's what Skies had to do a little bit last year. Attach, do it this year, just trying to focus on getting that objective time. Maybe can be a little bit more vocal from that position. Let your superstar shine. But we've seen just a lot of that with successful teams over the years. Like, just set up your superstar. Okay, it's not as simple as that, but like let your superstar shine. Like find a winning plan that involves that. I mean, some of the guys in LAG are very familiar with that, like with their time with Hydra, that's for sure. Unfortunately, you're kind of lacking that superstar now, and you're trying to get it done in a different way. But I've heard, I think it was one player dropped. He's loading back up, and we should be getting back into it pretty quick once they reset the lobby. So thank you for bearing with us. Hope everyone's having a beautiful day wherever you live. Maybe the weather's starting to warm up a little bit. Spring's just around the corner. Maybe you bought a new puppy. Maybe. You're falling in love for the first time. Maybe you're got a new video game. Ate your favorite meal, which is probably like tacos or something. I just hope
it's nice pizza Friday night.
Some pizza. I just hope you're having a great day. I'm here hanging out with Joe. We're having a blast and thinking about you at home. Just sitting there in your whatever you're wearing. I was going to say something real. All right, I'm just going to stop. Standings for Major 2. This is why
your voice is getting more and more sultry.
I'm starting to get a little sensual there. Yeah, I was like, I don't know where this is going to go. I know Crystal, our producer, was probably about to open the door and just give me the eyes when she knows I'm about to go off the rails. She's literally been in my ears. The first person who's been in my ears, like sometimes like, come on, or like slow down, stop. I'm like, it makes me laugh every time. But Thieves, sit at the top, but right behind him, Cloud9 and for LAG, yeah, you've been down there. I mean, you're really thankful that the Falcons exist.
And this is just tough. Like, how do you catch up here, right? Because Miami was a top 4 team at Major 1. You know, they're trying to turn it back around. I guess Breach may be slipping. Carolina, they really, I mean, they're 2-2 now, but again, feels like they really haven't slipped that much.
This is why it's weird, because everything's kind of flipped in the middle of the pack. Like, most of the top stuff in a way has stayed the same. Well, I know, like, FaZe is sitting in 6th, but just from a general standpoint. But, like, yeah, Heretics, who was 3rd, is, like, falling off. Boston, who was, what, like, 5-2 or whatever in the Pro League. Like, they've fallen off. And then it's
but they're still 2-2.
And, like, but then, like, everybody else is elevating. Like, all those other teams are elevating. It's just like, yeah, what do you... Everyone can't get better. It's just not... Well, okay, they can, but you can't from a standing standpoint. Like, everyone... The league does elevate over time, but, like... Yeah, it's just tough when... It's got to be hard when you're LAG and, like, you're trying so hard to get better, and even if you are improving, like, the others around you are improving more. So it probably just doesn't even feel like you're getting better. It's like you're running into a wall.
Well, yeah, I mean, again, that's just sort of the title change. You don't know what your roster is going to do. You don't know how players are going to be in a new title. That changes every single year. You're taking a gamble in a way. Then the first stage doesn't work out, so you make another change. Then maybe you make another change. And then if it takes too long, you're already out of champs. Like, right? Like, you have to be on point.
Whenever you say stuff like this, I always think about it like from Ghost AW, bro.
Oh, yeah.
Like, that's, I mean, for the most part, yeah, I hear you, and you're correct. There are enough changes where it's different. You're not sure, but, like, we've had some changes where it's like, holy God, what?
Hey, that one put me here, though. So.
Yeah, hey, what's up, fist bump? What's up? Welcome, welcome. Arden Forrest said Jack away. AW sent you to me. You know, everything happens for a reason. But we're back at it. Map 2 underway. Quick scan and repair. We're continuing action. Thanks again for your patience with your puppies and pizza. Zip looking to keep the shooting straight. We're going to count the number of blinks over the course of this game. So far, it's 0.
Well, he's got 2 kills, though, so he's got more. Now it's 3. You might as well give him his challenge.
I think he blinked right at the tail end of that. He did. 1 blink, 3 kills. Dude, he is dialed. Dialed.
He's just thinking about that dot. Where's the dot going?
Yeah, no.
What am I pre-aiming?
Yeah. No, he is. Well, it worked out. We'll see it again.
He's just jumping out of the window. Like, he's just literally like, free kill. Stun hits, dead. Who's gonna chow next? See you later.
No, he's just dead. 1 blink. It's impressive stuff there, Sip. Incredible map 1 hardpoint right into the map 2. I just went to stand back in my spot like we were coming on camera for some reason. I have no idea, Joe. I gotta lock it in. I'm like, why am I way over there? I don't know.
The long breaks, they get us unlocked. Happens.
Yeah, no, I'm rarely locked at this point. I'm 40. We'll see who can come up with the first blood though now. Kismet ready to bark, tucked in the corner, but the action not coming to him yet. Mac a little tagged up. Back to full HP though. As the offense for LAG looks to get a foot forward. Kismet hoping maybe he can catch someone, looking for his timing to get forward. Had an opportunity, or a glimmer of one, not able to do it. 50 seconds remaining on the clock, and Linz has got eyes. That should be 1. There's the first blood. It is a slow and methodical approach from LAG, and it turns into a first blood.
Yeah, I mean, you know, maybe, Sib's just going to be playing with confidence, but you just have Hulk's control. You have nobody to help you out there if you are Sib, so he ends up getting caught, bombed down.
Yeah, that might be a heat check type.
Yeah.
Guys, I got Hulse.
I'm just going to take all the fights.
Here comes Attach, though, and Attach, he's snapping. Beautiful. On to the next, but not enough. LAG get the first blood, end up taking the round. But yeah, methodical approach up halls, and we'll see the final one from Lunars one more time, but just making sure Attach doesn't have an opportunity to do this. Well, granted, he comes out and looks left for some reason. Maybe that turns into a crazy play for Attach.
Yeah, I think maybe just a bit of a miscom, right? Because you had Mac who was out towards balcony. Maybe Sib's thinking he's got a little bit more help than he does, and he's just looking the wrong way. Like, they have no info on open hall, and he's just pre-aiming in the middle of the door. But yeah, also could be a heat check. I mean, he did fry 3.
Yeah, I don't know if it's just like Kiz's pressure on the Mac on one side, like he's thinking that's where it's going. I don't know. He's worried about the wrap through. Like Mac's telling him there's a weird timing. I'm not sure. But it did look kind of awkward, like from our POV, right? Sib, I thought, had his revenge. Doesn't end up happening. Kismet able to slip away on 17 HP. They want to hunt him down, but he gets back to full or close to it enough to take a second down. So an incredible life there out of Kismet.
That was an insane little reaction onto Attach. Attach is like, I got the read. He's in here. Freebie. Nope.
Oh, the timing of this. Oh, Lord. Oh, that is unfortunate. Kremp able to get 2, and now in a 2v3, you're bringing it back. That timing could not have been worse. Lunars down to 1 versus 1. Basically bumping chests, but it's awkward there. Can't break his ankles. He'll fall. You pull off, what, the 2v4. If you are Cloud9, and that's just, I don't know if one person just has to turn and check for that, or that's just unreadable to the point that timing's like perfect.
Yeah, maybe one of those rounds when, I mean, what, one player was split from you, maybe just trying to do a little bit too much. You can kind of give up the bombs, play a retake with your numbers, not have to move, maybe just control office, but
it just
take
feels,
the risk.
It just feels like 2 people shouldn't get shot in the back in a 4v2.
Yeah.
Right? Like that somehow that
doesn't help.
It can't happen. Cloud9. Gonna have to bring it back without numbers again. Well, it was a 3v4, but not for long. Sib gonna drop. Kiz is gonna fall. Crimp with a double, and oh no. Here we maybe go again.
I mean, you had this position. I imagine his teammate got a bullet into it, but Priest left it in 1 versus 2, and Kremp is the difference maker. Just guns Lins.
Sheesh.
But yeah, you started off well. If you were LAG, you had the read. They were sliding out and challenge, and it's just like, all right, well, sometimes you just miss.
No, I mean, a lot of winnable rounds right now for LAG. You're not taking. We saw the Kremp S&D stats coming into this, how good he has been, him and Attach. Well, he's 8-2 right now. And yeah, he's been the guy, if it's going to be an SMG in hand that's going to get 2 or 3, he's been able to do it. It's been a disgusting bit of work out of him. Just unbelievable there. And does he get the last? Yeah, he gets the ace. All right. I thought it was 3. He gets all 4. Ace there for Kremp. My apologies, Kremp. I thought it was 3. Why is you watch the replay? Wait, he got the first.
It was the 3 we saw.
Everybody kind of backing up as a unit right now for LAG. Taking her out, and they're going to catch timing, but they have numbers. I just don't know if that matters at all. Currently, the search and destroy matchup, it hasn't seemed to. I thought he was going to get 3, Joe.
Well, yeah, I mean, mantling balconies and getting caught is one easy way to die. We've seen it very often in this title. It is the one part of the movement where you really slow down, and that 4 versus 2 is thrown away again.
I'm going to throw up. I'm going to throw up. I'm going to throw up.
Yeah.
I think what we try to do for LAG is give up the first blood. Let's just intentionally go to 3v hole this one. 3v4. Let's just go down a man. Let's go down a man. Let's try and flip the script, Joe.
It might work. Might as well try it.
Dude, this is tough. Oh my God.
Yeah, I mean, Kismet tries to get there for the chow. At least Lunars is there.
I mean, he almost wins that one too. Well, he gets like 3 bullets in him. But Kremp, man. He goes from like 4 to 10 kills in a blink of an eye, it feels like. Unbelievable from him. And it's like I don't want to take away from Kremp's plays, but this is also elite. God, I hate it! I hate it! What is happening? Like, are we getting trolled?
It just keeps getting worse, doesn't it?
It's just getting worse.
It is.
What's worse than vomiting? Like, they're going to give me diarrhea, Joe.
Probably both at the same time.
LAG Search to Destroy is going to give me diarrhea. Hey, what's going on, bro? It's disgusting. Disgusting. Oh, my God. Woo!
Hold on. Maybe they're going to clutch this 2 versus 4.
Yeah, I told you they need to go down. Players, this is what they had to do.
Yeah,
Joe.
maybe that's part of it. It's
yeah, they heard me.
It's a ritual.
Yeah, okay. Sacrifice our own for the better of the LAG pride.
Is Sib reading this?
I mean, with the way stuff's been going, I mean, kid's going to die to drowning. Yeah, sure is. Sib deals with that. Priest now trying to clutch up 1 versus 4. But they are everywhere, and he will fall. That's a 5th round now for Cloud9. And LAG is finding every possible way to lose rounds of Search and Destroy.
What do you think is going to happen this round?
I don't know. One gets eaten by a shark? I don't know. Like they get some disease in the water? Somebody gets poisoned. So here goes the trophy. Oh God, just hit right in front. It hit by a different nade right in front. So the trophy doesn't pick it up, is around the wall right as the nade's about to leave Lunar's hands. Oh, that is tough. That is tough. There's the shark.
Yeah,
dude,
there it is.
What a pizza player.
Did he? I don't know.
Oh, okay, I'm not trying to give the Goddevs any ideas. We already had Avalanche. Priesta, Lunar's able to get the first, but Sib bringing it back with 2 nearly immediately to a 2 versus 2. Nice stun. Now the nades look to hit. Lynn's able to scurry away, though, and get behind the rock cover. Woo! Attach, nearly caught. 20 or so HP, but he'll get back and get to full health. Trying to get bomb now. At some point, they're going to need to over towards B. Both teams just kind of moving like a flock.
I was going to say, nobody, he didn't get chased at all? Well, I guess we're just not trying to throw around, so if they're out of sight, we're not chasing. We're going to play safe with our teammates. They probably know bomb's down, so they're just chilling.
We'll see what they can do here. Under 30 now to go. Lynch just spotting for bomb. Got eyes on Sib. Knows what direction it's coming from. Nice damage in from Sib. Able to get bomb back as well. And they're thinking, let's quickly cut this. I like this. No hesitation.
They get caught, though. Yep. Kismet sees it.
That's all right. Nobody drops, at least in the plant. The plant's going to get through in time to get away, I think. Oh, God. Nice little wall bang there from Kiz, but not going to actually turn into the kill. So 2 versus 2.
We're
post-plant.
We're teaching down 5-1. Respect.
Kiz getting the angle, getting the kill. All on attached and now clutch up. Nice tags in. Second swings. Damage into both. He's thinking reposition.
It's planted for him. It's planted for Boutside, so he can play this, but Linz has the read.
Ooh, he had the read. I thought Attach maybe had the slide, but LAG, against all odds, against fate and God, they get a round win.
And the Shark.
And the Shark. Impressive stuff. I know, wild. It's a weird round.
Well, they stopped getting so active on their defenses when they had numbers. It's kind of what I always say. It's you let them plan. You know, it's not the worst case. In a couple of these rounds where they've had numbers, they could just control an area of the map, play retakes on Hacienda, very common. Instead, they've gotten caught with timies.
Yeah. Maybe easier to work a retake with. Tries it, just gets a tag or two in at least. But yeah, it'd be better to retake with 4 than retake with less than 4. They're gonna have to rip off 5 straight. It seems improbable given the luck and some of the plays that have happened over the course of this search and destroy, but who the hell knows? It's Call of Duty. LAG might start clicking. They've been working on the search and destroy, and round by round you try to improve. And I think with the stuff that's happened this round, he's gonna be okay. Let's just play. Let's just play. No pressure.
Kismet making a move here. He might find the time. As you see, number 3. Oh, Matt reads. I think if he goes all the way through, he might have 2 towards tin side, but decides to try to cut through office. And now on the opposite side of the map is gonna be Tremp.
Kremp is moving. He's been a 2-piece machine. Dialing up another. There's another double. That'll close it out. Cloud9, they win 4 rounds, down a man. I think 2 or 2v4s, 2 or 3v4s. They got gifted one. Well, not really gifted. It's a nice nade, obviously, but on the kill feed it looks gifted. But Cloud9 are feeling good. I mean, that is a dominant hardpoint win. That is a even more dominant search win. When they beat people, they are 3-0ing you out of the series quickly. They're looking to continue that trend.
Yeah, and on the other side, I mean, it's another one where you're just gonna go back and watch some of these rounds. What are we doing?
Yeah.
What are we doing?
No, Joe, I literally had to vomit and have diarrhea over the course of that search and destroy.
It's just simple comms too. Yeah. You just tell they're just not on the same page at all.
I'm sick. They got me sick, Joe.
Yeah, you need to go to this break.
Yeah, no, I actually need to. That was disgusting stuff that we were watching. But on the positive side of it, Cloud9, you're a fan of them. You're feeling real good. They are looking incredible. At least listen, I don't think it's a team that's necessarily going to be winning a tournament at this point, but they are trending in the right direction. They're looking so strong. And it's just a team and a brand that I think you wanted at Cloud9 back in COD. You want to have some success. They lose Hydra, that whole thing falls apart. And I don't know. I'm happy to see them improving.
No, yeah, Mac returning. It's all good vibes right now.
It's all good vibes. I need a break though, so we're going to go to the desk.
Quinn is going to be chasing down his Charmin sponsor, but let's jump into the breakdown here of Search and Destroy, because Attach finishes the game 3-4. They win it 6-2. Walk me through this win from Cloud9. How'd they take Surge?
Yeah, I mean, it's just going to be one of those things where when they go back to watch VOD after this, they're going to be like, okay, so LAG were absolutely trolling. I mean, there's so many rounds where it's like, this round, if you're LAG, just doing too much. Like, Kremp gets up through into top rugs, sees two people rapping. Like, what information did LAG get to think that they're both going to be over there trying to get the bomb down? Like, at times, you could slow down and take your time and let the information come to you. Kind of how we saw Falcons, what they did in the last series, right? On that red card. And I think for LAG, they've just been losing so many Search and Destroys. These concepts for them, like, their communication must just be frantic in the middle of these rounds. But yeah, on the side of Cloud9, just awesome plays. You know, you saw this 1v2 here from Mac. It was Kremp and Mac 2v4. Kremp gets up behind them, top rugs again, finds 2 kills. Mac pushes over towards fences and just guns the last 2, right? Where he gets chowed 1 by 1. Very unfortunate side of LAG, but New York capitalizing.
You can't swim against New York. Sib shutting it down. Kremp drops another double-digit Search and Destroy game.
And like in this round right here, right? Like you got bombed down.
Yep.
You got Kismet making a play. Once he gets to the stairs, maybe wait again for a second till more information comes in and then make a play. They have to defuse. And then you see everybody else is just running, like you're getting caught moving. They got to slow down. I mean, Gentlemate's just freaking out.
And before we get to the next highlights, Joe mentioned something that I thought was really cool. He said, Kismet, still trying, still teaching. He was doing some wall bangs that we haven't really seen on the broadcast. Do you think at this point everyone else in scrims is running that, or is Kismet really just putting it all out there?
I think Kismet has always been one of the guys to teach us new things. Think back to that New York Subliners roster, right? They always had cool tech that they were bringing out, and that's what made them one of the best Search and Destroy teams in the world. Just not the case this year. Clearly, he's looking frustrated in game as well.
Scuff, play of the game. Let's call it early. Sib, map 1.
I mean,
showcasing the slaying ability. This is why you signed him.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this guy was 29-15 right on this map. They got off to a really hot start. They had the first P2 hold where they're up about 50 points. You saw LAG rotate all the way over towards fences. They get in a good spot, immediately broken, right? So then Cloud9 just go up about 100 points, and you're just playing catch up the rest of the map there. Sib allowed to feast. This C9 team, man, they look good everywhere. All game modes right now, they're improving.
Sib Fryan earns our Scuff play of the game, and he's not even done in this match. We're going into another respawn control. Yeah. He could lock down the map. We'll see what he's able to do. But first, we got to talk about the first hard point because, again, Cloud9 comes out rolling, Ant.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, for Hardpoint for Cloud9, it's been just massive improvement since they switched up their play style and the way Attach plays. For them, though, the control, like we're seeing now in these finals, control has been the difference maker in all of our finals so far. That's the game mode that they really need massive improvement on. And Protocol is one that they would love to add to their map pool, and that's the map that we have coming up next. So for C9, a litmus test of where they're at.
Who's good at Protocol control?
There's a couple teams. Early on, we saw how good Toronto was on it. Right. Away from them a little bit. Lately, Surge have been incredible on that map. Like, that's one that they love to go to. If you have that map in your bag, though, it helps you out a lot. A lot of teams like to play Vault. You can just be, I ain't playing that.
If you got some strong ARs and a star SMG, this could be the ideal map. Do Gorilla's mates have enough in the tank to earn 10 points? After 15 series, they only have 3
That's
wins.
A new graphic.
I love
That's sweet. I like that.
We go
over. See a lot of zeros on the side of it.
To the shark lover himself. Maven, take it away.
I'll be honest, sharks actually, I don't know if it's sharks or like open water terrifies me.
Yeah.
Like, all right, so I went to Hawaii. It was like a church retreat when I was a kid. I was like 13 years old. I went to Hawaii. We were driving around an island, and we were looking out, because you can go around the whole island in a couple hours.
Right.
We were like looking out towards the water, and I literally saw like a guy out swimming, and you could see a shark. Like the water's like, I could see a shark out there swimming near him. And ever since, I've been like, no.
Yeah, I'm good.
If you get in the ocean willingly, like, no.
We have pools.
Yeah, we have pools. Yeah. There's not a shark in my pool. No.
Yeah.
No, I can't do it with sharks, bro. I can't do it. Dolphins? No, dolphins are cool, but dolphins are horny. Yeah, they're dangerous. They have like a different mate every day or something. There's some crazy dolphin stats.
No, I know. There's like some wild stories about those things.
Oh, dolphins are twisted. But okay, as we have a brief National Geographic episode.
What are we talking about? How did we even bring this up?
That's Chris's throw. Chris's throw about sharks, bro. That was his fault. That was all Chris getting this unlocked. Protocol control this season, 3-2 for Cloud9 New York, 0-2 for LAG. Their series more than likely ending here, if we have anything to go off just based on the stats for this map and how the first two have gone.
Well, I think the problem really is just like, man, how do you bounce back from these mental lapses time and time again? Like, it just feels like it has to beat you up.
Well, it's interesting too, because I think like when we were talking about their search like a week or two ago, it was like they seemed to really be playing like slow to not make mistakes, like not overchow, like not like they were really trying not to mess up. Now it seems like it was almost like a let's just play loose, let's just go.
Well, I think this is just sort of a, again, just the roster changes and all that. You're not wrong at all.
They just don't have an identity at all, like for anything other than losing right now. That's just what it is. But we'll see. I just think they just get like one good, real good. Well, no, I guess not one good series win like that. I mean, you thought maybe the Heretics one would be it, but it doesn't look like it. But here we go. Control, where Cloud9 can shut it down and get what, like a fourth 3-0 over the course of their stretch. Kismet, he'll be looking for an opening though, and we'll see if he can take a couple down with him.
Yeah, nice little start there from LAG. Luna's able to find 3. Allows Kismet to get pushed on up, but time off the clock. Now, how does Cloud9 want to deal with this? You have Attach going all the way out towards helipad. Trying to maybe find an angle on anyone over towards sidewalk. That's going to be Lunars, who still is yet to die. But picking up all the pieces is LAG early in this round.
Yeah, so far, so good. Lunars yet to drop. Nice shots there as well. Gets out to 5-0. They've got them pinned in. And they turn this in to an early round victory.
And this should be massive momentum, right? I mean, we've seen this before for teams like Roster. If you could just get on some sprees, get some confidence, and then kind of fires everybody else up.
Yeah, nothing inspires confidence like a good old defensive spawn kill and control. You just get loose. You know where everybody's coming from. Can make some absolutely insane plays. Lins continues to do it. He's up to 4 in a row, and someone gets on the point. There's 23.7 seconds to go. They'll pause 8 for now. Reinforcements may be able to get there. Kremp makes a big double kill that allowed them to get out, but still at the front door, you got to deal with multiple, and you deal with multiple. Mac able to get both. One real tagged up. Attach gets the mid-map, and he's got the cross for him, also picking up the second player that might get damaged in. And now suddenly, will look like it might be a perfect round. Defensively, Cloud9 have got a chance to make this something interesting.
Yeah, and you're just starting to lose some of these gunfights, middle of the map, not going your way.
Oh, sweet Jebediah.
This is another one of those rounds. Like, what is happening? They're also on the B point, by the way. So LAG, this is what we talk about with the Toms. They need to be together making these decisions. Well, they go to B. A is done, though. Cloud9, they bring it back.
Oh, they get fortunate on the timing there, too. Whoever it was that was pre-end there from Cloud9, he held that. They might win that little 2 versus 2 clean. But yeah, you get them in an extension. You're really close to that first tick at A. It hasn't been, or sorry, B. It hasn't been cleared yet. And they clear the player off it. So this should be nearly an instant tick. It is. You're hopping onto it, able to get it. You have a little bit of a help and reinforcement here. And yeah, that second tick now done. You've got to go if you're LAG. They've got mid-map control, but they got to go. They got to go. Oh my God, I thought they were going to finish it. I thought it was actually going to finish it.
Yeah, they were close.
That was so close, bro. I was like, I know they're trying to take their time in a way, but like there's a line.
Well, they couldn't cross top middle with Attach in this position. That was kind of the problem. They could not cross. And then you still have players on the point. So yeah, you were just waiting. You were waiting, but they're still not out of dodge quite yet. Sim Attach find 3 all 4 around. You cannot lose with the start that you had in LAG. Throw another one away.
Yeah, I was thinking, I mean, eventually you just had to throw bodies. Like you had, I know you have a dash like putting shots in, but yeah, I thought they were just going to cap it there with all 4 alive, and that was going to look insane. They get a break in, but then you bust right back through if you're Cloud9, and Cloud9. Dude, I don't know. That was just an LAG round.
Well, I think this has been like the biggest. Oof. You know, you watch some of these teams like Falcons, LAG, like they'll play these 1.5 rounds out. They'll look great for a minute, and then as soon as they lose map control, it's just like that's been the difference maker. Just coming off a spawn and sort of almost just like retaking a point.
I feel like we talked about it a lot in like a sport like basketball. Like a team you good for like 3 quarters, and then 4th they just fall apart. Like,
yeah, it's how it feels.
It does. It does. And then sometimes they're just not good for a single quarter, and you get blown out. But okay. It's a great win from Cloud9. They take that momentum and turn it into a round win. Now see what they can do on defense. Kismet and company looking to get right onto this B point early on. streak for Sib, though. Maybe a chance to earn a streak. We'll see if he's able to do that. But how much progress can you get here if you're LAG? First tick is done. Sib's streak also done. So a good little stretch here from Gorillas.
They did a 3-stack this. They've only kept one on it. Maybe just no trophy. They don't want to get naded. Lunars is going to die, so that means pressure from top middle. I feel like a second tick should be done here from the LAG side. But again, they play safe around it. Bristo's still up, but I think you kind of, at least you have the life advantage. You're now on towards A. But it felt like there was a couple of chances for them to work that more.
Maybe, yeah, they just expect Cloud9 to play it one way. They expect faster pressure. They expect faster nades, and it just doesn't happen. And they just never end up stacking. Because, yeah, I mean, hindsight, you know, it's like, yes, you could have stacked that and easily got 2 ticks, but they were obviously worried about something. That doesn't end up happening, and now, oh, you may be in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, this is the problem. Like, I feel like you have to take advantage of your opportunities over towards B. Like, the 8-point is definitely when you keep one on it, right? You get pushed up. We've seen that all the time.
I think,
but B, you got 3 players in the area. Why not?
I think more so than like Hardpoint. Like, you just have to take advantage of certain scenarios and control. You have got to. One moment can just decide around.
Yeah, because now you're smoked.
Or else, like, I feel like you screw up at one Hardpoint, you got a chance to really turn things around. It's not necessarily the case when it comes to control. And you are now getting absolutely torched. Attach, he is king of the castle. Standing up top mid. He's 16-6, 14-8 out of Civ. The ARs who struggle mightily early on, now a force to be reckoned with. And they've got LAG nailed to a wall.
That doesn't sound fun at all. Jeez. No, wow, it was violent.
Yeah, sometimes I just get violent out of nowhere.
But I mean, I don't know. I'm going to guess they're just afraid of nades without trophies. But it's just like the players were in the area. Like, I think one player was on the staircase. Again, I think they were worried about top middle because Lunars he picked up the flank. We weren't on his POV. We hopped off, and I think he zips up, dies. So you don't have the top mid cross. But even before that, it just felt like they were there. But it was only like Kismet on it.
Well, yeah, because you had one like holding the stairs, and then one pushed up into like pushed up in a circle, and then yeah, it looks weird because 2 players had to take like 3 steps, and you probably finished the tick.
I'm just an ESPN analyst, but
yeah, no, you won a little bit too. I am definitely that. I just say stuff. People agree or call me an idiot. That's been my career. But Cloud9, one more round, and they close this out with a dominant 3-0. They've been 3-0 lords recently, and looking to attack another one on here. Attach doesn't get the vision at first. Now he's able to do it as he pops out through the front door. And now, you know, I often see, I feel like the AR, you know, kind of pushed up playing for spawn kills, but Attach trying to do just that. He pulls the pistol out and he's able to get one. And this is exactly what we want. His position, able to spawn them out B side. Their only options take a long wrap back, push through. I mean, just to get to A, it's so difficult. That's why this is going to be a very, very easy capture at A. Very different than what we saw in the round 1, which is like sort of like a...
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of like the default. I feel like from our protocol teams, you know, FaZe is the one who really set that up, I feel like, early on. We always see it from them. Surge is another one, but yeah, get done with A. You have, it was a 6 life advantage. LAG bring it back a little bit. So now you have to work this B point.
Well, Sim gets shot by just about everybody, and a big little sweep there from LAG. That allows them to get forward again. I think it was Crimp that was able to bail them out last time around with a double. Okay, well, sometimes, dude, I swear I speak things into happening. Crimp bails them out with a double again. But those are big kills that get you out of a potential spawn trap.
Priest is still lurking, and he gets found out.
The lurk is down. The first tick is down. 2 more to go, and this series is done. Crimp not having the craziest game statistically, but he's had some really big multi-kills. Oh, well, everybody gonna drop around him, so now he's just like, what can I do from this position? Can I get out? Can I buy some time for my teammates? Any kills he gets here is big. Yeah, if he got that second one, that would have been tremendous. That might have been the map. If he gets
still
both.
might be the map. The fact they both chased him, they're out of position. Kismet, the only one pushed on up, but he's got an SMG. Is even gonna get there? He's hoping for a couple of nades to buy some time. Lunars and Lins, though, able to get there, so we're still playing. But they have a 5 life advantage, and there is 70 seconds left.
Yeah. Not a lot of lives, and there is a lot of time. Sib, see if he can find any more in this, but he's had a terrific couple of respawns. Attach right there with him. Attach once again, aggressive with the AR, nice movement, clean gunny. Yeah, give me a third. You're in a fight, I'll take that. On to the point, let's close it out. LAG just gets slapped around in this one. Cloud9 are the real deal, and that is another impressive win for them, 3-0.
And yeah, it's the ARs and the respawns again.
Yeah, very, very good.
Sib and Attach leading the way, looking very comfortable on the map.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't love it early because, well, they weren't playing great early on, but the adjustments they've made, working with their coaching staff, this is becoming a very, very fun team to watch. And, you know, we've had some dominant series this year, but that's up there. That is up there. It's just, that is a dominant win. Really good looking. They're out of Cloud9 and LAG, I don't know. Like,
they don't know.
Yeah, we're in the blow it up territory. It's feeling like I don't know what the answer is going to be for them. Want to see that organization, that fan base find some success. I just don't know if whatever composition they're throwing at is going to work out. Because yeah, even if we were kind of chatting about it. Like even if they're making some improvements, it just feels like everyone around them in that middle of the pack is also improving. And some in leaps and bounds. When you talk about Cloud9, you talk about Surge. They're just getting so much better. It's like even if LAG were getting better, I don't know if I'd be able to tell. Oh my gosh. Because there's so many more improvements elsewhere. But yeah, you win a Hardpoint by 100, 6-2, Surge, 3-0 control. Yeah, I mean, it took me a while to be a believer for this Cloud9 team, I'll be honest with you, but I think I'm there. Not like, listen, it's not that this is the most impressive victory based on LAG being playing, it's just how they won it.
It's how they're playing. You can just tell how they're playing. They're on the same page. Comms are great. The individuals who you wanted to see step up, they're doing so. You know, Atachu's kind of gotten this like slower. He's had this slower play style the last couple of years. It feels like he knows now when to kind of maybe speed it up. Maybe that's due to someone like Lamar, like someone he'll listen to and respect. Like, yo, Dylan, you are being a turtle here. Like, move.
Yeah,
right?
No,
so maybe that's just part of it.
Yeah. Well, whatever it is, it's looking great, and excited to hear what the duo on the desk have to say about it.
Well, the sun's still up. I wasn't really expecting that one. No. A 3-hour show today as all of our favorites take care of business. The Falcons, the only team to really cause problems. But let's talk about this one because LAG just had a bigger flop than we saw from LeBron last night. So what can we see from this squad moving forward? Because I feel like Kismet's given it his all. You know what you have capable from Priest to England after watching them the last 2 years. Lunars is still a question mark in my eyes. Skies is on the bench. What pieces do you move with forward, Ann?
I think you start right now with like, okay, we bring Skies back in first and foremost. This is clearly not working. So you start from there, and then you start to explore like, how do we change up the dynamic with our SMG duo?
Okay.
Who do we switch out here, right? Because it's not working. I think Lynn's great individual player. Clearly, there's frustrations between him and Kismet in the way that they like to approach the game.
Yeah.
Lynn's at times, he is prone to making a mistake, man. Flipping a hill out and sort of tossing a situation. That's not to say like he can't be an immensely great player on a team. I'm not blaming him. I'm just saying I don't think the dynamic that like Hydra and Kismet had is nowhere near what Lynn's and Kismet have right now. So they need to figure it out on the organizational side.
Bulldog said he likes to make his partner look good. LAG has done none of that this year. They are sitting at 20 points after 15 matches. On the other side, Cloud9 is definitely
the real deal.
Back where we thought they were at the end of Minor number 1, or Minor 2, I should say. Let's bring back in Sib. Sib, monstrous night in the respawns. You guys bullied LAG. What's different than 5 weeks ago?
I think we're just trusting each other and having a good system. I think all the good hardpoint teams, we've been trying to play efficiently just like them. I think we have like a benchmark of how many points you get on per kill, and we're like at the bottom of the league. So we're just working on fixing that. And yeah, we've been getting a lot better, and that's what matters.
Stats paying off.
Yeah, you know, Sib, and I'm gonna piggyback off of that. Interesting to hear you talk about that. For you guys, how deep into the like analytical side are you guys after VOD?
Very deep. We actually not stole, but we've incorporated the
Relax, bro, don't give out the game.
the Toronto method. Shout out Toronto for it. But we do go in depth about it, and it's been working for us. So I think just analyzing our efficiency is the most important part, and that's the big reason of our improvement.
And then also, you know, you guys had the big match versus Thieves, right? Everybody was getting ready for it, wondering would you guys be able to push them the distance. A couple of the vaults just kind of got away from you guys at the tail end of that. What are you guys working on for the eventual rematch when you play them again?
I would say just not playing scared, to be honest. Like just not playing to not lose. I think that's the most important thing, just playing with confidence.
Yeah.
And our game plan as well. So I think our series versus them, that first map went pretty well, and then the second map, I think we were just playing a little too scared, and then I think we just died off after that. So
yeah,
I think we just work on that, and I think we'll be a contender for sure.
Absolutely.
Sib, there was an argument, who is the third best team in the league? A lot of people have LA Thieves and Atlanta at the top. There's a little talk, whether it's Vancouver or maybe Cloud9 right now. Where do you put yourself in the power rankings?
For sure, first. Always first. Even if I'm last, for sure first. But
I respect that.
I think, yeah, I always got to think of first. You know, even when I was dropping a 0.7, I still think I'm the best. But yeah, I mean, hopefully we're gonna win something for sure. I'm gonna get a piece of the pie for show.
Yo, I want to meet your parents. That confidence is next level. That is fantastic upbringing. Sib, congratulations on the win tonight. We'll see you in your next match.
I appreciate it. You guys have a good one.
Cloud9, 3-0. Done. LAG, blow it up before we see you again, or bring it to Major 2 with this roster?
Yeah, I'd blow it up again. Okay. Like, for sure. I say that. Also, I believe Sib when he says he's confident like that, because he was dropping 0.7s, and now he's just all of a sudden him. And the only way that happens is if you have some deep inner belief in yourself. Team has really figured it out, man. They're a good story so far this year.
Let's go back to the start of the day as we get you with a quick recap. We started with LA Thieves versus Vancouver Surge. If you were with us on Sunday, this was a best of 7 that went the distance. Today, though, 3-0. Not like us. The brooms come out, Nameless. It was tied 115. LA Thieves outclassed them in the respawn.
Okay, yeah, they did. They did. Don't get me wrong. But let's just look at this from an overview. They did say they were going to test their map pool a little bit if you're Vancouver, which they do. You play the Skyline again. It's a 6-5 where you had a massive blunder round, like a 1 in 10 times that's going to happen. And then you had a Vault, a map that you haven't been good at in control, that you went to round 5 against a team who is the best control team in the game, potentially like one of the better control teams of all time. They're on a 10 streak currently. So in the games 2 and 3, it was a good performance on the side of Vancouver, in my opinion, given tested maps.
We were giving credit to Sib, his level of confidence. Well, we asked Hydra, just how well are you playing? He says, I'm only at 75%. So easy, Mac, please do me the honors. What would Hydra look like at 100% in his own eyes, Nameless?
Dude, it got to be Obadiah on the map, just absolutely taking over. I mean, Hydra was unreal today, 75%.
Tommy, Ernie, getting it done. Another 10K in the damage column. He's looking to climb that leaderboard. LA Thieves taking your first match win of the day, but there were 3, Nameless, in the middle. The Canadians.
Best match of the day.
They fumbled a little bit, but after dominant performance in Hardpoint, Falcons had their turn in Search and Destroy, and then Toronto played like Toronto.
Yeah, Toronto figured it out. Tail end of this one, not letting it get away from them. A couple red cards now from Falcons that we've seen have been excellent. I would honestly say teams could go and look at what they're doing on red card and just stop making it so complicated. They're doing a simple 2x2 split, finding the first pick and then grouping together, making plays from there. The defense, it looks so good. On the side of Toronto though, yeah, like Beans, stepping up. Obviously, he had a bad performance in their match in the minor. Turns around here, he looks unbelievable. Clean X, frying. This is what you want to see if you're a Toronto fan. Just got to keep this momentum going.
It's confident Toronto. You see the difference in their gameplay. Congratulations on the clean Hardpoint victories. Falcons continue to set the league record for losses in a row in that game mode.
They're going to get one. They're going to get one soon.
Before Major 2?
No.
At Major 2?
I think by the time we get to throughout the stage, next stage, they're going to win some HPs.
Talking about one, this guy had the number 1 spot across the board in the lobby. Kleenex, Tobias is back with a vengeance. You love the pose. I know you do.
Sure,
it's a power pose.
Yeah, dude, the stats were
Look in the mirror
insane.
for 5 minutes with that pose, and you're going to put up those numbers.
Dude, the stats are crazy. Good job, Toby. Nice. Well done.
We want to give a big shout out to Toronto Ultra. They have been one of the best at serving the community. They had an awesome major out there at Major 1 in Madrid. Now they're hosting a watch party during Major 2.
Dude, that's awesome, too. And the watch parties are free. You just need to be an Ultra Elite member to get your tickets. So you Ultra fans, go check that out. Yeah, Toronto Ultras always doing really cool activations, got a great ownership group, and their events are always awesome.
March 22nd, it's going down. Get your tickets today and buy your tickets to Major 2 if you haven't already, because Optic Texas is going to be playing in front of their home crowd. You can see our overall standings. We wanted to highlight something for you. Cloud9, they were out of the mix at the start of Major 2 at 20 points. They are now up to 65. Gorillas Meet still on 20. You're about to hit the second of 4 majors, Nameless.
Dude.
You gotta figure it out soon. Otherwise, you're sitting on the sidelines.
Yeah, I mean, it almost feels like a foregone conclusion for Gorillas Mate at this point. They need to go down and dip into challenges to find some young, awesome talent. We're seeing it work out. They did it with Lunars. Maybe do it again with somebody else.
We have 4 teams at the top. They've all hit triple digits. Everyone else in the hunt. And tomorrow, you're going to see 4 more matches coming your way with 40 more points being awarded. Let's take a look at the full schedule because it should be a good day of games.
Yeah, we have some bangers. We got Rocker. You know Rocker series are going to be incredible. Atlanta coming off a loss. If anything this year has taught us is that Atlanta comes back with a vengeance. Game 2 looks great too. Cloud9 versus Carolina. They always deliver.
Miami versus Optic Texas always delivers, and that is the final fight of the night. Will Optic get their first win of the major? I believe so. Will I put my record on the line for it? Probably not. Stay tuned to find out. 2:45 Eastern tomorrow. We'll see you then.
Baggage full of cabbage and I think they lost my tempo. 36 Mickeys on the candy paint bento. Dabba dabba on, keep my brass knuckles warm. Get the cash from the poor, 60 seconds and I'm gone. Bad when I'm gone, bad probably gone. Going fast on the ball, pull a quarter mile marathon. Jimmy in the Jimmy, high ride, sipping Kimmy, got a brand new mark. Page in the Billy. Lately all together, seen something better stick. Lazy on a river, team, someone on my hip. Lately on the 18, no whip, all switch. Baby, you ain't never seen nothing like this. Nothing like this. Nothing like this. Nothing like this. Like this. Nothing like this. Maybe you ain't never seen nothing like this. Nothing like this. Nothing like this. Baggage full of cabbage and I think they lost my tempo. 36 Mickeys on the candy paint bento. Dabba dabba on, keep my brass knuckles warm. Pull the crash on the one, get the cash from the pawn. Nothing like this. 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 Baby, you ain't ever seen nothing like this.
Yo, welcome to the league. You're a dog.
I have cat. Nothing left. I have double doors. Good job.
What's it like?
This guy, bro, is what? 46-28. Get f***ing Get the f***.
Wah, wah, wah.